pressed. What's up, cunts?
I got news for you.
Uh-huh. Is a dinosaur footprint?
No, but a full copy of Battlefront 3 was leaked. Okay, that's not the news, but I got a surprise for you.
Surprise.
Mm-hmm. But I just need to tweet some things. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, and that made an MK Ultra video. Oh, you put it on, didn't you?
I think.
It's from you had it on last time. It was on a list from it said 4-1 or something.
There is a video from her.
Yes. It's on there.
It is the MK Ultra one, yes. Yes. Okay. What's the news?
Hang on. I told you I have to make my tweets first. And it's a surprise. That's the news. The news is I have a surprise for you.
Ugh. This is not news.
No. The news is that there's a surprise.
Yeah, that's not news.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know. I'll let the Discord know that we're here.
Yeah, because I can't show you the surprise just yet. People need to be here first. What am I doing with my life? Twisters? That's not what I was trying to type in Twitch. Why did it autocomplete for Twisters above Twitch? That's just silly.
I think the fact that I changed my picture on Discord to Brian Thompson's face is very fucking funny. It's just the zoomed in, so it's basically just this much of his face as the picture. It's incredible. Truly incredible.
Make sure you do the Instagram post too.
I don't. We have an Instagram?
Yes. That's Mac catches it and always comes in from there, so.
No, yeah, I know. He said that if we want to try and boost the page again, he's happy to do collab posts if you want to try and do that again.
If he wants to send them, I just am so over it.
No, that's fair. What was I doing? I was getting the Twitch link to post to Instagram, yes. Hey, I was riding my bike yesterday. It was
I'd
like 30.
to pay him.
It was like 36 degrees.
To be a social media manager.
Huh. Having a social media manager would make, I think, would grow us a lot faster than whatever the fuck we're doing now. That would be a worthy investment, but that would be the first thing to try and figure out once we actually have the registration.
Well,
because like literally
because
once
of the collab system, it will grow his brand as well.
Yeah.
That's what's nice about Instagram.
Yeah, it's
until they take away your collab feature, because you grow too fast.
Yeah, exactly. You grow too fast. This chick is amazing. You know the redhead girl that did the send her unregistered firearms, that video?
Yeah.
She's great. She's a quality follow. Her shit posting is excellent. It's very entertaining. Highly recommend. What was I doing? Instagram posts.
Walmart's calling me from Arkansas to ask me what house I am. Maybe the one with the light on.
Kansas.
Busy streaming. Not my problem. What was I gonna do? Oh, you reminded me of something.
Instagram.
There's this silly channel I found. And I just want to shout it out because
is
I
this a
think
surprise?
her content is genuinely very good.
Mm-hmm. Is this a surprise?
No.
It's not?
Just give me a second here. Walmart's bothering me. I didn't brush off the stairs of the snow, so hopefully they have boots. It's not my problem. They were all booked up. And a snowstorm hit. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay, so this is the channel. So she started 4 months ago. Is her literally playing a video game for the first time. She's trying to play through Grand Theft Auto,
Oh my god.
which is it's cute. But recently she did these videos, and this thumbnail right here is so good. It's genuinely fucking hysterical.
Because she's using the controller as a phone. That is
Yeah,
funny.
and she's like,
I don't think I've ever played an SNES, honestly. Cannot picture a single person I
Only
know that
19
had one.
videos.
Yeah, she's probably only been making videos a couple months.
Well, she started 4 months ago, but this SNES one popped off.
Interesting. We should message her to interview her because I'm kind of interested because if she's unaware of like all the gaming shit, that's kind of interesting. I would love to hear a sort of outside looking in opinion of all the bullshit that's been going on in gaming.
I don't think there's any contact info.
And that's even if this is it's not just a character, right? She could just
she's
be playing a
definitely
character.
she's in LA. She definitely has like an acting and media background. But still, the channel is. She's also definitely got an editor or a producer, maybe.
It explains
and this
the
may not
design.
have even been her idea, but it's so genuine.
Yeah.
And also, it's funny because she like will fix her hair to make sure her tits are showing, and then crash the car.
Fantastic.
It was fucking
excellent.
hysterical. But like, I love the how big she makes herself. But also she's not dominating the screen because like a lot of like hot girl Twitch meta, the game is our size.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's tiny. There was one girl who was wearing green screen booty shorts and was streaming the game on her ass.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I think more
That's fucking. That is innovation, baby.
What is L? Where is that? L. I feel like they could just say left.
They're going L to walk, and she can't figure out what that means because it doesn't say left stick, you know?
Yes.
That's how you know this is genuine.
That's
Joystick,
funny, actually.
right?
Yes.
Get
That's
in
not
here and
L.
deal with the guard.
I promise I want to.
Where the fuck is your head, man?
What's that mean? Then I had to figure out how to aim, but my partner kept yelling at me. Aim at them?
I said the closet! Get him in there! Come on! What is the problem? Why are they still
did I do
out
it?
here? You were meant to lock them down! In the
When we finally got our hostages in the closet and got the money, I was feeling pretty good. 179,000? That was very easy.
See, cutting in with voiceovers as well, it's very produced.
Yes. Yeah.
Which normally these types of channels aren't that produced. So I wouldn't be surprised if she has.
Well, it would probably be a situation like that that girl that does the news, but does it in lingerie and shit. her stuff is all produced and whatever as well. But it's that kind of genuine. Like she's still genuine even though it is produced and shit. I don't know. It's just that is a very interesting channel to find.
It being produced is a compliment.
Yes, like it would be rough as fuck.
I think it's like actual like quality stuff, but she also may know how to edit. She may have like
That's true.
extensive of a media background,
That is
but like
true.
cutting
That is
in the
very true.
voiceover. But she also does say things like make sure you cut that and stuff, which could be a
Yeah.
joke, but it also could mean that she has an editor. Like, you know, maybe her husband or boyfriend is an editor and it was his
Maybe.
idea. Like, who knows?
Who knows?
I mean, we can ask her.
We could. Dinosaur. I was watching a video on how New Zealand made its money on basically nothing, and it talks about how they basically don't have tariffs in New Zealand, and they don't subsidize farmers. And as a result, farmers and land is now used more efficiently by people instead of wasting land to raise cattle or sheep at an overproduced level that is incentivized through state incentives. Isn't that fucking interesting? Like, literally, farmers in New Zealand get zero help. That's fucking interesting. It was because apparently between like the 20s and the 80s, there was so much incentive for sheep in New Zealand that there were, I think the number was like up near 100 million sheep, above 100 million sheep in the country. And now they're producing a shit ton of wine, which is very interesting.
Well, the meme is New Zealand is just sheep.
Exactly. But it's not anymore. They've got about the same amount of sheep as we have kangaroos, actually. Actually, no, I think people, even. They have as many sheep as people. I think there are like 3-to-1 kangaroos here, maybe? Crazy amount of kangaroos. Yes, they do. I think he talks about that in that video too. Maybe if we get some time or we become bored, I'll hunt it down and we can watch it. It's only short, but we'll see. Show me the dinosaur tracks closer, fucking. Is it loud for you guys? Or just me?
It's fine. Okay, now
Dinosaur.
that my groceries came and I put them away.
Dino.
Um,
Dino machine.
if you check the drive, there's some surprises there. But you have to be sure that when you hear this for the first time, it's also the first time the audience hears it. There needs to be a surprise for everyone.
Okay, where? In what folder is it in?
It should just be the regular sound one, but I'll look real quick. I'm pulling it up. Where's Drive? Where the fuck is Drive?
Is it a single soundbite? I don't know what I'm looking for.
There's 2.
Okay,
hang
I don't know what I'm
Would
looking
you just give me... Do you understand what the word hang on means? I gotta fucking open the page, bro.
for. You tell me to look for it.
Here, I'll drop I'm dropping them into sound because they weren't there. Come on. Select what I'm telling you. Okay. Both have been moved into the sound folder. This is one of those lines that have been in my head for at least a decade.
Mm-hmm. I have to find space.
Oh no.
Okay. Found space.
Remember the brain rot I did?
Mm-hmm.
When I grow up, I will be a soldier in the bunker. Remember that? That was great, huh?
All right, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever it is that comes out of your demon dick.
I didn't hear it.
The other one's the front. That's this. I didn't want it to be too long.
Or whatever it is that comes out of your demon dick.
That's number 2.
Fill my fart box up with some of your monster cum. Fill my fart box up with some of your monster cum.
When are we ever going to use that?
Okay, now do the part 2.
Or whatever it is that comes out of your demon dick.
Wait, what?
Or whatever it is that comes out of your demon dick.
That might be usable.
What do you
I'm
mean,
not sure.
filling fart boxes with monster cum, is it?
I don't think so. I don't know when we would ever use that.
All the time?
Okay. I'll leave them in there because the other ones I replaced are dog shit.
What were the ones you replaced?
The science one.
Yep, I was gonna say that's a good one to replace.
Uh-huh. And listen, motherfucker.
That one was good though.
It's kind of neat. I like how they put the plaster in them and get it out that way. But this is literally just rock. This is the craziest thing, right?
Hot rock.
It's just a rock. And it's just hardened mud
Put
that's
in
turned
mouth.
into a rock. And now it's a dinosaur footprint. Shit's wild. It's crazy. And it's pretty cool that they're still finding shit as well.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm gonna sign
Tally
out and
has a-
sign back in. Don't
Uh-huh.
don't play this. It's already
Why?
spoilers. Right out the gate, it's giving you a spoiler.
Whatever.
Many moons ago, I was on a twilight stroll with a British friend visiting the Bogan Isle.
This is it's just an animal video. It's very fucking interesting.
As we walked along the river, she looked to the heavens and exclaimed.
What on earth is that?
I glanced
Also,
up
if you
and
want a
immediately
video
recognized the
about
huge.
improving legendary with mods, I mean, my mod list is perfect.
Okay. That's
Literally
not why I was
perfect.
watching it. You know I don't
The
care
only
about
thing
mods.
that you could do is the first-person shooter mod if you wanted to do that.
It could be interesting.
Huge membranous wingspan of the creature above, and replied, "Oh yeah, that's a flying
Anyway,
fox."
I'm gonna sign out and sign
Upon
back
reflection,
in to try and fix
it
the
is strange.
chat
Okay.
on Restream.
Mm-hmm.
How do I do that?
I don't know. Away. Bye.
Strange that
All
we
mine
as
now.
Australians take it in our stride that some of the largest bat species in the world fly by the thousands
They're
every
super
night
adorable.
above our heads. And we think nothing more of it
They're
than,
unfathomably loud.
kind of cool, eh? It piqued my curiosity then, as it still does now. And I'm left with two questions. Who are they? And where are they going? Bats. Let's give you the lowdown on the up high. Bats are the only mammals and the last group of animals that evolved to fly.
Bats are
No
cool.
gliding doesn't count. This evolution happened 50 odd million years ago. There's something of a gap in the fossil record regarding bats, and deep time is notoriously hard to penetrate. First there were gliding mammals, then a big fat question mark, then bats. Profit? And profit they did, to the point where 1 in 5 mammal species on Earth are now bats.
What the fuck?
Their ability to fly is thanks to those long fingers that form wings covered by a thin skin membrane. Finger webbing flight is a kooky concept, never thought it would take off personally. They clearly took a page out of the pterosaur's playbook
What's
and
up?
stuck a few extra fingers in to get the job done. Their remaining digits stick out like a sore thumb,
What
but
did
help
you
them
all
to hook
think
onto
of
things.
filling fart
Bats?
boxes with monster cum? Maybe it'd be funnier
This
if you'd seen the actual video.
Maybe.
In-flap
Only
wing
on
setup.
Internet Archive, because it was so vulgar that it's not allowed on any streaming platform. So only Internet Archive is where you can find those videos.
Great. Love that. Thanks, censorship.
Does have an advantage over feathers, as bats are generally more agile than most birds. The drawback
Also,
is
I'm
those
sure
wings
they
are
also
very
got copy claimed because it's a voiceover. Like, those used to be the shit. You know, I used to do those when I was a kid, too, is you would record the movie and then do your own audio track.
Yeah. That's funny.
I have a few things like... I mean, I don't have them anymore, but when I was a kid, that's what we would make. Well, I would make them.
fragile.
Yeah.
Though their skin heals, those holes take a toll, and like hang gliding with Swiss cheese, you'll quickly find yourself going from high flyer to transpirer. This is where flying foxes come in. Some people think they aren't bats. They are. To be fair, it's probably the same people who think marsupials aren't mammals. Flying foxes are megabats of the family Pteropodidae. They differ from their microbat cousins in a number of ways, the major one being echolocation, when the sound waves wave back. Flying foxes in many ways are defined by their lack of echolocation. They possess small ears, without a defined ear flap called a tragus, which microbats use to direct sound waves. They also lack the
Microbats.
leaf noses of many microbats that allow them to make ultrasonic snorts and locate food. Flying foxes instead opted for big eyes and
Look how
long
adorable
snouts
they
to
are.
simply
Look at these fucking things.
sniff out and spot potential feeding sites. It's this appearance that gives them the name fox. Despite having this moniker forcefully thrust upon them by us, flying foxes, as well as other bats, are as equally related to rhinos and deer as they are to canines. Australia is home to 4 species: the grey-headed, spectacled, black, and little red flying foxes, with each one distributed in different but overlapping parts of the country. The most common, especially in the urban areas of the eastern states, are those of the grey-headed persuasion. They are our largest native bat, with a wingspan reaching up to 1 metre, and can be recognised by that characteristic grey coat, topped off with a
Oh, so
fashionable
you
red
actually,
collar.
like, have seen these
flying foxes
motherfuckers.
Yeah. Dude, they're huge. They're
I've
everywhere.
never seen one in person. I don't even think at a zoo I've seen them.
Really interesting. They're mostly around the botanical gardens in the city. They just go fucking crazy. It's at like sundown.
congregate in enormous groups called
I mean,
camps. The bats in these camps can easily number in
bats
the
be doing
thousands.
that.
If you've ever
Yes.
stood near one, you'll hear the din of 1,000 strangulated pigs screaming into the void. Yeah, they
Okay,
don't
it
yap
looks
on
like
the
I did
ultrasonic
fix the
wavelengths.
chat by signing out and signing in.
Nice.
Each of these camps forms part of a giant interconnected network across the country. Our grey nomads are transitory by nature and will frequently come and go from these hanging hostels. And it means you'll rarely see the same group twice. If you look closely, you may notice the manifold social interactions behind their calls. Males and females can be hard to distinguish, but the former can often be seen aggressively defending their favourite branch from a newcomer. Females on the other wing can easily be spotted nursing their young. Flying fox pups cling to their mum's belly for the first 6 weeks of life, including during flight. Then they're ready to strike out on their own. Because of their massive skin flaps, winged wolves have a hard time regulating heat, as most of it escapes through the wing membranes. As such, flying foxes prefer warmer climates, which is why they're so concentrated around the tropics. It's quite astonishing that they occur as far south as Melbourne, the most southerly range of any flying fox
Yeah, that's
species,
where I
which
am.
goes to show the adaptability of the greyheads. In these regions, they sometimes go into a state of torpor, a batatonic form of semi-hibernation which conserves energy during the colder months. Even still, they have seasonal camps all along the east coast, and the megabats of southern Victoria will migrate north during winter, with only a small number staying behind for the long haul. During the day, these megabats just hang around. Heh, got 'em. Sleeping, preening, and socializing. Whoa, neither well hung nor hung well, but I admire the confidence. But at sunset, that all changes. What follows is one of the most spectacular sights in Australia. Thousands of flying foxes take wing en masse in a display that's simultaneously awe-inspiring and a little bit creepy. Winged whippets spread out in all directions for up to 50 kilometers in search of one thing: a feed. While microbats specialize in hunting insects, flying foxes prefer something sweeter. The spawn of Dracula traded in hemoglobin for blood orange. They predominantly suck down nectar and fruit, preferring eucalypts, paper barks, and figs. This gives them their other well-known epithet, the fruit bat. Flying foxes digest fruit insanely fast, often within 20 minutes, mostly because they consume everything in
I mean,
juice
I've seen
form.
fruit
In
bats,
fact, they
but not
crush
flying-
fruit against the
flying
hardened
foxes.
palate.
Same thing.
No. The fruit bats I have seen at the zoo here are tiny.
Maybe different species, but same thing, I think.
I think it might... You know how, like, daddy longlegs, depending on where you're from, is a completely different animal?
Yes, yes. Okay,
Like, here
so-
here where I am, they're harvesters. Which
Oh,
aren't
what the fu-
spiders.
The fuck? Seriously?
What?
That's weird.
Harvesters?
That's what you call daddy longlegs?
Yeah. What are they where you are?
Hold on. They might be the same thing.
I don't think you would have the same type of insect.
Probably not. It is an order of arachnid.
Yeah, I don't think...
They're called ophalones.
Okay. Yeah, that's what a harvester is.
Harvestman spiders.
Yeah, they're not spiders, though. Because they actually have 6 legs and then a 7th elongated leg, and that's their, like, grabber,
Mm.
I think, or something?
Because they fuck up huntsmans.
The harvesters?
Yeah. They
They
will.
must be far bigger
uh,
where you are, then.
That big, with legs and all. They can get pretty big. I killed a pretty big one the other day.
The body is tiny, though.
Yeah, yeah. Hold on. Australian daddy longlegs. No, I think maybe ours are the actual spiders. Falsidae are a family of Araneomorph spiders. Family contain 1,800 individual species. Cellar spiders, daddy longlegs. Carpenter spiders, daddy longlegger. Vibrating
Maybe
spider,
they do have 8
gyrating
legs.
spider.
Maybe I'm wrong. But the
Angel
two front
spider.
legs are grabbers, not actual legs.
Okay, so the ones that we have are actual daddy long legs. Funnily enough, the fact that they call it a gyrating spider is kind of interesting because I blew on the one that was in my garage and he started spinning like this on his web. I'm like, that's kind of funny.
They're like form a sheet, and you poke them with a stick, and they all start scattering. Have you seen that?
No.
They like, it looks like it's just a tree, and you poke it, and it comes alive with all
Ah.
of them.
Gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. The ones here are definitely spiders, though. So, I don't know.
Yeah,
what
I know
yours
it's a
are.
general term. That was my point. Is that fruit bats might be the same.
Is this the most successful spider on Earth? It covers
If it's a
basically
spider.
everything except for the Arctic regions. Wild. But yeah, the daddy longlegs are bros. They are friends. I try to leave them if I can, but I don't want that thing on my bike. So
Okay, here's the local zoo. We have two species of bat here at the zoo: the Egyptian fruit bat and the white-winged
Ah.
vampire bat.
okay. That's cool. Vampire bats are cool. How interesting.
I love this. Look at this guy. He's so slick. See, they're tiny.
Well, yeah, they're much, much smaller.
Oh yeah, I mean compared to the other fruit bat.
Yeah.
Is it a mega bat? It is a mega bat still. So it is in the same family. Or species? What is the mega bat classification?
I'm not sure.
Genus? Family. It is the same family. I was right. It is family. I know, man. All classifications.
On the roofs of their mouths just to extract the juice and then spit out the pulp. Nighttime NutriBullet. Their fast digestion also means they disperse seeds quickly out the back door. When one's anus is set to fully automatic, they can easily blow through 60,000 salvos of seed in a single night during their green gorilla raids. Soaring setters have great memories and are able to mark points of interest on their minimap. They'll return to the same spots each year when things are blooming. A fun little aside, they have been recently discovered to occasionally eat insects to supplement their diet with some protein. Flying foxes tend to go for the slow-moving but nutritious cicadas, which they juice in the same fashion as the figs, before spitting out their
epic.
dehydrated husks. Their role as pollinators can't be understated. Because flying foxes prefer to eat eucalyptus nectar and fly long distances, they're perfectly situated to carry pollen from one forest to the next. They're essentially giant bees, floating farmers, airborne arborists. As they migrate all along the east coast, hovering hounds will coat their fur in plant powder, then pollinate trees hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away. A single flying fox fitted with a tracking device was found to travel up to 12,000 kilometers in a crisscross pattern between Melbourne and Bundaberg, like some kind of genetically engineered French backpacker. Through pollination and seed dispersal, they benefit over 90 different types of Australian trees. In turn, those trees provide habitat for countless other native animals. Entire ecosystems rely on the flying fox to survive.
Cassowary!
And following bushfires, they airdrop in new seeds and pollinate the new growth, helping the landscape heal. They've done more for this country than you or I might hope to achieve.
What would
And
you
how do
rather
we repay
fight?
them?
A cassowary or a kangaroo?
Kangaroo.
Yeah, obvious answer. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
People, do you see the thing where it's like, it was a kangaroo just like trying to fuck up a boxing bag, and the post is like, people say that they want to box these things are crazy, and I'm like, just punch them in the face.
Yeah,
They are
literally
not
just-
adapted to be hit in the fucking face.
Literally just
Like
pop
they're
them
just
in the snout.
territorial wrestling.
Yep, literally just pop them in the snout. They'll go
And
away.
every time you've seen the video where the guy saves his dog.
Yeah.
The kangaroo just has no idea what happened when he gets socked in the face.
It's very funny.
That's what, Mike Tyson says. Everyone's got a plan until they're punched in the face or something.
And those aren't birds wheeling above the trees, they're flying foxes, destructive members of the bat family that take a heavy toll of valuable fruit crops of all kinds. Shooting parties go out to try and reduce the numbers as the huge bats hang at rest on the branches. But so great are the colonies that the hunters wage an almost hopeless campaign against the grave menace to the farmer.
The fact that grey-headed flying foxes are listed as vulnerable and spectacled flying foxes are endangered might give you a clue as to how they're treated. This is largely because of habitat destruction, as large tracts of eucalypt forests continue to be logged nationwide. The devastation has caused flying foxes to flee their traditional habitats to urban areas in search of food and shelter. Prior to the 80s, Melbourne had very few megabats until they established a huge colony in the botanical gardens. This became a huge issue because they were believed to be wrecking rare plant species, and I kid you not, because they stink. They do stink. The Botanic Gardens commissars wanted to have them shot, but a large number of protesters stepped in and convinced them to consider another solution. In 2002, hundreds of people came together banging makeshift drums and releasing weather balloons to scare the bats out of the gardens. And it worked. The bats fled and took up a permanent residence in Yarra Bend and Geelong, where they remain to this day. They were previously absent from Adelaide, but since 2010 have made themselves at home there. They truly are desperate. Similar situations are mirrored across the nation. Flying foxes are slowly moving westward across the country in search of prime habitat, with new camps being sighted as far as Port Augusta. There is, however, a more insidious factor to their decline: heat waves. Flying foxes are very susceptible to extreme heat, as they roost in the canopies of trees, often in direct sunlight. They've got several heat mitigating strategies, like licking and fanning themselves, as well as dipping their fur in water and slurping it off their own bodies. However, at temperatures over 42 degrees, it becomes too much, and no amount of hot bat action with tongue will stop them dropping like flies. During the heat waves leading up to the 2020 bushfires, 1/3 of Australia's spectacled flying fox population perished from heat stroke. This is a problem that will only get worse with a more extreme climate in the future. Moving closer to urban areas also brings on a host of new threats. Just like possums, flying foxes are often tragically killed via contact with the final boss of hostile architecture: power lines. To the point where a study of grey-haired deaths found that 30% of them were due to electrocution, which was a shock
Don't
to the
touch
system.
both the wires, idiot.
Other causes of death include entanglement in agricultural netting, as well as barbed wire. We're not being very hospitable hosts to our guests. These threats to their population are made worse by the fact that female flying foxes usually give birth to only one pup per year, which means their recovery is slow. Grey-headed flying foxes are also seasonal breeders, with a single breeding event each year. These factors, combined with their lifespan of between 15 and 20 years, suggests that they have a low natural mortality rate. This means that the flying fox decline is almost entirely because of us. There is one more thing we need to cover: disease. It's no secret that bats and disease go hand in hand. Living in such tight quarters makes it easy for pathogens to spread, and bats have had to develop supercharged immune systems to fight them.
Well, not only
The result,
that,
of course, is that bat viruses have had to become
it's specifically
supercharged.
related to the bat's ability to fly. Why they're such disease carriers.
Yeah.
Like why they're so, like all of them are just infected with viruses. Like you should never handle a bat. They're chock full of viruses.
Mm-hmm.
And it has to do with flying specifically. I don't remember exactly why. But apparently you're not supposed to be a warm-blooded mammal and fly.
Sure. I guess. I don't know.
Themselves. One such pathogen is Australian bat lyssavirus, a close relative of rabies. What starts out with flu-like symptoms progresses rapidly into paralysis, delirium, convulsions, and finally, death. A young boy tragically died from lyssavirus after a flying fox scratched him in 2013. This episode was chronicled by 60 Minutes. I wouldn't wish what happened to him and his family on my worst enemy, but I find 60 Minutes' framing of the subject misleading. 60 Minutes swiftly glossed over the statistics of lyssavirus deaths and then left out some much needed context. What they did correctly mention was this: there have been 3 recorded lyssavirus fatalities in Australia, ever. But for reference, in the same time period, there have been 11 fatal shark attacks. This means you're over 3 times more likely to be killed by a shark, which is already
an
exceedingly
Australian was
rare.
just eaten by a shark
A
too.
fatal shark attack in Oz is
yeah,
a
I saw
1 in
that.
8 million chance. You want to know how likely a fatal bat attack is? About a 1 in 29 million chance. Less likely than being struck by lightning twice.
And most nights, thousands of bats fill our skies above towns and cities. It stands to reason that any one of those could be carrying
I
the
fucking
virus.
hate.
They
the
also
current
neglected to
affair.
mention that less than 1%
Fuck
of our
the
flying
current
foxes
affair.
actually carry the virus, despite having a team of dedicated writers
Wow,
and
they're so
researchers. Meanwhile, yours
sensationalist.
truly managed a quick Google search and some rough calculations. Clearly, they were too occupied scaremongering about killer bats and milking the grief of a devastated family for ratings,
Yeah, fuck
as is their
them.
bread and butter. Can't believe it's not a current affair. And this isn't to completely diminish the threat of lyssavirus. I urge everyone to avoid physical contact with bats unless you're a trained carer and have the necessary rabies vaccine. If you do get scratched by a bat, go straight to the emergency room. A rabies injection will save you if it's given quickly enough. And look, bats aren't out to get you. They're just up there doing their thing. We just need to respect them. Why is bro going in so hard to bat for the bats? Someone's got to. Flying foxes and bats in general have had some bad PR, especially in recent years, but I would argue that there's far more redeeming about them than not. Flying foxes are adorable. They put on a dazzling show
Like, they're
every
so
single night,
complicated.
and they play a crucial role as caretakers.
That
Yeah.
you know, like urban rescue ranch, like he has taken in bats, but he only cares for them for like a day until he drives them to the Austin Bat Refuge.
Yeah.
And it's like there is no, oh, I also do bats and this animal, you know? It's only bats. If it, like you're only a bat rehab, you have to specialize. There probably is ones that do bats and other things. I'm sure
I'm
the
sure there is.
Austin Bat Refuge also has other things in there.
Our ecosystem. Imagine having a million-strong workforce that meticulously looks after the environment night after night, and they do it for free. Sure, they might pinch a mango here and there, but the value they provide far outweighs any negative impacts. We should be helping them, not clipping their wings
I
at every
agree.
turn.
More bats.
And do yourself a favor. Find your nearest flying fox camp, head over at sunset on a clear night, and just watch.
And get scratched
It never
by them.
fails to impress.
Get shit
This
on.
is Darcy, signing off.
All right.
Okay, check this out.
Thank you to
I'm
Zoc.
only gonna show a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
but I just want to remind everyone the reason why we can't have comedy like this anymore is because of conservatives. Right? Remember how I made the argument where it's like, oh, you want to make jokes about black people as a white person? End racism, and you can. Like, if those systemic oppression structures aren't there, suddenly you can make fun of things. That's my trigger warning for trigger words that are going to be in this.
Welcome to the New World Order.
All hail our overlord Zool.
I was thinking scavengers, fuck.
Oh, they don't have the song in this one.
In 3
The theme song is great.
years and I'm fucking horny.
Oh god, I forgot something.
It's the hot nub above the pussy.
Oh, Blanche, please. Like, I give a shit where your clit is. No, girls, I forgot to pray to Zool.
Oh god, you stupid anal blood clot. There is no such thing as Zool. You had a pop brownie dipped in formaldehyde and then watched Ghostbusters and tripped your balls off. Ugh.
Hey, Zool, it's me. I was hoping that, you could fill my fart box up with some of your monster cum. Or whatever it is that comes out of your demon dick.
Oh, fuck me.
Wait your fucking turn, Blanche. God. Oh, Zool, just give me a sign that you're out there listening to me.
Let's see if this one has the theme song.
Oh, goodness. Oh, fuck. Dorothy, do you know where my urine sample is? Hell if I know, bitch.
That's not even the theme song that I remember. It's the theme song is "Thank You for Being a Tranny."
Oh my god.
Hey Zool, it's me.
Doc for sponsoring a portion of today's video. It's estimated that pretty much everyone believes in at least one type of conspiracy theory. First, let me explain what I mean by conspiracy theory. One definition from the psychology of conspiracy theories is explanations for important events that involve secret ploys by powerful and malevolent groups. Another article
Okay. There's a reason I'm playing this video first, and you'll see.
called The Conspirational Mind defines it as having three elements: conspirators, hidden plans, and malintent. So the definition of conspiracy theory that I'm operating on in this video makes no evaluative judgment about whether conspiracy theories are true or not. Based on the definition, even conspiracy theorists themselves would probably say that, yeah, I believe in a conspiracy theory. And let's be real, some conspiracy theories are real. There are lots of situations where, for instance, the elites abuse their power, corporate greed has led to systemic consequences, and groups of people have been scapegoated, such as the medical experimentation on Black Americans that was very common in the 20th century. So my intention with this video is not to comment on this conspiracy theory is real versus this one is rubbish, but rather to present you with the research on why do people believe in conspiracy theories, what are their motivations, and who tends to believe in conspiracy theories. Are there certain psychopathologies, personality disorders, or just personality traits associated with a belief in conspiracy theories? Before I break it down in this video, I'd love to hear your initial thoughts in the comments below. Without further ado, let's do a little bit of a deep dive on the psychology of conspiracy theorists. So a recent meta-analysis from 2023 looked at 170 studies and over 158,000 participants to assess what are the motivational and personality correlates of conspiracy theorists. What are their motivations and how are their personalities? So in terms of psychopathology, meaning the mental disorders that they held, belief in conspiracy theories was positively correlated with schizotypy, paranoia, unusual experiences, negative affect, so things like anxiousness or emotional lability, detachment, which is things like intimacy avoidance or suspiciousness, antagonism, which is things like callousness or manipulativeness, disinhibition, psychoticism, and anger. In terms of personality, they were strongly linked to abnormal personality traits. Specifically, conspiracy theories were fundamental to paranoid personality disorder, also to schizotypal personality disorder, which is characterized by, again, paranoia, but also odd thinking style.
Yeah, actually. You're 100% correct. It would be a short video if she just said psychosis. That is, although I would probably say, because I have watched this video, I would probably say that just because I know where she does go with this video, that for the most part,
Shove it up my pushed up twat.
I would say yes, but she actually goes into a lot deeper, which is why I'm showing this video.
Deeper?
Much deeper.
Styles, ideas of reference, like thinking that everything is about you, and disorganized communication. Conspiracy theories are also highly found in people with individual and collective narcissism. The authors say individuals prone to conspirational ideation are more likely to be insecure, emotionally labile, suspicious of others, withdrawn, egocentric, and eccentric. Now, in terms of normal range personality traits, things like introversion, extroversion, the correlations were weaker and more inconsistent, meaning belief in conspiracy theories tended to be linked more strongly to abnormal personality and mental disorders rather than normal range traits. Now, some of you might be thinking, I knew it. I knew my Uncle Jerry was crazy. But that's the wrong conclusion to draw from this research. It's not enough to know that people with certain psychopathology believe in conspiracy theories. You have to actually understand why someone with that presentation would be drawn to believing those things. Only then, by truly understanding them, can you maybe help them and help society as well. But before we get into that, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, ZocDoc. If this topic is already giving you a headache and you're thinking, I've been having a lot of headaches, the video. Back to conspiracy theorists. So the research shows that conspiracy theories are caused by three main motives. A need to understand one's environment, which are called epistemic motives.
That's what Hassan says, his ethical reacts. As long as the ad plays, he doesn't need to be in the chair or adding content.
Okay. That's not how it works.
Well,
they
I'm
didn't
just
pay
joking.
me. No, I know. But they didn't pay me. I'm not watching their fucking ad.
Oh, also, I was gonna say, if we put Mac on the board, we can give him the position of like manager.
True. Mm-hmm.
His name's not even Mac.
I need to feel secure in one's environment, which are called existential motives, and a need to maintain a superior image in oneself and one's in-group, which are called social motives. How so? So, a need to understand one's environment. Let's say a monumental event like 9/11 happens or the COVID-19 pandemic, and you just need to make meaning of it. It can't just be random. There must be an explanation that you can formulate in your head. What about a need to feel secure in your environment? If you feel disenfranchised by society, if you've lost your identity for whatever reason, then you're going to mistrust the people that are supposed to keep you safe, the people in power, the politicians, the lawmakers, all of that. And what about that third need of trying to maintain a superior image of yourself and your in-group? If you believe that some identity you hold, whether
this
it's
is where conspiracy
American,
theories
male,
are harmful.
Yeah.
You shouldn't need to believe in the JFK plot by the CIA and E. Howard Hunt to know that E. Howard Hunt is a piece of shit. If anyone was going to kill JFK, that wasn't Oswald, it would be E. Howard Hunt. And he even, on his deathbed, totally said he was involved. But the dude is like a known lying narcissist.
Yeah.
And there's no actual evidence that links him to it. Well, like this guy was behind the Bay of Pigs, Watergate. Just look him up. Piece of shit. Like most CIA.
Christian, Muslim, white, black, whatever it is superior to others, and you see everyone not within your group as a threat to your social identity. You're going to idealize
Focusing on that shit literally takes away from the current structures of power being critiqued.
Yes.
You have to, you're like, oh, it's actually, the police keep me safe. It's actually the Jew cabal that's fucking up my life. The police didn't kill my dog, it was the Jew cabal.
group, and you're going to blame the outgroup for anything that goes wrong. And we know from the research that conspiracy theories tend to appeal more to people who find their in-group's identity to be threatened. For example, those with lower status due to income or ethnicity tend to be more drawn to conspiracy theories.
Poor and stupid
or those on the
people
losing
is what
side
they
of
mean.
political processes might also feel disenfranchised in that way. So
I'm
when
gonna
any of
do
these
a
three needs are deprived, what you get is an
Vagisil.
individual who's tempted to believe in conspiracy
Pack a
theories.
fat lip
Now, the
of
same
Vagisil
meta-analysis
'cause
that I
I'm
was
poor
talking
and
about before
stupid.
found that the social
What?
I'm gonna pack a fat lip of Vagisil because I'm poor and stupid.
motives
gonna make a
are
right turn.
particularly supported by the research. So it seems that conspiracy theorists tend to rely quite heavily on individual and collective narcissism. Why individual narcissism? Well, like one of the articles I looked at mentioned, people who endorse conspiracy theories are motivated to stand out among their peers and feel entitled to special recognition. That is basically what narcissism is. If you feel like there's the secret truth that nobody but me knows, but I'm so clever that I've figured it out, then you're going to feel superior to other people, and it's going to fuel that narcissism. Conspiracy theories are also linked to a need for uniqueness and a distrust of others. You feel like, wow, I'm so special compared to other people, and also I can't trust other people. Of course, you're going to be drawn to conspiracy theories. Also, if you feel victimized in the world, you're going to be drawn to conspiracy theories. And who feels victimized in the world better than a narcissist? And why collective narcissism? Why is that associated with conspiracy theories? Collective narcissism is the belief that your in-group is superior to other groups and other people don't appreciate it enough. It's the difference between saying, I love America and America is number one. One of them is just saying, I love the in-group that I belong to, while the other one is saying, my in-group is superior to other groups. And interestingly, studies show that non-narcissistic in-group positivity doesn't lead to conspiracy theories. So if you think, I love our group, but it's not because we're better than other groups, that actually protects you against conspiracy theories. You're not going to believe in conspiracy theories if that's the kind of healthy positivity in your groups that you hold. Now, what about those epistemic motives that I talked about? How do conspiracy theories help conspiracy theorists try to make sense of their environment? Well, conspiracy theories tend to have a reduced tolerance for ambiguity and uncertainty. So if there's something that has like contradicting information, that doesn't sit right with them. They need that cognitive closure, or else they don't know what to do with the cognitive dissonance. They also tend to find meaning in random, unrelated events, and they also over-rely on intuition. Now, intuition can be very valuable, but if you over-rely on it at the expense of other forms of information gathering, then that can lead to some problematic conclusions that you draw. Conspiracy theories are also pretty resistant to falsification. If someone is hiding the truth from the masses, then you can neither disprove nor prove the theory, right? So there's not really anything that you can do to argue with a person like that. Conspiracy theorists also tend to discard huge body
prove to me Bigfoot's not real.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, how am I supposed to do that? Like, and this is why I'm playing this video, and it's the subject that we're going to talk about next is the fucking Chinese goddamn planes. Show me the fucking evidence of your capability to have 6th gen claims. Literally, just show me a plane controlling drone swarms. That's all you need to do. That's like the base technology jump for 6th generation planes. 5th generation planes was air superiority in denied areas. 6th generation is long range drone swarm shit. It's the F-35 basically has all of this technology already, minus the drone control, I believe.
No, but they still will be able to upgrade. Just like the Eurofighter.
Exactly, right? So the F-35 would be that marketing of a 5th and a half generation.
Yeah.
Is what they're going to start
it's like-
calling them.
So to have a platform that will be able to do drone swarms in the future is not 6th generation fighters.
No, it's a whole package.
You need to also have the drones.
Yes,
so you need
exactly.
the drones first. Then you can
Exactly.
say it's a 6th gen plane.
Exactly, and this is why. And I was talking to Sino Talk about this. The big one, basically the second day. The big one, we basically spoke about it. Essentially, came to the same conclusion that it's a bomber. It was only ever going to be a bomber. It's a long-range, high-altitude bomber like a B-2. Can almost guarantee that's the use of it. The other plane, the one that kind of looked pretty funky, probably a drone. They're not going to develop the plane first. Let's be real. Drones are easier to do. You can design a drone with some crazy shit. Those are drones. The other one, guarantee it. That's my call. This is like, I don't have evidence for this. I'm just calling that it's a drone.
Conspiracy theory.
Fucking Jesus Christ. Fucking. But yeah, it's like, no, they're not fighters. And this is the other thing, is they keep saying that they're 5th gen or 6th gen fighters. They're not. They're just not. They tested a twin-seat J-20, I think, and 2 new airframes.
I'm not sure if you've been seeing this, but the autonomous admin in northeast Syria, they've downed several Turkish drones, but they were able to get them fully intact, and now they've reverse engineered them.
No way. I did not hear about this. That's fucking great.
Also, U.S. forces have deployed to Al-Hol camp.
Was that Kobani? Because I think
it's one of the ISIS camps. It's the worst one. It's the biggest and worst one. It's got like children and women in it, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
But they haven't been able to do sweeps because of Trump. Last time. So hopefully they'll get a sweep in the next 2 days.
Well, I've been seeing lots of footage of A-10s hitting Turkish forces. So, sick. I'll say this. The only war that I'll ever support is a war to defend the Kurds.
A war of America versus Turkey?
Pretty much. Or the world, whoever. It's defending the Kurds. That's the only time I'll ever support a war.
If Damascus continually wants to say that they are going to integrate and the Kurds have a place in the state, the big problem with why we haven't been able to get these camps emptied is the UN won't recognize Northeast Syria as they recognize that it's not legitimate. It's not a legitimate country.
Yes.
The UN wouldn't work with them over those camps. If Syria immediately brings those camps under their jurisdiction of the central government and help the Kurds with guarding and sweeping those camps, they can then force the UN in to take action.
Also, the SDF have been, and Rojava have been talking to Jolani and HTS and shit to try and sort this shit out. Because honestly, if anybody is going to successfully bring Syria back, the Kurds are going to be in there. They're going to have to be there.
We'll get into this a lot tomorrow.
Wait, who lied about how many troops were there? The Americans or the Kurds? Because at the end of the day,
They didn't
who gives
lie.
a shit?
They didn't
there
lie.
should
They
be
just
more.
they just didn't count correctly. Basically,
Oh, that's funny.
they thought
really
they had
funny.
more than they needed when Trump pulled him out.
Ah, okay. Yeah, well,
Which is just
this
like-
is
You know, it's like the because you operate like at battalion level and then lower than that, you know. So like company's smaller than battalion, right?
I don't know.
Company level, battalion level, squad level.
I
It
have
was
no
like,
idea.
you know, one of those lower tiers. And so it's like it's not like a direct report to the Pentagon from the handful of soldiers that were deployed there.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's like this is generally my position as well. But think about it like this, right? Because we've established, if you've watched us at all, you've heard us say that ISIS was World War III, right? Which is funny because if war does pop off between Turkey and the Kurds, let's start calling it World War IV, which is why the title is what it is. World War III or 4? I'm not sure. So I think we should
I mean,
start
the
calling
war
it
on
World
terror
War
itself,
IV. Was
it really
World War
is.
III.
It's a global event.
Yeah. So we
It's
should
the
start
global
calling it
war on terror.
World
Global
War
war.
IV. But think about it like this. The Kurds were there the whole time, obviously. Right? They are instrumental in the defeat of ISIS. Instrumental. The Western forces abandoned them. Trump gives Kirkuk back to Iran?
Iraq. But
Iraq.
basically, yes, he gave it to Iran because
Okay.
Iraq is a puppet state.
Right? So gives Kirkuk to Iraq instead of giving it back to the Kurds. Has been
Oh, here we
actively
go.
fucking
Thanks,
over
Cal.
the
From high to
SDF.
low. Team, squad, platoon, company, battalion.
Beautiful.
So yeah, I think it might have been platoon level,
Okay.
which is how many? Maybe even lower.
I think it's 4 squads. I think it's 4, right? A squad is 4, a platoon is 4, a company is 4, battalion is 4, regiment 4, division 4. That would make sense.
Anyway,
Wait, I didn't.
I like
didn't
the
finish.
word intervention more than war.
Intervention.
Yes.
Sure.
So I could say I'm not pro-war, but I'm pro certain interventions.
Okay, that's a better way.
Like if we intervened to help Gaza and tell Israel to fuck off,
You'd
I'd
be
pro
fine with that. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Because yeah, my support for something like that would only be in the event of something like Turkey and the Kurds, Israel, Palestine, Sudan. I would support some kind of intervention to eliminate the Janjaweed. I think that is justifiable.
Good luck.
I know. But, like, I think that would be a reasonable thing to try and get someone to do. Even if it's just, like, a regional power like Nigeria that sends people in to try and fix shit. I don't know. Generally, sending Americans into black and brown countries is not a great idea. But America has been in Kurdish areas for so
Well, I
long.
mean,
Kobani,
South Sudan,
sorry, not
like
Kobani.
it was first group at the time. I think it's third group now, but at the time it was first group, and they trained all these people, and immediately South Sudan goes to war with itself upon gaining independence.
Yeah.
And the people who are going to war against the recognized Juba government are all special forces trained guys. They're all fucking
Yes.
first group trained guys.
So like there's just like there's so many factors to take into account that it's just like I'm even hesitant, and this is why I say that the only one really that I would support is the over the Kurds. People start
And like
really
some of the
like
Green Beret
really
action in West Africa was okay. But generally that idea from Obama about how we can just have special forces everywhere to contain stuff is not effective.
no.
But I like the idea of Green Berets training up local forces. But then all those coups happen.
Yeah.
How many
That's
of
the
those
problem.
people do you think were Green Beret trained who were involved in the coups?
Yeah. It's like how do you pick which side to train as well?
Yeah, I mean, and
Do you
then
just
you
train
look
the
at,
government
like,
forces?
People will blame the CIA for all these military coups.
Yeah.
We've talked about this before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very interesting discussion, but yeah, the only one that I can really give a definite answer on would be the Kurdish one. That if Turkey
and
was
also
to
one of the
genuinely
excuses for the Iraq War was that there was a no-fly zone already in place, so there was no invasion of Iraq.
yeah,
Iraq
that's what
had
they
been
say.
occupied since the time of the First War. So that's another thing is like, if a no-fly zone gets approved by the UN, they took advantage of that in Iraq. Technically, they also did in Libya, but Libya, they literally intervened
Yes, yeah.
when fucking massacres were happening.
Yeah. Okay, so what are we saying here? Trump makes sure he gets his way because he was lied to. It's not a bad point. Honestly, that's not a bad point that maybe it's a spiteful thing that he's going to pull out because of that. But here's the question. Will the military put up with him ordering troops out of Syria?
Doesn't matter, he's the commander-in-chief.
Would they refuse?
They can't.
Bullshit.
They have to obey his orders. What will happen is, like the last time it happened, a general did resign.
Yeah, Mattis, right?
I think so, I'm not sure. I pulled it up last week on the Syria Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I've been thinking about what to call the Sunday stream. I can't believe I didn't think of Syria Sunday sooner. Not only that, Mass Effect Monday. Speaking of which, I think when we get to the 5:45 mark, we might do the intro to 3 as a tease.
We'll see where we stand on
so
the
like
list. 'Cause there's a lot
5:45.
of news.
We'll see where we're at then.
Yeah, just because there's a lot of news, obviously, because we haven't done
Yeah, but
anything
is there-
for like 3 weeks. Yeah, like a lot of stuff I want to talk about.
Of research, for example, there are some people that still to this day maintain that vaccines cause autism when there is not an ounce of scientific truth to this. And they also have something called patternicity, which is a heightened ability to see patterns in many places. Belief in conspiracy theories tends to be stronger when the motivation to find patterns in the environment
what
is
happens
heightened.
when somebody
now, I think
gets
patternicity
autism,
can be a
but they're
good
not
thing. I think if you
vaccinated?
notice patterns, whether
Brains break.
You know, because there's got to be an autistic person out there.
Yeah. Again, you make a very interesting point. Maybe he would try and appoint high-level generals from outside military command. That's kind of interesting. A civilian-led military? That would be a disaster.
Technically, that's what the National Guard is supposed to be.
Interesting. Yeah, all of this stuff, I don't see him, 1, attempting it, 2, successfully getting it through.
I mean, they barely got the speaker approved.
So it's like, I mean, the isolationism is an issue. I mean, technically, sure. How much input
Well, the
does...
National Guard is very strictly supposed to be civilian.
I don't know,
And
it's just...
state by state, too. It was
Yeah,
never
I just
supposed to
I
be
just
centralized.
don't see anything coming of it. I just don't think the military people are going to let Trump fuck the Kurds over again. I feel like there are enough people who know and have fought and died with Kurds that that would be a very bad choice. But I could be
know people
misreading
have
the
been
situation.
trying to call for Petraeus to be in Trump's admin, and
Mm.
I'm like, it's not going to happen. But Petraeus should run for president next.
You reckon?
I mean, his scandal is nothing compared to Trump's scandals, and he could run as this restore order type Republican.
True.
Because he's very centrist. He's definitely conservative, and he's never hid that, but most generals end up being more conservative.
Oh, he was director under Obama.
Yeah, but it was only for like 2 weeks before his scandal hit.
That's funny.
He was honeypotted.
No shit. That's very funny.
So he was having an affair,
Uh-huh.
and the person he was having an affair with wrote a book, and he gave her stuff for that book that he wasn't supposed to.
Like information.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's pretty not really a big deal, you know.
That's fucking hysterical. That's really what it is? Wow.
Yeah, that's why he got booted from the CIA. Yeah, because of that scandal. I mean, I think he resigned.
Yeah.
That would never happen under the Trump admin if he was the CIA director. Nobody would care.
Confirmed 94-0. Nice.
Whether it's in somebody's behavior or in society or even in history, that can make you really good at certain things. For example, I like to think that pattern finding helps me bring together different legends and mythologies into the fiction that I write, because I draw from all these different legends from different parts of the world into one cohesive narrative. But it can also be used for evil. If you see patterns where there are none, and it's not in fiction, it's you maintaining that this is reality, then that can be a problem. And conspiracy theories thrive on cognitive biases, these mental shortcuts that get us to incorrect conclusions.
But this is why I'm saying that maybe the military would stand up to him and tell him to go fuck himself, because they are aware of the fact that the SDF is one of the most valuable partnerships in that entire region.
Well, you know exactly how he's going to respond to Jelani being in power.
Of course. He's just going to cry ISIS, and it's like, well, you clearly didn't
He's gonna
defeat
say,
ISIS.
all their precious blood and treasure fighting terrorists, and now they want us to side with them.
One really big one is confirmation bias. When you seek out evidence that confirms your own beliefs, and you dismiss any evidence that challenges your beliefs.
Why would we fight
Another
Iraq
one is
when we spent so much money in Iraq? Why would we then be fighting them? You wouldn't be fighting them. You'd be just standing there and going, stop. It worked against Saddam Hussein as well. Wow. After those no-fly zones came in, ethnic massacres in Kurdistan's. You know, the Iraqi army couldn't just move in.
No. It's interesting. It is interesting discussion though.
proportionality bias, which is the belief that significant events must have substantial causes. And belief in conspiracy theories we know are stronger when the events are larger in scale. So like I mentioned, 9/11, COVID-19, the bigger in scale it is, the more likely people are to believe it's a conspiracy. Conspiracy theories are also correlated with lower...
Technically, you could say I believe in a 9/11 conspiracy theory only because I have a narrative that the government hasn't specifically endorsed, but it's scientifically backed.
Okay.
Because I strongly believe that the molten aluminum fell into the sprinkler pools to accelerate an explosion.
Oh, that's what the...
Yes, that's not what the government claimed at all. I think the 9/11 report is full of errors, and I mean, that's what our episode is about, is like the errors in the reporting and how like and how it's like, I love just Adam's response of, I'm not an engineer, you know? Because that's the other thing is like, it really doesn't matter if the aluminum theory is valid or not, because
No.
you can't deny that Al Qaeda did it. As soon as you know as much as the politics and background to it.
Yeah.
So like that's why like the worst you can get is the government knew it was going to happen and let it happen, which
And let
still
it,
is
yeah.
not denialism. It's a conspiracy theory, but it's not denialism. That's Jesse Ventura level, which is functionally normal. Jesse
Normal?
Ventura is baseline normal conspiracy theorist, and that guy is a loon. Everyone else is worse than that.
Well, we don't have to worry about 5G anymore because China has 6G. Zero evidence for this too. They're just like, oh, we have 6G now as well. We also have 5G AI robot things that speak to people, but definitely isn't a booth babe behind a curtain. No.
levels of analytical thinking.
But yeah,
and
we should just believe that China's come up with a brand new, faster form of communication. And 6th gen planes.
experimentally
Notice how they're moving to 6?
Kenya are the ones. They've done a lot of
Yeah.
strides getting 3G everywhere.
Yes.
I'm pro that.
And 3G is getting shut down in the global north.
Well, that's fine as long as more remote places in Africa have connections.
Have internet? Yeah.
Because
agree.
like the internet is like a fundamental freedom now.
And it should be. It's information. It's
It's
information
recognized
for
by
people.
the UN as one.
Good. That's good.
eliciting more analytical thinking in people tends to reduce their belief in conspiracy theories. They also tend to reject scientific findings, and they tend to believe contradictory statements. Belief in conspiracy
Trust
theories
the
is also
science.
correlated with lower levels of education. And education
No way,
undermines
porn's
the
stupid.
erroneous reasoning processes that are often found in conspiracy beliefs. Conspiracy theories provide simple answers to what are typically very complex, uncertain situations. So if some studies say one thing, other studies say the opposite, it can't be that it depends on the strengths and limitations of those studies or on context, or even, God forbid, that the truth isn't black and white. No, it must be that somebody's pulling the strings behind the scenes to cover up the truth. And ironically, conspiracy theories don't accomplish this goal of helping people make sense of their environment, because those theories shield their beliefs from uncertainty while also being less likely to be accurate. And what about those existential motives? How do people turn to conspiracy theories when they feel unsafe and out of control in their environment? Studies show that people tend to turn to conspiracy theories when they feel more
It's probably not a bad idea to have incentives to not use the internet, but also it's not going to stop now.
anxious, when they feel more powerless. Belief in conspiracy theories is associated with higher levels of powerlessness, external locus of control, meaning feeling like you can't affect change in your life. When sense of control decreases,
Wait,
belief
that
in
didn't
conspiracy
show up for
theories
me in the
increases.
chat.
And paradoxically, the belief
Dunno.
in conspiracy theories worsens the sense of autonomy
broke
and control.
again.
Because those who believe in
last thing I
conspiracy
see is
theories tend to
War
have
Thunder
lower
Thor
self-efficacy,
porn.
less of a willingness to engage in things like politics or protecting the environment.
Wait, what's the channel name? This channel?
Thank you to Parrot for sponsoring a portion of
Oh, this is this channel.
I will say, not a
Seems-
great name.
The name? No. Needs,
Like if you're already established, sure. You know,
Yeah.
like Legal Eagle is a great name. Law with whatever the fuck his name is not a great name.
But you've also got I guess she's got a brand.
Anna Uden. What is that name? What is Uden? What background is that from?
No idea. Cuz it's not like this chick.
Oh, I love her
Right.
so much. I want her.
That
I want her to show
has-
so bad, bro.
I have so many questions. But like
great
your
channel
friendly
name.
nuclear physicist, brilliant, great, fantastic. Right? This is great content. Honestly, like really informative
Yeah,
stuff.
she's so
and
good.
needs a new name. Like real life psychology applications is not awful, but this channel name is not going to bring anything in. But she has 500,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, whatever. But like, interesting
But
subjects
it's luck.
as well.
Most of the time, a
Yeah.
lot of this is luck. It's not really like you don't need the perfect name. Like you can help your odds.
Yes.
You know, like our name is awful. It's not very searchable. Other things will come up if you search it.
We're getting there. Let them eat cake is fine. There's like some old TV show that comes up first. But if you type in the number, it usually comes up.
Environment. And ironically, by being persuaded by low-quality evidence to believe in conspiracy theories, they are being manipulated by malevolent
But also,
forces,
like,
which is the exact thing
we're
that they
not
fear.
necessarily like focused on staying and branded on social media.
Yeah.
Like our applications are bigger than social media.
Yeah.
That's why it's fine to have a terrible name, because it's better in other applications where we need it.
Yeah, exactly.
Conspiracy theorists also tend to believe that the world is a dangerous place. They tend to be more cynical. They tend to feel alienated in society, hostile, and disadvantaged. Their self-esteem and their trust in others is low. And ironically, belief in conspiracy theories only makes people feel more alienated and more unsafe in their environment.
It's the funny,
so it doesn't even meet.
That's the funny thing about it, is it makes you worse. It's literally, I've taken what you've said and I've decided to become worse. That's choosing to be a conspiracy theorist.
That's your philosophy in general.
Their existential
Mine? Yes, generally.
motives. Studies also show that there are some differences between people who believe in conspiracy theories in general versus people who believe in one type of conspiracy theory. Those who generally have a predisposition towards conspirational thinking tend to desire certainty, perceive the world as dangerous, and score higher on psychopathology, whereas those who believe in specific conspiracy theories tend to do so for social reasons. Again, remember, because they believe their in-group is better than other groups. Now, if you're still struggling to understand why someone would believe in conspiracy theories, here are some of the benefits they get out of it. According to Van Pruyen, the psychological benefits of believing in conspiracy theories include providing a sense of meaning and purpose, sparking feelings of importance, legitimacy, and excitement, instant gratification, defending a fragile ego by perceiving the self and the in-group as important, rationalizing any and all beliefs as legitimate, such as the idea that you're valid to strike out preemptively with aggression because those people were going to hurt you first. And also, this one was the most interesting to me, conspiracy theories are entertaining to uncover. Conspiracy beliefs tend to be linked to aversion to boredom and sensation seeking. Van Pruyen says, conspiracy theories typically portray an archetypal struggle between good and evil and introduce mystery about the potentially dubious role of powerful and important societal actors. It is therefore not surprising that the plot lines of many works of fiction center around conspiracy theories. Believing conspiracy theories turns perceivers into active players in such spectacular narratives and gives them the opportunity, much like lay detectives, to uncover a mystery. And this is why I actually follow a conspiracy.
Think about what Q is. What she just read is describing Q to a T. They're uncovering a mystery. It's a conspiracy.
Speaking about Q, Flynn, right? I was laughing because I don't remember exactly what Flynn made the post about. But fucking CIA Sarah responded to him. And like he was actually a real person who cares about reality. Like, you should know me, you know? Like, I questioned you in the Benghazi hearing. Like, you know me better than that, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, he's not a real human anymore. He is a homunculus, Sarah. You cannot reason with Michael Flynn. He does not exist inside reality, and he's purposely doing shit to distort things for his own agenda. You silly little goose.
Conspiracy theorist on TikTok because it inspires my fiction. It gives me all these ideas of things to connect together that are really great in something like fiction or artwork. Not so great when you're working with reality. Going back to your Uncle Jerry, who believes in conspiracy theories, let's run through a summary of everything we just discussed. Why might Uncle Jerry believe in conspiracy theories? It could be because he has some sort of mental disorder like psychosis. It could be because of a personality disorder, particularly narcissism, paranoid personality disorder, schizotypal personality disorder. It could be because he has a fragile ego. He needs to feel superior to other people, and he needs the group that he belongs to feel superior to other groups because for some reason he probably feels disenfranchised or underappreciated in society. Maybe he's lost his role. Maybe he's lost his identity or his job or whatever it is. Maybe he's gone through a really tumultuous divorce, and now he feels like Where is my place in the world? Why am I where I am now? It must be that there are
What is your
malevolent people
purpose?
pulling the strings to make sure that I have the outcome of my life that I have. It couldn't possibly be the consequences of my own actions. Conspiracy theories could be his way of just trying to make sense of his environment when things are confusing. Maybe he uses a lot of cognitive distortions or errors in his thinking. Maybe he's not super educated. Maybe he doesn't really think very analytically, and so he falls into these mental traps. Maybe he needs to understand his environment better, or maybe he doesn't feel safe in his environment, whether it be because of paranoia, because of disenfranchisement, whether it's because of very real or imagined factors. He just doesn't feel safe. He doesn't trust other people. And there's this underlying paranoia that paints everything. And so maybe when he sees conspiracy theories, that's the first time that he's felt like, wow, I know something that other people don't. I'm in on a little secret. He feels like his eyes have been opened, like he's been awakened. It's exciting to him. It's entertaining. It fills a hole in his life. It gives him that instant gratification, because we know that feeling like you are morally righteous is basically like a drug hit for people. Maybe he gets to bond with other conspiracy theorists, and in that way he retains a sense of belonging when really he feels very alienated and lonely in real life. So if you're dealing with an Uncle Jerry, what are some tips? Uncle Jerry's got to develop some critical thinking skills. He's got to get up his analytical skills, his reasoning, possibly his education level. That's not really something that you can do for him, except by trying to compassionately nudge him in that direction and just leading by example. I do find that it's pretty helpful for people to model the behavior that you wish for them to emulate. You know, like if someone is emotionally immature, model emotional maturity. If somebody is really impulsive, then model emotion regulation. In this case, model your process of reasoning. Model the way that you deconstruct your own cognitive errors. Show how it's done, and maybe he'll start to catch on. Also, make sure that you're differentiating between reliable and unreliable sources of information. If you're having a respectful conversation, I don't recommend an argument about conspiracy theories, but if you're having a respectful conversation about it, then respectfully tell the other person, listen, this website that you showed me, this is not reliable. Let me show you like the actual raw data on this, which contradicts what this is saying. And you want to really try to be empathic and non-judgmental when you have these dialogues, because if you're not, and if you just really come down on the other person really hard, they're just going to feel more alienated. They're going to feel more inferior. They're going to feel more unsafe in their environment, more confused about what's going on. And that's just going to push them further from the truth and deeper into their conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories, remember, are based on paranoia. If you want the other person to not be paranoid anymore, you have to make it very clear that you are not threatening to them. And lastly, in some
Look, yeah. If you, we have literally broken people out of conspiracy thinking in the chat. We've done it live. Like, it's
Hey,
not
I can't
impossible.
highlight this comment as well.
Which
but
one?
Can you highlight this Birdman comment about you made comment earlier about racism?
Yeah.
What I actually said is we used to make jokes about like tranny stuff. Like, and inside the gay community, right? In the queer community, we would say things like this. And I'm saying that we could make racial jokes if there wasn't racism now. It has to, it's, so as soon as something becomes oppressive in society, it immediately becomes less funny because you're punching down.
That's it?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
that's exactly the point, you know? Like, as soon as you're not punching down, it's funny.
And you don't. It's not even.
And that's why Dave Chappelle was constantly being like, "I'm not punching down. I'm punching straight when I go after trans people." It's like, you're not though.
So I get where you're coming from, but I just sort of just make it funny.
You know, but you hear those. It's like, oh, you can't joke about that anymore.
No,
But
you can.
But it
you
changes
literally can
over time, though. Like,
of course it does.
What becomes acceptable changes, and it can go back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And also, when you actually think about comedy and you're writing a joke, just being like, haha, tranny exists, that's not funny.
Well, like,
right?
It's probably a stolen joke, but, like, there's a Carlos Mencia thing where he says, like, if you can take a dick, you can take a joke. Right?
Yes.
And, like, Carlos Mencia, although it was, like, all stolen stuff, like, that was an era of, like, really, like, it's like the Attitude Era of comedy, right? That era where it was, like, okay to joke about all this stuff.
Yeah. But it's like you can make funny comedy with sensitive topics. Like it's not unheard of. And you shown me one, and I've seen a couple people who make some pretty funny jokes about topics like trans people, right? Generally, it's people who are a fan of trans people. Or
yeah, I know
not...
Whitney Cummings has been taking shit because she was like one of the worst comedy specials of 2024, but she was also posting like cut jokes and stuff, and it was all trans shit and stuff.
Yeah. But it's like just make it funny. Like a lot of the reasons that trans jokes aren't funny is because they're tired. They're boring. They're not original. They're not unique. They're just copy-pasted conservative thoughts, which is why conservatives can't make jokes about trans people. It's why trans jokes always fall flat when they come from conservative comedians. They just, because they live in this unreality where trans people are the devil.
That we've heard 1,000 times.
Yes, right. And it's just because it's the same thought that we've heard a million times, because it's not original, because it's a thought that we've heard on the internet millions of times. It's not funny. It just isn't. Like, I couldn't think of a joke on the spot about a trans, like a joke with trans as the punchline on the spot. But it's like, you sit down and think about it, you could come up with a premise. If you have trans friends, you could talk to them about experiences that they have, that they've experienced alone.
You want to know a great setup for trans jokes?
Go on.
Simple setup where you can do so many things with it. You say like, and people say they're not real women, and then do like women jokes, right?
Yeah. Yes, that's a perfect example, right? And then play on women's stereotypes, and then you get a double hitter joke.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fantastic, right? That's a perfect example.
It bypasses them and their gender identity to go straight to something that's already been accepted, and that's misogyny. You know, like it's a harder line to cross when it stops being funny, misogyny.
Yeah. Yes. But it's like, I mean, that is a perfect example, right? It's like, just off the top of my head, based on that premise, you can go after the driving thing, right? Right? You can be like, you could be like, oh, I had a trans friend. This trans friend was a great driver. They transitioned, got F on that license, and instantly crashed their car.
Well, speaking about driving, you know the Asian driving joke?
Mm-hmm.
There's a Family Guy cutaway where he's like, I merge now! And he, like, destroys all the cars behind him.
Mm.
And, like, I think that Family Guy cutaway is genuinely funny.
Okay. That doesn't ring any
I'd have to
bells at
find
all.
it. But in the meantime, you want to see funny suicide stuff? We love
funny suicide
right? Suicide's
stuff.
great to make fun of.
Suicide's badass.
Yeah, suicide is badass. Okay, hang on. Almost there.
Come on.
I just gotta share the screen.
Secrets.
I got you.
Oh my god. Amazing. Incredible. That's fucking great. Alright.
I know the cutaway and I think it's funny. See? Comedy still exists.
Last week, China revealed not one, but two new stealth aircraft to the world through what appeared to be a carefully...
Okay, so this is probably just going to be a video that we let play and we kind of discuss, because this guy is excellent. This video is fantastic. This is how you report about these planes.
staged series of test flights over populated areas that were sure to produce a slew of images and videos that could find their way onto the handful of social media platforms that currently dominate global discourse. These aircraft, despite being distinct in their own ways, shared angular, stealthy features and a tailless design, prompting many online to refer to them as sixth-generation fighters.
So this one, my prediction is that this one is a drone. I genuinely think that this one is a drone.
Though, to date, neither the Chinese military nor the government have made any public statements about their roles or designation.
This one is likely a bomber. Or some kind of outside visual range, long range kind of thing.
Do we think
To
this,
some,
like,
this
type of wing setup, the triangle, is that where we're going with shit in the next gen?
I fucking hope not. Because it looks shit.
I thought, like, you know, like the reverse wings that they'll put in the front.
The
like
Russian plane,
the
F-35
F-35 and F-22 have them. They have reverse wings in the front type stuff. They're like stabilizers in the front.
You mean the Carnards?
Yeah, I don't know what they're called.
The F-35s don't have them.
But no, they like
you're
incorporate them into the design. They use the aerodynamics of that design.
Oh, so you're
so they
you
like
talking about this little
yeah, so that like helps that helps with having that front wing that other planes will have. They have like a halfway point there. And then there's also the reverse wing, you know those?
Like the J-20.
Yeah, see, like the J-20 has an extended one, but it also has those cut-ins as well.
Yeah, they do. Maybe that's a stealth thing.
Well, if you look at the Eurofighter, I think. See, that's the classic front wing type thing. So that's what I'm saying is like if you're getting rid of that front wing section and it's only a delta wing triangle. The Raphael also it's not quite like deltaed as well. It looks like the wings are kind of rounded on the very back.
It's a cool looking plane though. I do see, and this is the thing. Maybe China took some design cues from European designs on this one.
But do you know what's a plane that uses the reverse wing?
The Su-57. No, Su-47. This one.
Yes.
Fucking cool plane. I wish they went ahead with this, but the Soviet Union collapsed as this was getting developed.
There's no other planes that are modern that use this reverse wing design?
I don't believe so. They're a goofy ass looking plane. But no, looks like this one, the Grumman X-29, and then.
But I don't think it helps with stealth. But I think it like makes them like take more G's or something. I don't remember.
This is a very interesting design. Oh, here's another one. De Havilland Sea Devil. Interesting.
That looks like an old plane.
Yeah, it is.
It's got the old bullseyes on it.
Well, that's the British ensign. Man, cool fucking plane. There's... I think that... that's a different plane. Interesting.
It's funny because this is what a lot of drones that look like now.
Yeah. I really like the P-38. This thing. This thing is cool. One of the coolest fucking planes, in my opinion. But enough about planes before I get distracted.
Revelation conjured a sense of foreboding and even doom, as it seemed to suggest China's efforts to field a 6th-generation fighter are rapidly maturing, while America's own 6th-gen fighter, now 10 years into development, remains on hold, pending some difficult budgetary decisions to be made by the incoming Trump administration. Others, however, were quick to dismiss these new Chinese
look at
jets
that.
as little more than vaporware.
No, hang. Like, not having the front stabilization wing with a delta wing pattern. I don't know enough about aerodynamics in planes, but I want to say that this is a critical thing that needs to be pointed out. But I've also seen the American designs, and they are similar.
Yeah. Well, it's also tailless though, because you gotta like think about the B2, right? Because if we look at the B2. I would call that delta wing as well.
Yeah, but
Just
doesn't
because
like
it's got
the
cuts.
117, you know, like they're like notoriously impossible to fly.
Oh yeah, it's super unstable.
Yeah, because of the shape, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So we can't see what's on top, but I assume it's not really the top that makes this unstable. It's the general
It's the
shape,
wings,
the
yeah.
triangular nature of it.
What a wicked looking plane though.
I think it looks kind of dumb, to be honest. See, like, look at that one. You see what I mean? Like, even that looks more aerodynamic than the triangle China is flying right there.
Yeah. Cybertruck aesthetics. Or is the Cybertruck F-117 aesthetics?
Making dismissing quips about made in China stickers and the nation's well-established propensity for making technological progress more through espionage and theft than through traditional means.
Which is
and the
fine.
truth, as is so often the case,
Yeah, like whatever. But it's still a point to be made that it's like, you guys steal your shit. Like, you can't be out here being like, we made new things and not provide evidence for it.
really falls somewhere in between.
Well, that's
Like,
what my
the
favorite
Gen
thing
20
is.
looks
Is like
sick.
the army replacing the Blackhawk, right? So they went with the Bell, that's like the Osprey looking one, right? But the other one was like the Blackhawk X type
Yeah.
design, but it was like futurized from that like Blackhawk X design. Like the Blackhawk X design went into whatever the fucking other prototype was. That's really silent and it's really quick. But the main reason why the Army didn't go with it is that they hadn't solved the engine problem on it yet. They were like, oh, we have the engine in production, but it's not on the helicopter yet. Meanwhile, Bell, with their twin rotor, already had the engines ready to go and stuff, and it had the distance capabilities. But in theory, this smaller stealth helicopter would be able to hit the same distance because it can fly faster on less fuel. But China assumed we were going to go with the stealth one, and they reproduced it. But the engine problem was never solved.
Which is why they have two, right?
Well, we haven't really seen them use this, because it's not dual rotor, maybe, when there's two stacked on top of each other. Dual rotor, not twin rotor, right?
Sure. Oh, you're talking
So
about
it
the
would be dual if
helicopter,
it's one on top of the other.
Rotates opposite directions.
Yeah, they rotate in opposite directions, but they're on top of each other.
No tail rotor. Yeah, it's a Russian thing, wasn't it?
Well,
The Russians have one, do they not?
there still is a tail rotor, but ours comes out of the Blackhawk X program. And had been developed for a while. But that's the
Kamov
thing is it's funny
KA50.
to me because they didn't solve the engine thing, and they also put like a stabilizer on the tail so they won't fucking break the tail when they try to land it. Like it has a little peg on the tail that it can land on.
There's no tail rotor.
Not on these. The I don't know what the helicopter's called. The future America helicopter. Stealth Swarovski helicopter. MHX or something.
Let's see. It's giving me the Stealth Black Hawk.
Yeah, that's the X.
It's not telling me anything.
With the revelation of these aircraft marking a significant development in China's rapid military modernization and aggressive expansionary goals. But
It's
while
called
that
the Raider
significance
X.
cannot be discounted, it shouldn't be
Or the Defiant.
Wow, that looks awful.
Yeah, watch a video of it though. Listen to how quiet this thing is. If this is the one I'm thinking of.
Just watching one beat.
Probably have to search test flight. If this is just gonna be music, you know, you have to do the test flight.
On the battlefield of the future, soldiers need to fly farther, faster, smarter.
This is also promo.
Our
I'll
next
find
generation
one.
helicopter.
Well, it's not. There isn't anything.
I'll find one. I'll show it to you. I'll get it. Just give me a sec.
Like you're telling me to find.
No,
shit
I
I've never
know
seen.
what I'm looking for. So I'll be able to grab one. I just want some asshole at a like air show where they're demonstrating it, you know? Found it. Found what I was looking for. The exact video I was looking for. Like for a helicopter, that's quiet as fuck.
Yeah, dude, I'm the same. I love military shit so much, and then I just have to remind myself they use this to.
This
kill
is
people.
to kill people.
Yeah, exactly.
But killing people is
Exaggerated.
badass.
either. Because while many have taken to seeing America's massive defense apparatus as something of a suit.
It's really funny though that all these people, right, that I'm challenging, I'm like, hey, can you show me evidence of the 6th gen capabilities? They just respond by spurging out, right? They just go insane. They just go crazy. And it's like, imagine if I wasn't being antagonistic and genuinely wanted evidence of 6th gen capabilities. Do you think I'm gonna believe China after getting berated for multiple days for simply just asking for evidence? Probably not, right?
Questions.
Ridiculous.
Suit of armor around the Western world. One so large and powerful that it stands without.
So I think we explained this a little bit before, but basically, 5th generation is, from what I understand, air superiority within denied areas. So anti-air stealth, like anti-air air superiority, basically. So
I mean, technically, there's no real rules.
No.
So you could say anything is 6th gen.
Technically, yes, but there is like a set sort of standard of what they're aiming for, which is to be a hub for drones, so not have as many piloted planes, but have sort of a command center. Heads-up displays, as well as the F-35 technology of like being able to see through the plane. Like the F-35 is essentially when that helmet's on. From what I've heard, basically the plane doesn't exist. You can see everything around you as you move your head, right? 6th generation technology.
Not only that, multiple countries have used the aircraft to, Israel has used it to kill Palestinians. Turkey has used it to kill Kurds.
Yeah. So it's like...
No, they don't have F-35s in Turkey.
No, they don't. They have the Khan. Fighter... standard.
The F-4 Phantom is 5th gen? Really? If you say so.
So it's basically just complete digitalization. Everything is digital. Separation of flight critical operations from other functionality. Directed energy weapons. Variable cycle engines. Helmet mounted displays, 360 vision, AI enhanced battle awareness. Optionally manned. So the plane can be manned or unmanned. It will be a main part of what makes 6th gen. But mostly it's the drone hub capabilities, plus stealth and long range, sort of beyond visual range engaging, from what I understand. So far, China has not demonstrated any of these capabilities with either of those planes. There will not be evidence of any of these capabilities.
Which is fine with me. They can continue not demonstrating.
Yeah, that's fine, right? That's fine, but people are going to have to deal with having the legitimacy of their 6th generation capabilities called into question. Airframe demonstrations are not uncommon. They could easily do it. These flights weren't, as this guy said, right? These flights weren't announced. They were secret, but flew over populated areas, right? This is just China's MO. They wanted people to do this speculation. They know that these planes aren't 6th gen. They know. They don't care, because all it is them letting their information agents do their work. And the West is eating it the fuck up, which is why I wanted to show this video, because this video is possibly the best take I've seen covering these.
Out Pier, the plain truth of the matter is, an enemy doesn't need to build their own matching suit of armor to effectively wage war against the United States.
Okay, I'm gonna sign out and sign back in again to try and fix my chat.
Yeah. Yeah, more or less, from my understanding, it's like the drone manned unmanned capabilities, the ability to be unobstructed with your vision, which aids also the drone thing. The plane itself can be drone controlled outside, so you don't have to have a pilot, which means that you could theoretically, let's use the Chinese planes, let's say the J-35's got an upgrade to be made into drones, right? So let's say this new thing, the J-36, whatever they want to call it, is their 6th gen plane. This plane would have control and capability to send out planes to attack as air combat. That is going to be air combat. I don't think we're going to see dogfighting anymore. I think we're going to see drone-to-drone combat from drone platforms, and that's what 6th generation is going to be. But yes, for the most part, it's that plus other stuff which I'm sure we don't actually know about. This is what's being able to be found. According to China, 6th gen is just the shape of the plane. If it has no tail, it's a 6th generation plane. That's what China thinks.
It needs only to identify and attack that armor's weakest points. An effective archer doesn't need a sword, a shield, a helmet, and a breastplate to defeat a knight.
Yeah,
He needs only a strong enough...
Exactly. Think about if that is what's happening here, how an air battle will be held over Taiwan. Completely different game.
bow and the right kind of arrows. So let's talk about China's new stealth jets, what they really mean for American defense.
So this was an interesting point.
To effectively wage war against the world, one so large and powerful that it stands way exaggerated either. Because while many have taken to seeing America's massive defense apparatus as something of a suit of armor around the Western world, one so large and powerful that it stands without peer, the plain truth of the matter is, an enemy doesn't need to build their own matching suit of armor to effectively wage war against the United States. It needs only to identify and attack that armor's weakest points.
And that I think is the most pertinent point here, because I'm asking for the capabilities, because if China has these capabilities and America's behind, that's a big deal. And that is why I'm so skeptical. Because it's power projection. Why are we letting them get away with power projection? Prove it.
I mean, how far along are they on the Dark Star?
Is that their NGAD thing? Or is that a different thing?
It's the Top Gun plane.
Yeah, like, is that their NGAD program, or is it a different program?
I don't know. I just know that it didn't exist when Top Gun came out, and basically Top Gun was... I think it's Lockheed that makes it. It was just basically like them trying to get the plane made.
Well, from what I've
to get the
heard,
funding to be like, this is a good idea, pay us.
Well, yes, actually, that's essentially what I heard, is that they made a mock-up, a real plane, but a mock-up, of what they would want to make, and were like, this is what we want to make. It doesn't exist, but give us money, we'll make it. And it was
yeah, but I want to say they since Top Gun came out recently, they reinvested and actually approved the program and now confirmed it exists. Because when Top Gun came out, there was no confirmed, yes, this exists. It's kind of like how we knew the Beast of Kandahar existed before it was confirmed, and how we know that there's future versions of the Beast of Kandahar even though they're not confirmed.
An effective archer doesn't need a sword, a shield, a helmet, and a breastplate to defeat a knight. He needs only a strong enough bow and the right kind of arrows. So let's
do like that. Say, it matters what arrow it is. It's not about the bow strength.
Exactly. So that's why I want to know, because if they have these capabilities, America's fucked. America needs to move quickly. And if they're talking about reunification again, and Trump's coming in, we might see some shit happen.
Well, I'm sure Trump isn't going to care about Taiwan, even because he's going to be like, yeah, then we'll take over the semiconductor industry.
You know what he will care about? Japan. When Japan tells him to go fuck himself or get his ass over to that region, and maybe risking the loss of Japan as an ally.
He'll cry about how they're mean to him.
Mm-hmm.
And how we don't have good friends.
Well, and then the Philippines will also be like, well, you promised, where the fuck are you? Because the US literally promised that if, in the event that China attacks the Philippines or escalates something, that America is there to defend them. So, I guess we'll see.
talk about China's new stealth jets, what they really mean for American defense, and whether or not they could represent some serious new arrows in China's quiver. I'm Alex Hollings, and this is Air Power. On December 26, 1893, a peasant was born in China's Hunan province amid a period of conflict and transition. By his 18th birthday, China's last imperial dynasty had fallen.
So I found out that Henry Kissinger is the reason that the One China policy exists.
More of the
So that's
comments
kinda-
are
that-
showing up,
That's kind of neat.
but not all of the comments still.
Kissinger's dead, right?
Is now.
Great. Wish he died fucking longer ago. Scum.
I just think that
Into
he
revolution.
takes a lot of the evil credit from Brzezinski.
Interesting.
You know, Brzezinski is just as bad, and he gets away with it.
Interesting.
I mean, Kissinger oversaw. If Brzezinski was around as long, that would be different. But Kissinger oversaw like the bombing of Cambodia and like all that shit.
That's right. Yeah, because I was about to ask, didn't he do the Cambodia campaign? Yeah.
But that's just direct military.
By his
action.
26th.
That's like the least of the problems. Empowering certain people is much worse because then it's generational.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
A swelling tide of Chinese nationalism and the rejection of traditional Confucian values grew into the May 4th movement, shifting the national political playing field toward populism
Here come
and
the
setting the
dunce
stage
hats.
for this peasant-turned-teacher to assume a founding role in the establishment of a new political faction, the Chinese Communist Party. By 1935, he'd shed his peasant teacher and librarian.
Actually, it's the Communist Party of China.
Titles
CPPP,
for good,
CCC.
taking on his new role as the sole leader of the CCP. And in 1949, his forces routed the nationalist government, forcing them to withdraw to Taiwan and allowing for the establishment of the People's Republic of China, a new single-party state he would preside over in one form or another until his death. Under his rule, the first leader of China's CCP would amass a death toll rivaling that of history's most horrific despots, killing millions through famine while telling his inner circle that it's, quote, better to let half the people die so that the other half can eat
I
their
hate
fill.
this type of shit, though.
State-sanctioned violence saw...
Like to say like to do it, bring it down to a numbers game, especially when it was done through incompetence and famine, as compared to the Holocaust
or Stalin.
Assad is worse than Mao. Hot take.
Yes. No, absolutely. Assad is worse than Mao.
You know,
The-
he's
the
not worse than Hitler.
No, the incompetence of Mao is the critique. Maoism is not necessarily a bad idea.
Well, Maoism is second gen Mao, when he embraced self-critique and said, "I fucked up everything."
Yeah, okay. That makes sense because
it's post Great Leap Forward. It's when he lost power in the party.
Yes, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Because the whole Red Guard thing, the whole killing people because they have glasses thing, kinda dumb. Kinda pretty dumb. You're a fucking idiot. Oh, let's kill all the sparrows. Great fucking idea, you actual troglodyte. What the fuck were you thinking? Oh, let's give all of our produce to Russia, and then instead of accepting that our people can't produce that much food, threaten them so they lie and put all the produce at the front, and then famine ensues. Excellent. Great fucking work.
Still more killed, imprisoned, and tortured. And amid these violent purges, thousands reportedly opted to end their own lives rather than meet a far worse fate in the hands of his CCP. Today, the blood-soaked legacy of this teacher-turned-revolutionary, revolutionary-turned-politician, and politician...
That's a good one. That's something else.
Turned tyrant remains powerful, with a massive portrait of the man looming tall over Tiananmen Square, and tens of thousands celebrating his memory on the anniversary of his birthday on December 26th of each year. But this year, on what would have been Chairman Mao Zedong's 131st birthday, those celebrations were punctuated by the reveal of not one, but two new stealth aircraft meant for service in China's rapidly modernizing military. These platforms, adorned with angular and stealthy features and lacking in vertical tail surfaces, highlight just how quickly Mao's China has closed the technological gap that once defined Sino-American relations, challenging the American global air power hegemony for what may genuinely be the first time in more than a half century. Or at least, that's how it appears at first glance. But to really understand what these advanced new aircraft mean for China and for American security, first glances are not enough. So let's dive deep.
It looks like is not evidence, is basically what he just said. And this is why I wanted to show this video, and this will probably be the only video we look at, to be completely honest, because this pretty much explains everything.
Deeper into these aircraft, their potential use cases, and what type of threat they may really pose. And let's start with the Delta Wing J-36. The first of these new stealth aircraft to surface online has reportedly been given the designation J-36, marking what would be the highest numerical designation for a Chinese fighter since the recently unveiled 5th generation J-35. Seen accompanied by the world's only two-seat stealth fighter, the J-20S, the J-36's modified Delta Wing design seems reminiscent of the J-20.
The cool thing about the J-20S is that they're side by side, I'm pretty sure. It's like the F-111. They're side-by-side pilots, which is very interesting.
In the same way, the developmental F-16XL was an extension of the original F-16 design. And indeed, that similarity may speak to the intended operational use case for this stealthy aircraft. The General Dynamics F-16XL was a cranked arrow wing derivative of the F-16A that competed with the F-15E Strike Eagle in the mid-80s for the U.S. Air Force's enhanced tactical fighter competition. And while the Strike Eagle ultimately won out thanks to its high performance and lower manufacturing cost,
it's probably because the F-15 is fucking... it's the tits. Fuck your F-16.
F-16XL demonstrated just how valuable incorporating that broader wing configuration could be for certain types of mission sets. The F-16XL's cranked arrow design improved the aircraft's lift-to-drag ratio and allowed for nearly double the onboard fuel capacity, and as a result, it could carry twice the payload of a standard F-16 to targets as much as 40.
Yeah, it was probably also much more stable, I imagine.
4% further away. Thanks to improved aerodynamic efficiency in conjunction with that added lift, the F-16XL could even outperform the smaller and lighter F-16 in a drag race, besting the F-16A's top speed at high altitudes by better than 300 knots, or roughly 345 miles per hour. And perhaps most notable of all, the much larger relative size of the F-16XL allowed for an astonishing 29 hardpoints, making it possible for this Viper derivative to carry more 250-pound bombs into combat than any aircraft of its type. And like the F-16XL, the J-36's center fuselage is directly reminiscent of those found on China's existing J-20 and even to some extent the J-35, with slightly different intake design and a larger overall size to accommodate larger payloads. However, from there, the design does depart pretty dramatically from China's previous stealth fighters. Perhaps most notable about the J-36's design is its lack of standing vertical tail surfaces. This design element is commonly associated with 6th generation fighters. You can't see my air quotes, but I assure you they're there. And they offer several advantages in terms of low observability, even if it comes at the expense of technical complexity and some reduction in aerobatic maneuverability. Stealth fighters, like America's F-22 or China's J-20, are generally designed to limit detection and targeting against...
Yeah, that's the other thing about 5th gen planes is super maneuverability was a heavy aspect. There's not going to be much maneuverability in these new planes, I don't think. And if this plane that China's made is a 6th generation plane and it is the airframe that they're going with, it's not going to be very maneuverable.
High frequency.
It's going to be one of those ones that sort of circles the battlefield and controls everything. And that, if it can do that, would be a 6th gen plane, I would say.
Radar arrays.
At minimum, is on its way.
that are capable of producing what we usually call a weapons-grade lock. Or in other words, they have the fidelity required to guide a weapon into an airborne target. But some facets of traditional fighter designs meant to improve aerobatic performance, things like their big gaping jet inlets and their standing vertical tail surfaces, can sometimes produce a detectable resonance against lower frequency radar arrays that themselves aren't actually capable of guiding a weapon. By combining high and low frequency arrays, advanced air defense systems can, at least in theory, detect a stealth fighter via that low frequency array and then use that to orient their high frequency array to reduce the time required to secure a lock once that stealth fighter does close within the system's targeting envelope. By eliminating those standing tail surfaces, a stealth fighter can reduce the threat posed by these sorts of systems. Eliminating those standing vertical tail surfaces also dramatically reduces the aircraft's radar return from angles other than head-on, which is usually the focal point for a fighter. And this makes them much more difficult to detect and, importantly, to target from other angles, like from the side. This all-aspect stealth has been depicted in renders released depicting the U.S. Air Force's next-generation...
Damn. So, basically, 5th gen timeline is 2005 is the Raptor. Then 2015 is the F-35B. Then 2017 is the J-20. Then the Sukhoi in 2020. Then the 35 and J-20S in 2024. And then we are expecting the Turkish, a South Korean, and an Indian 5th gen fighter. Yes. Exactly. 100%. But yes. Not anti-air munitions. Not anti-air munitions. It's situational awareness. So low sort of doesn't get detected. So air superiority in denied areas is the way I've seen it described. Also, I don't speak Chinese. Does anybody speak Chinese? What does this say?
Air dominance fighter and the US Navy's FA-XX fighters respectively as well. But while that tailless design might be the first thing that catches your attention, the J-36's unique engine layout is arguably the most unusual aspect of this aircraft, and it may be the most telling about its intended role. Unlike China's J-20 and J-35, both of which are twin-engine stealth fighters, the J-36 carries 3 engines. 2 are seemingly fed through intakes on either side of the fuselage, while the third intake is positioned atop the aircraft. And before you leave a comment, I know there are people online claiming...
Okay, here you go. Sensor arrays in 5th gen fighters give the pilot a view of the battle space superior to that of AWACS. So 5th gen fighters are more efficient radar stations than the AWACS. That is fucking insane. Says suggested 5th gen fighters will operate in a combat cloud along with future unmanned combat aircraft. So that's talking about 6th gen upgrades. Suggested in favor. Air Force has suggested elimination of the Boeing E-3 Sentry and E-8 Joint Stars, which are AWACS, in favor of more F-35s, simply because so much effort is being made by the Russians and Chinese to target these platforms that are built to commercial airliner standards. Kind of interesting. What world do you live in?
In fact, not so many smart people in the United States are willing to work on engineering and make great technology products. This is that
I guess that's
Republican Civil War H-1B visa shit. They're trying to plug into that specifically.
Amazing.
The certain...
So that's kind of interesting. So because the F-35s have such a good sensor array, because they're such an advanced 5th gen fighter, they're suggesting getting rid of the AWACS, which have been around for a long time, and military people,
I mean, this
I'm
is kind
pretty
of what I've
sure-
said about the Eurofighter, is that it would be the command platform.
Interesting. So yeah, that's very, very interesting. Ongoing research to apply track before detect across sensor fusion in the core CPU to allow 5th gen fighters to engage targets that no single sensor has by itself detected. Interesting. So it seems like a lot of a semi-decent chunk of the 6th generation capabilities are just further advanced 5th gen capabilities, in addition to drone and optional piloting.
It really pisses me off that I can't fucking see all the chats.
Yeah, it's very
I don't
strange.
even know where this Jack Long is because I don't see it on our Twitter
it's YouTube.
feed.
It's YouTube, that's why.
Oh, that's what I mean. I don't see it on our YouTube feed either.
Weird.
Claiming that third engine is a scramjet. There is...
Maybe it's probably because comments don't turn up after you, unless you...
I'm
were
looking
there
at the
before.
chat, though.
On YouTube?
And it's not there. Alan
On
is there. Comrade Blue
YouTube.
Sky.
Weird.
Is James coming tomorrow? World Wide Web ask yes.
Weird.
He said
That-
he
that is
would.
strange.
Alan
Yeah.
will be there regardless, I'm sure.
Very strange.
no evidence to substantiate that claim, and it wouldn't even make much sense. And I know other people are claiming this aircraft can operate in space, but the fact that it has air intakes alone should show you that that isn't true either. At the rear of the aircraft, each of these engines exhaust through outlets that look to be similar to those found on Northrop's YF-23, which suggests a lack of thrust vector control, or the ability to orient the outflow of thrust independent of the aircraft. But this does benefit a reduction in both radar and infrared detectability. But it is worth noting that the trailing edge of the aircraft is just chock full of moving control surfaces, including segments behind those trough-style exhaust outlets, potentially giving it some minimal degree of thrust vectoring capabilities, which could be enough to benefit flight control at very high altitudes, where the thinner air really limits the efficacy of standard moving control surfaces. It's currently believed that these three engines are likely WS-10Cs, the same interim engine powering China's J-20 fleet, while development continues on its intended and more powerful WS-15 power plants. Though, as famed aviation journalist Bill
Hold on.
Sweetman has
So
written...
they don't even have engines to use yet. So what happens if these engines are too heavy and the planes become useless after they
Well, I
put
mean,
them
this
in
is
there?
that Russian Armada tank, right? They can't develop an engine to run it.
Because it's too big.
Yeah.
Amazing. Because like this is my worry now with China, is they're developing all these planes for engines that they plan to change. And if you're changing the engines, that changes the entire plane. Sorry, I'm thinking car because I'm using cars as a reference. I'm going to use a car as a reference, right? Like if you go from this engine, this weak, shitty engine, and you put a much more powerful modern engine in it, it could blow the frame apart. It could make the plane too heavy. It could reduce combat effectiveness. It could reduce payload. It could reduce fuel capacity. It could reduce all of this shit. And what are you going to do if that happens? Redesign everything? That's going to cost you more than making a new plane. That's an awful idea.
Pointed out, it's at least possible that that third center-mounted engine might be a higher bypass design, meant to allow for better performance at high speeds and altitudes, though, as Sweetman also points out, that would be a big logistical headache to support. It's also possible that the two outer engines could provide differential thrust to aid in maneuvering. But regardless, the aircraft's delta wing design and three-engine arrangement clearly point toward prioritizing high-speed, high-altitude flight over longer ranges than any
How? How does that demonstrate that at all? It could be 3 low-powered engines for sustained long-range flight. What do you mean? There is no indication that it's made for top speed. Are we just MiG-21ing this shit again? The fuck?
Existing Chinese fighter. The payload bay, which
Yeah.
like the fuselage itself,
Be
is similar
careful.
to that of the J.
This is what I'm saying. It's like, show
Be
me
careful.
the evidence. Be fucking careful. America
Well, that's
is
what I've
about
heard
to
a lot of
shit all
people
over
being
your
like,
face.
oh, like a lot of American side of things. They're like, oh, if it does exist, this is gonna give us the F-15.
It's not a bad theory.
Okay, so these shots, I guess it's not perfectly triangular. It does have that sweep in the front.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's probably not as unstable as I initially thought. Because it does have the tiered sweeps.
It's a very interesting design.
It's very similar to the American prototypes that I've seen. That are only on paper. Because they're not going to show you the real thing.
Yeah.
They're not going to show you the real thing until they have the new thing that's coming out after it in development.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, no, it's drivel. Like,
yeah,
that
the
was
brain
nonsense.
drain alone.
Out of China, yeah.
Well, I'm saying for America. To think that, like, America doesn't have people dedicated to engineering. Like, the best engineers in the world come here.
Yeah, go to America. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
It's like
we
everyone...
effectively have brain drain on all these other countries, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta love China, like Chinese nationalists, though, don't you?
White people own football, basketball, marijuana, sex, video games, and it's all too easy. Difficult sign handed over to Asians. Okay, and guess where they're coming from. Like, who cares? I love this fucking master race shit that they're throwing out, the Peking man shit.
Mm-hmm. This is the China.
I could fucking care less.
It's a great term as well because it works perfectly. You don't have to change anything. China-Nazis. It's great. It's fantastic. Hold on. Chat's going crazy. Theory posting. We know so little about the... Exactly. We know nothing. We know nothing about this plane, which is why I've just been asking for evidence. And every single time I ask for evidence that these planes have 6th gen capabilities, the CCP information agents spurg out. And they start doing this kind of shit where they're like, white people.
About how they're the master race.
Yeah, it's so strange. I'm like, I was just asking for proof of concept, you fucking clown. And you're yelling at me like a Nazi. Fuck off.
A20 appears to be longer, and as Thomas Newdick and Tyler Rogaway have pointed out at the Warzone, it's all but certainly deeper, allowing for not only larger payloads, but likely the internal carriage of larger individual weapons. In short, this all points toward an aircraft meant to engage adversary targets at significant ranges, leaning on advanced avionics and low observability rather than aerobatic.
Tell me, do you support China's claims over the South China Sea, i.e. the 9-dash line? Let me know.
Performance to win air-to-air fights. In fact, because of this emphasis on longer ranges and larger payloads, some have wondered if this aircraft may not be a fighter.
Exactly. It looks like it. Just like the Nazis found all those Aryan artifacts because
a Wunderweapon,
right? Because it just looks like it. You know, actually, you guys want to see Atlantis?
Wunderweapon.
You guys want to see Atlantis? It's pretty cool. That's Atlantis. You want to know why? Because it looks that way. Because it kinda looks like it, kinda. Right? Here, look. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that. Atlantis. Because it looks like it. It's the only explanation for this formation in the Sahara Desert is Atlantis actually existed in the middle of the Sahara Desert. Why? Because it kind of looks weird.
Makes sense to me.
That is their justification, and that is the same justification that people are using to say that this plane is 6th generation. Show me the capabilities, or shut the fuck up. I don't think
Makes
that's
sense to me.
a big standard to have, personally. But what do I know?
At all, and may instead be the product of the JHXX program that aimed to field a regional bomber. But that seems a bit unlikely to me. Publicly available information points to that regional bomber program being headed by China's Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, while this aircraft and the J-20S that accompanied it during its test flight seem to operate out of the Chengdu Aircraft Corporation's headquarters in Chengdu, China. But more broadly speaking, debate about whether this aircraft is a heavy fighter or a regional bomber is really sort of based on an outdated understanding of tactical aircraft as a whole. As we've discussed about...
Is YouTube banned in China?
Yes.
No, it's not. It is?
If they can still use VPNs, though. I get viewers.
Okay.
I've always had viewers from China, but it'll be like 1 or 2.
Okay. Interesting. Wonder if he plays Helldivers.
About America's B-21 Raider, the line between dedicated
I'm a member
fighters
of the
and bombers
Communist Party of
has
China.
blurred
Epic.
significantly in
Congrats.
recent years, and promises to all but fade into history in the years ahead.
So some people were like, "Oh, but America claims the B-21 Raider is of 6th generation." I'm like, "No, it isn't." Like, what do you want from me? Like, no, I'm fuck your team.
Nar.
I want evidence. I want proof. Give me proof. That's all I want.
As advanced onboard systems make it increasingly possible for all combat aircraft to carry both air-to-ground and air-to-air payloads. The addition of drone wingmen, believed to be a focus for China's 6th-gen fighter efforts as well as America's, only further dismisses the importance of distinguishing larger fighters from smaller bombers. Ultimately, these designations just don't matter as much as the capabilities these aircraft bring to bear. But the J-36 wasn't the only new stealth aircraft China revealed on Mao's birthday, and just hours after its first images surfaced online, it was joined by another, as yet unnamed, stealth aircraft with a different tailless design. This other stealth aircraft, which seems to be an uncrewed drone, is believed to be the product of the aforementioned Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, which was also behind the development of the recently unveiled J-35. This twin-engine platform carries a variation on a lambda wing design, which does offer some benefits over trapezoidal delta wings, including increased aerodynamic efficiency, but does increase manufacturing complexity and traditionally requires increased weight in the form of structural reinforcement. The use of 2 engines and lighter landing gear in this aircraft, as well as its overall smaller size, all point toward
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying to them. You're 100% correct. Like it really needs to, especially in I fucking hate this term. The post-truth world, right? Especially in a world where information.
I love the word truthiness.
Truthiness is good. But like this, in the world where this is such an issue, evidence is more important than ever. And I found myself just like casually Googling shit that I see online, like that can't be right. Most of the time it's not. Yeah, no, exactly. And it always happens when you're hitting people who are information agents. They will always, when they realize that you're not buying their bullshit, they will slink back to team sports. Every single time. And they've been bringing up the NGAD thing, the Next Generation Air Dominance Program. And I'm like, yeah, they don't have one. They're like, oh, the B-21, the American claims the B-21 is 6th generation. I'm like, okay, show me. And then they don't say anything. Because what are they gonna say? Like, fuck your team. Like, I don't give a shit about your team. I asked for evidence that supports China's claims that these are 6th generation planes. I am yet to see a single shred of evidence to show me 6th gen capabilities. All they've done is fly.
A more conventional role. And in fact, this aircraft may even be a CCA-type drone, meant to fly alongside the next generation of Chinese fighters. It's tough to say at this point, but like the J-36, its tailless design does benefit efforts to improve the aircraft's all-aspect stealth. But for many of you, the question you may be here to answer is whether or not these aircraft are something you should lose sleep over. The revelation of these two new stealth jets was met with widespread concern over what their introduction could mean for the future of American air superiority. But objectively, these concerns are, at least currently, based more on internet hyperbole than on reality. By most accounts, both of these aircraft made their first flights in December of 2024, and with no official statements regarding their programs, they both appear to be in the earliest stages of testing. China's J-20, for instance, made its first flight in 2011 and saw 6 more years of concerted development before entering service in 2017. China's FC-31 and its derivative, the J-35, saw its first flight in 2012 and is currently projected to enter service tentatively in 2026. Today, there are believed to be just 3 flying prototypes associated with the FC-31 and J-35 program. But even doing that sort of math might be getting ahead of ourselves. We currently don't know whether these aircraft are the equivalent to America's X-planes, or experimental aircraft never meant to go straight into service at all, but rather to serve as test beds for emerging technologies that can be integrated into later designs. They could also be technology demonstrators, which serve a similar purpose but are meant to demonstrate and mature technologies meant to find their way into a later design that's all...
Exactly. And this is why I'm asking for evidence. If they are demonstrators, they would be demonstrating the capabilities. If they did not demonstrate them, they don't have them. Without proof, I'm not calling these 6th generation anything.
Already under active development. Of course, they could also be prototypes of new fighters meant to enter service in a similar form to how they look today. But even prototypes often see significant design revisions before making their way into service, particularly when bringing new technologies to bear.
Okay, so they're test beds. They are not 6th generation planes. There's a difference there, right? This is power projection. This is the CCP doing power projection through information warfare without having to spend a cent. That's the most pathetic part, is that everybody is just spewing this shit without a single hint of critical thinking.
In other words, what we're seeing in these pictures and videos out of China are the technological equivalent of newborn babes.
Yeah, like we were discussing, sort of looking through and discussing what a 6th gen plane might look like. I'm talking capabilities, not just looking like, right? Just looking like is this. If just looking like something was enough to claim the title, then sure, these are 6th generation planes. But there's no demonstration of capability, means no 6th generation planes. There's no drones hanging around. There's no drone. There's no demonstration of drone control capabilities. There's no command and control capabilities. They haven't shown any long range stuff. They haven't shown weapon systems. This thing looks like a fucking bomber, for fuck's sake. Like, there's so many questions that can't be answered, yet people want to jump to conclusions.
That still have a lot of maturing to do before they can offer any kind of tactical or strategic value.
I mean, look, man, China only just released 5th generation fighters. Are you telling me that I should believe that they're able to jump an entire generation in 3 years? I don't think so. When they're desperately clinging to Nvidia to try and get computer chips into the country, I don't fucking think so. I don't know. You're gonna have to show me a bit more evidence before I start believing in something like that.
to China's military. In fact, despite their significant differences, these aircraft may even be competing for budget allocations, meaning only one of them or neither of them may ultimately find their way into service. Which of course brings us back to what the internet really wants to argue about. Whether these new Chinese fighters mean China has surpassed American air power technology and will soon emerge as the first nation to field a sixth-generation fighter. The truth is, fighter generational designations don't actually mean much of anything at all, and truly there are no universally accepted definitions for any generation, let alone the technology required to justify a sixth-gen moniker. But semantics notwithstanding, it's important to understand the difference between showing new aircraft designs and having them. America began its early developmental efforts toward fielding what you might call a sixth-gen fighter all the way back in 2014, with the commissioning of a study entitled the Dominance Initiative. By 2020, this effort had already produced at least one...
Yes, he does. He does say that in this video. Yes, he does. And this is why I chose this video specifically. He does really, really, really well to not fall for any of the Chinese propaganda, the talking points, right? It's truly a look at these planes as what they are, an unknown. And speculating and talking about what could potentially happen here.
Flying technology demonstrator that, according to former Air Force official Will Roper, had already set some kinds of performance records. And it's now understood that this effort, now known as the Next Generation Air Dominance Program, has produced at least 3 flying prototypes, and that a production contract would have been awarded in 2024 to actually start building these jets had the Air Force not found itself in a budgetary hole it couldn't dig its way out of. The Air Force's subsequent analysis of the program recently concluded that the effort is indeed worth its admittedly immense cost, with each NGAD fighter expected to ring in at around $300 million apiece. But the outgoing Biden administration will leave the final decision to the incoming Trump administration, who will need to find a way to fund continued development and production of these new fighters if they decide...
I hope with all my being that this cringe VR bullshit never becomes reality. If you catch me standing there touching air, put a bullet through my head.
You know the video of the guy juggling with the quokka?
Yes.
It triggers me because I just want them to give the quokka the rock. Because he's doing his little grabby hands.
Yes. Between the previous ones, so I think the fourth generation is F-15s, F-14s, MiG-27s, MiG-29? MiG-29, Su-27, planes like that, the Eurofighters, the Rafales, yeah, that kind of stuff.
If you play Ace Combat, it's the planes in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, so from my understanding, it goes biplanes where you're dropping bombs out the side, right, to like the P-51, sort of propeller-driven fighter aircraft, the typical World War II.
Yeah, third is jet engine. Then it's actually based off the engines, because then it's like scramjet. After the jet engine, then there's the scramjet, and then there's the hyper scram, I think. And then like fifth is also like stealth capabilities.
Yeah, stealth and area denial, that sort of thing.
And scramjet.
Yeah, Super Cruise was the other thing that I found was a big part of 5th generation, which I don't think will be.
But the engines is the main thing, I'd say.
Yeah. It's definitely a hard cut point.
And like you look at like the World War II planes, their wings are straight.
Yes.
They hadn't figured out like wing design even at that point.
Yeah, they were really, because I think the P-51.
The Mustang, I think it has straight wings.
Yeah, it does. So,
and then by the end of the war, the Japanese were building those reverse planes.
Reverse, yes.
That look weird as hell.
P-40. I'm just looking at it. Yeah, P-40 was straight wings as well. British. World War II. What was the British one called?
Also, with everything,
Fire.
the gens are arbitrary.
Yes. Because there's like, and we said this earlier. There's
It's
like
just
a
like
fourth and a
gaming
half
generation. Is
Yeah.
is the Switch really the same gen as PlayStation 4?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
So it's like,
Like, what defines it as the gen? Well, it's the sales period.
yeah,
Ultimately,
Yeah.
is what defines
Yeah.
it is the capitalism behind it.
yeah. I do think that originally there was meaning behind the generational aircraft. Like, you're not gonna have a World War II plane in a
Well,
in
because
a
the
jet engine world, right?
military sales lingo is always next gen. It's our next gen,
Yes.
future
Yes.
tech. They
Yes.
always are selling a future tech, and that's why it paired so well. It's really just marketing. It's all about capitalism and shit. Because
But
the companies want the contracts.
Yes, but at the same time, you
Same
do
with AI.
see-
They
you do
talk
see the
about all this AI
generations-
shit. There's no AI.
No, it's not.
It's
AI.
a fucking algorithm.
Yeah. It's
But
a
it
super
sells.
algorithm. The fucking it's kind of like the form over function thing, or form follows function. When the generations, they start marketing, and then the generations kind of fall into a category, right? And this is why I was speculating on what a 6th generation might look like, capability-wise, because we know what a 5th gen plane is. We know the F-22. We know what they look like. They're stealthy. They're super cruise. You know, we know what the standards are. We don't know what the standards are for this next one.
Yeah, but like, even if someone develops a 6th gen fighter, I don't think anything is 6th gen until the world is in that
catches up.
generation.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the F-22 was made in the 80s, introduced early 2000s, and nobody else had anything for 15 years after that. So the F-22 was just the most advanced plane at the time. I don't think 5th generation was a thing at the time until the F-35. What do you mean? We're talking about the plane generations and why China's planes aren't 6th gen.
Somebody literally asked us in chat what the plane generations were, idiot. Don't interact with your chat.
To move ahead with the program. Ultimately, there's no real way for us to know by looking at China's aircraft and testing if they've managed to actually bridge the tech divide in terms of avionics, long-range kill webs, and maybe most importantly, the functionality.
Are you talking about him? Yeah. No, it is really, really hard, and we do like to try and find these people, so it's good that I've actually found this guy. I think you've shown
It's
this
especially
guy
nice
before.
because Jack is so anti-China. You need to find the extra neutral people.
Of AI-powered wingmen that are meant to fly along.
Okay, no, I'm anti-CCP.
I was kidding. I was kidding.
But it's more that I want China to make proper shit. Make a plane, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I mean,
it
we
properly.
like planes. Planes are cool. We nerd about the planes.
Literally just do it properly. I'd be fine with Chinese cars if they weren't just mass-produced dog shit for incentivizations from the state. Like, they would be great, but they're not. It's just not reality. And at this point, this plane is a Temu plane for me.
Is Anthrax bad?
Alongside these crude aircraft. But even if we give China the benefit of every doubt we can, and we assume their hardware and software is every bit as capable and dangerous as the systems found in America's top-tier fighters.
I mean, look, you can still be a chauvinist for America. Just live in reality. That's all we want.
Yeah.
Like, we don't care what people believe. It's just about being in reality. Like, you just don't need to separate yourself into an unreality to reach conclusions that are logical. You don't need
like, it's
conspiracy.
there's endless things to tear apart the U.S. about.
Yeah.
And
That's all we want.
It's
All we want is
so much is
Americans.
public. It gives you more ammunition, which makes it so easy to do. But like the big thing, the major, I think, underreported story of last year was that the Sudan war broke out and refugees, Tigrayans, Sudan, always Somalis, they're always being displaced, right? All these refugees crossed the Gulf into Arabia, and America approved Saudi Arabia using heavy weapons, mortars, on refugees trying to cross the Gulf to get a better life. And America was like, cool, keep using mortars on innocent people just migrating, right? But then a boat sinks in the Mediterranean because the Italians were fucking with it or whatever. That's headline news. Nobody reported that we were granting American weapons to kill Africans fleeing a genocide.
Wild. Right, and all
and it was public information. The Americans were like, "Yeah, we're doing this." By the way, nobody cared.
Yeah, and it's like,
because if Trump did it, though, headline news.
Oh, of course it would be.
This was my issue with the whole fucking, like, the guy who said, like, nobody cares about the dead Muslims, right? It's just it's fucking clicks. You're selling a product.
Yeah, yeah. No, it literally is.
Speaking of which, okay. What's a cool, like, civil rights revolutionary who was also an engineer?
Say that
of
again.
some kind. Or a technical background.
Say it again.
A revolutionary type civil rights person who has a technical background in, like, engineering or something.
I'm not sure. It seems like an unlikely grouping.
I'd argue Einstein. I mean, I want somebody who's killed people, preferably. Not so much like a scientist, but like, you know.
Morden.
Yes, exactly, like that. Someone like him.
Okay, well, you clearly Chinese, right? You said you're a member of the Communist Party.
I believe that Trump can make America great again. Okay.
I don't know whether you were serious about that or not.
Congratulations.
But I am curious. What greatness is he going to return America to? What period?
That would still place China roughly 4 to 5 years behind America's 6th-gen fighter efforts in the very best of circumstances. That is, if America's NGAD and FAXX programs do continue as intended anyway. But even if China does win the race to fielding new fighters before American or European efforts for that matter, that's not necessarily a victory.
Che, like a name like that. Salvador Allende. John Brown. Jelani.
An engineer. Why an engineer specifically?
Oh, just reasons.
Okay.
Someone who has a more technical background, who helped engineer the victory.
Back to the 80s, but no racism.
I fucking can't stand the 80s, like, nostalgia shit. I think the 80s, it's never been a thing for me. I've never thought it was, like...
Yeah.
Like, I can see the 60s, the 50s, 40s, and 20s. But the 30s and early 40s, when the wars are happening, no.
Yeah. We're gonna see a lot of 90s and early 2000s nostalgia in the next couple of years, because that generation is reaching nostalgia age.
I mean, didn't they release a Razr phone that's a smartphone? Remember when everyone had to have the Motorola Razr, and it was like not a good phone?
You mean this one?
Is that a Razr? Yep. Motorola? I had one, it was similar to a Razr, but the camera was at the top and it was on a swivel, so you could close the phone and still use the camera.
That's cool.
But it was also a swivel camera, so you could turn it back or forward.
Interesting.
So it was super easy to do selfies and
Yeah.
stuff like that. I mean, the quality
Surprisingly-
was shit, but you know.
Yeah. Surprisingly, this phone is not too bad.
But I think it was an LG
Okay.
that I had for a while. That was like one of my favorite phones.
Because when I was looking at getting this one, the options were the Samsung or this one, and the Samsung has a weird fold, and the screen is like a hard plastic.
I'm
And
going
this
with
one
Ho Chi Minh.
Doesn't really have that hard bracket. It's much better in my opinion. And then I found out that Motorola is basically helping Israel commit the genocide, which is pretty cool.
That's what
so
I'm
we
going
don't-
with. Ho Chi Minh.
We don't talk about that. Fucking every fucking time.
Right? You listening to me?
Am I listening to you?
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
I went with Ho Chi Minh.
Okay.
You know, he engineered a revolutionary victory.
Okay. You're gonna have to explain what your point is here.
Oh, nothing. I was just...
You're just talking shit.
No, I was just figuring out a name.
Okay.
As we've discussed time and time again on this channel, being the first to claim new technologies are in service will win you headlines. But fielding the right new technologies will win you wars. So while China's new stealth jets don't pose the kind of threat that could make me lose any sleep at night, they do serve as a powerful reminder that famed Marine General and former Defense Secretary James Mattis was right when he said, "America has no preordained right to victory on the battlefield." Make no mistake, the skies are increasingly contested, and America has no preordained right
He's
to
literally
dominate them.
saying
if
God
the American
doesn't
way
win
of
the
war is
wars
to
for you.
continue...
Bush.
Yeah.
God told me to bomb Iraq.
Yeah, God doesn't.
God
control
doesn't
who
win a
wins.
war for you.
Yeah, and Americans need
You
to
can't just
fucking
think that
realize
God's on your side and you're gonna win.
Yeah, you literally cannot.
Idiots.
Like, that is literally how you fuck it up. But there's only one way for them to learn, I guess.
Well, the cat's out of the bag. Apparently, the
Actually, you know what? There was a lot of China stuff. We spent a lot of time on that.
Yeah,
That's fine.
move on.
The U.S. China hacked the U.S. Treasury. Actually, fuck it. We'll just do this video.
U.S. Treasury Department
No,
got
it's-
hacked by Chinese state.
You know, it's Keegan, so...
Yeah.
Oh, subscribe to him too. And give him a like.
Sponsored hackers. This month, December, on the 8th, that's when they were notified about the breach.
He definitely does
Essentially,
a
they
lot
have a
of the
cybersecurity service.
clickbait content and stuff. But like he's got a great voice for this. You know, he was doing TikTok for a while. I don't even know when he transitioned to long form content. But like I think he's too big to respond now, but we used to be like in touch with him.
He's still in our Instagram DMs. I could chuck him a message and see what's up.
Yeah, I've commented on one of his videos and said like, "Oh, I didn't know you switched to long form content." But I think he's
maybe we could
definitely got the presentation. Like his voice is very good, and he's definitely someone who's chasing the topics and the clicks more than facts.
Yeah.
But I still think he makes good videos and is a good presenter.
Here somewhere. I did see his messages the other day. Because there's a couple groups that I want to try and get in touch with. I had somebody come up to me, message me on Twitter, saying that my following of that the Uyghur, the Australian Uyghur guy, Arslan Hidyat or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah.
That because he's Turkic and posts a lot of Turkish propaganda for obvious reasons, right? Turkic naturally going to be a bit more susceptible to nationalist Turkish propaganda. They messaged me going, "You seem very pro-Kurdish. Your following of this guy is inconsistent with your support of the Kurds." I'm like, listen, bro, I support a lot of groups. I acknowledge
like,
when people...
You'll hear me say this all the time about Clash Report. like Clash Report is dog shit.
Yeah.
But they are addicted to their fucking social media and they put out the news. And so if it's something that I think is valid for the specific area that I'm in, I will share it. When I see them posting stuff that's clearly calling the YPJ terrorists and stuff, I don't.
Yes. And it's like, this is, you kind of
like there's
need to
very few
realize.
sources that I will specifically show you who the person is. You know, like Kurdistan Watch, I've said many times, is the only source I actually recommend for Rojava news.
Yes. But yeah, like it's and I'm sitting here like, listen, man, like I get your concern. I understand. If I see it, I'll call him out. But I also support.
Yeah, we've also
the
platformed
Uyghurs.
Syrians who had these types of opinions.
Yeah, like I also support the Uyghurs. I'm not going to rescind my support for the Kurds to support the Uyghurs, and I'm not going to rescind my support for the Kurds to support.
It's like
sorry,
I'll
the
tolerate a
Uyghurs to
certain
support
amount
the Kurds.
of stuff from Palestinians.
Yes.
It eventually goes too far.
But it's like it's such an absurd mindset to be like, oh, this person is saying this, you shouldn't support them at all. Okay, well, I support the Chechens separating from Russia and having their own state. Do I support the Chechens? No. Right?
Yeah,
But if
I mean,
that was to happen, I'm going to support the Chechens in the creation of their own state. That's a very different thing to me supporting the Chechens. You know what I mean? Like, this needs to be defined, and this is where the whole fuck your team thing comes into it again as well. It's like, I don't care about your team. Your team supports this. I also support contradicting things elsewhere as well, but it's contradicting, and I know it's contradicting, but I'm going to support them anyway because both areas need the support. So, am I meant to just, like, stop it? No.
Show me your bag of cigarettes.
Exactly. It's Puritanism. It's purity tests. And purity tests should be opposed. It's ridiculous.
Service provider called Beyond Trust, and the hackers compromised that service provider, and we were able to access unclassified documents according.
It's conservative mindsets is what it is. It's conservative mindsets retaining space in a left-wing space, like left-wing ideas. It's this It's the same thing that TERFs have, right? TERFs hate it when I call them conservatives, but that's what they are. They're fucking conservatives. Whether they want to believe it or not, they are trying to conserve feminism of the second wave. They are fucking conservatives, right? The purity culture around the left wing is conservatism in left wing culture. I don't know if anybody's thought of this before. Maybe they haven't. Maybe this is a unique thought. Fight me. You're all fucking conservatives if you're trying to conserve anything of a movement. If the movement is moving forward and you don't like it, leave the movement. Don't create another one. Don't create your trans exclusionary radical feminist movement. You're no longer left wing. You're just fucking conservatives. You are the conservative split of the left wing party in countries. That's what you are. That's all you are. And as soon as people realize that, we're better off for it. You might be progressive, but you're a conservative now. Things change. Just admit it. Stop coping.
To a letter that was sent to lawmakers from the Treasury Department.
And once you admit that you're a conservative, you can start figuring out why. And then you can start asking yourself, hey, maybe trans people don't fucking impact my life at all. And
yeah, but it's about the
maybe-
children. We got to save the children, Jack. And protect women's sports.
Uh-huh. Oh, wow. That's very conservative-minded of you.
Essentially, what the letter said was that hackers gained access to a key used.
I also had someone respond to
My favorite.
one of...
There's the Shark Zero clip where he's just like, "Your guy is a rapist."
Fuck, I lost it. Oh, well.
Used by the vendor to secure a cloud-based service used to remotely provide technical support for Treasury departmental offices and.
That's right. I had somebody legitimately come up to me on Twitter, respond to a comment saying, "What are your beliefs? You are confusing." I'm like, good.
Yeah.
Great. That's
Truth.
That is a positive review. It means I'm doing something right.
Yeah.
So
my belief is truth.
I mean, authoritarian left, sure. I mean, you could call them conservative in a way.
I'm not going to allow the left to become authoritarian.
But I wouldn't necessarily say that that authoritarianism is conservative. I think that's a bit of a stretch. Where I'm specifically critiquing a type of person who is a part of a movement until something they personally don't like removes them from it, and they start making different, like they start moving out, right? So J.K. Rowling, you know, I would say that the books she wrote are pretty, for the time, they're probably pretty progressive. It was a pretty conservative Christian time when they were written, right? People were flipping their lids about witchcraft and banning kids from reading Harry Potter and shit. She's now a conservative.
Yeah, I there was people, because I went to Catholic school, there was kids that weren't allowed to read it. They were the same kids who would watch VeggieTales too, so I think they were actually Protestant, and it was just that was the local school. Because I remember I remember we had a Jewish kid in our class, and then in second grade when it started the communion stuff, that's when he switched schools, and I assume it's because we constantly were asking how come he doesn't get communion and stuff.
Okay. But yeah, like it's just, I don't know. It's like, it's not that hard. Like you'll just admit it. It's not that hard. Nobody gives a shit if you're a conservative. You've got your reasons. Everyone has their reasons to believe what they believe, the way that they believe. As long as you base it in reality. If you're a conservative because your reality is that you want, I don't fucking know, what's a, let's say you're a big jobs guy. You're a big made in America. You want American products, American made, red-blooded American products. Fair enough. You know, bit of trade protection. You're a conservative, right? That makes sense. That's a conservative position. You don't want international global markets. That's a fairly whatever, right? That's fine. It's the same as these people. And it's because of teams. And I genuinely believe that this is because of the team sport aspect of it. She's J.K. Rowling, staying on this aspect. She's been on the left team for so long. She's been on the feminist team for so long. That
it's
now
like
that she's changed.
Sam Cedar makes this joke about Sam Harris, how he was genuinely surprised that his entire audience was right wing.
Right, but it's like
because the new atheist movement was like the hyper liberal pro queer movement.
Yes. And now it's all conservatives.
Well, that's what happens. You get too militant and radical within that ideology. That's why authoritarian leftists are ultimately conservatives. You go too militant and radical inside that ideology, and you're no longer a revolutionary.
Yeah.
You're an antithesis.
Yeah, and it's just, it's like people just need to cope with the fact that shit changes, people change, opinions change. Just change team. It's not a big deal. It really fucking isn't. Just admit that you're a conservative and stop crying.
And
oh, you
put
don't
that
like
dick in
trans
your
people?
mouth.
Great, shut the fuck up. I don't care. Be a conservative. Stop being a cunt.
Yeah, go vote on it, bitch.
Like I think that's probably the best way that I can describe it is I don't care, be a conservative, just don't be a cunt. I don't think it's that much more complex. Anyway, Treasury Department got hacked.
Users. With access to the stolen key, the threat actor was able to override the service's security, remotely access certain Treasury Departmental Office user workstations, and access certain unclassified documents maintained by those users. Now, who knows what unclassified documents were compromised? Now, the good thing is that usually, in regards to national security, if it could potentially impact national security, it usually ends up getting classified as at least secret, not unclassified. So just to give you a brief overview of what classification levels there are for documents in the United States anyway, you've got 3 different kinds other than unclassified. You've got confidential, secret, and top secret. Now, confidential classification means that it's defined as information that could damage national security if publicly disclosed without the proper authorization. Now, secret is the second highest classification, and it's classified as secret when its unauthorized disclosure could cause serious damage to national security. And then things that are classified as top secret, they classify it that way because the unauthorized disclosure of it could
I almost walked away and he said secrets. I'm like, oh fuck, is it on the page? And I just hit it and I was hoping that it was the right one.
reasonably be expected to cause exceptionally grave damage to national security. So things that are considered unclassified, the reason why they classify them as unclassified is because they don't believe that it could damage national security. So it may have just been like some arbitrary stuff that they found, like basic things, not any like account numbers or numbers pertaining to financial transactions. None of that stuff would probably be involved in it. And because they're saying that they were able to access unclassified documents at their workstations, it's probably
really
stuff that's
basic,
relatively benign. At least that would be my hope. But depends on if the people that had those office workstations were classifying things properly.
Just him explaining the classification stuff there, like it's like I think it's fine to put in there. I just know that he's padding.
Ah, okay.
The most informative way would to put something up on screen like a graphic that summarizes each in a sentence and shows the tiers, and that would be like 5 seconds max and you've moved on.
Yep. Keeps everything short.
So that's what I'm saying is like I think he's a good content creator. I think he has the potential to excel in the content creation industry. Not so much like a fact presenter. Somebody who gets scripts and just reads them type stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
He has the it factor for making
and not storing.
It's a fair point.
The wrong classification level on their unclassified computers, because it's likely that the unclassified computers are on a different network and in different offices probably than the classified computers, so the computers that have any type of confidential, secret, or top secret information on them. So that's the good thing, because they segregate stuff so that way it lessens the likelihood that if one gets compromised, they all get compromised, right? Now, the Treasury Department said that the breach happened and they were alerted by the breach by Beyond Trust on December 8th.
Whoa.
And that they were working with U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and the FBI to assess the hack's impact. They didn't immediately say exactly how significant it was when they were asked by various sources, but I'm sure that that information will be divulged probably within the next month here. At the same time, a spokesman for the Chinese embassy in Washington rejected any responsibility for the hack, saying that Beijing, quote, firmly opposes the U.S. smears attacks against China without any factual basis. Now, a lot of threat researchers that work with cybersecurity companies have said that this type of security incident fits a well-documented pattern of operations by the People's Republic of China linked groups. They kind of like work unofficially with them, if that makes sense. And they focus on abusing trusted third-party services, and it's like a method that's been pretty increasingly common to see. Now, the company Beyond Trust said that no other Beyond Trust products were involved other than the software that was targeted on the 8th of December. Now, I'm not a cybersecurity professional, but A lot of the cybersecurity experts that have been coming out talking about this thing say that the reason why they attributed it to a Chinese state-sponsored advanced persistent threat actor is because they have a lot of indicators that point them in that direction based on previous attempts that have happened in similar institutions. And one specific example of this is a Chinese hacking group called Salt Typhoon, which hacked a bunch of U.S. telecom companies recently as well. Now, there's actually a video on Salt Typhoon that'll give you a little bit more of an idea of like what kinds of things they're trying to do as far as like these hacking organizations and like what their goals kind of are. Let's give that a listen.
Traded at least 8 American telecommunication companies, and that none of them have managed to remove these Chinese hackers from their systems. Nick Schifrin has been following this all and joins us now. So Nick, what did the White House say today?
The White House gave new details on what is believed to be the largest
He probably went,
on
who's
American
telling this story the
telecommunications
best?
firms in U.S. history. As you said,
Who's
Chinese
giving the
hackers
best
infiltrated at
information
least
here? And
8
PBS,
communications firms in the United States, and over the last 1 to 2 years, quote, dozens of telecommunications companies across Asia and Europe, and the hack was ongoing. Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technology, Ann Neuberger, said today.
The affected companies are all responding. Right now, we do not believe any have fully removed the Chinese actors from these networks. So there is a risk of ongoing compromises to communications. Until U.S. companies address the cybersecurity gaps, the Chinese are likely to maintain their access.
Today, intelligence officials were on the Hill briefing all 100 senators in a classified hearing about the Chinese hackers known as Salt Typhoon. And our Lisa Desjardins caught up with Texas Republican John Cornyn.
The Chinese Communist Party has infiltrated the telecommunication systems here in the United States in a dramatic and unprecedented sort of way, and it's a subject of tremendous concern. I'm sure you're going to hear more about it because it affects a lot of people, and a lot of, not just in this country, but around the world.
Yesterday, Jeff, a senior FBI official
the implications of the fact that the Chinese Communist Party or the People's Republic of China could have, or even affiliates that are not necessarily directly related but are kind of like unofficially working for the Chinese government, hacking telecommunication systems, like the opportunities for so much data collection there is astounding, because if they can track and listen to phone calls, if they can intercept faxes, if they can intercept emails, if they can track any type of traffic that's digitally sent back and forth between individuals, that could pose a significant risk. Now, I do think that it's less likely that they're able to hack, secret lines as opposed to unclassified lines if they're able to look at that kind of stuff or see that stuff, just because, like I said, it's completely segregated on totally separate networks, and the public doesn't have access to that stuff. So the stuff that could potentially damage national security, at least, is physically separate from the common network that everybody else is able to access. That being said, there's all kinds of spillage that could happen where you've got things that should be classified at a higher level that are not classified at a higher level that are being passed around by people, and that could potentially result in damage. So anyway, let's keep listening.
The Bureau still did not know how deeply the Chinese hackers had penetrated, even though the Bureau had been investigating since the spring, and it could take years to know the true scope of the hack.
Do we know though who has been targeted?
Intelligence officials described 3 baskets, or 3 groups of targets, essentially. Number 1, a large number of...
I mean, maybe he watches our stuff and that's why he uses PBS.
I don't think he does.
Probably not. We started streaming after we stopped talking to him, right?
Mm-hmm. And I wanted to get him on the show very early on.
And what, he just never responded?
He was just very busy at the time, he said.
Because you were the one.
But he was, because like anyone who's, like in content creation and is also a veteran, I'm very interested in talking to. But he was a tow gunner.
Okay.
So I wanted to hear that type of input for like Ukraine, because
yes, okay.
There's a lot of focus on vehicles in Ukraine. Like artillery is obviously still the main component, but like all the vehicles being sent and those platforms and things like that, I think he would be a good person to have on to dive into stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Plus, he's so pleasant.
I wonder how many followers he had at the time, because he has.
He was still significantly larger than us.
He has 900,000 at the moment.
Yeah, that's like, and his main audience is still TikTok.
Crazy. We should try and reopen a line of communication then. Because he could also be a good person to have as a a partner for us as well. Almost as a military correspondent, maybe, or something like that.
Users whose phone metadata was stolen. Number 2, a small group of individuals whose audio calls and text messages were specifically targeted and successfully intercepted. Number 3, the portal that law enforcement uses to submit court orders to telecommunications and internet service providers. And I want to keep that list up for the moment. On the first group, whose metadata was stolen, a senior administration official said today it was, quote, a large number of Americans, but would not provide the number, but it had a, quote, regional focus.
Wait, hold on. They wouldn't provide the number. Why not? Is it so high that they're like, yeah, we can't have that. Texts, call audio from small number of individuals. Well, they say small. Well, how small is small? You know, like you don't see any numbers from this. And that's the thing that's concerning about this.
Testing it was designed to find members of the second group whose calls were intercepted and included senior members of the Trump and Harris campaigns. A former intelligence official described to me, Jeff, that this is so hard because these are incredibly sophisticated state actors with limitless budget and limitless time. They are extraordinarily difficult to detect because they enter networks with stolen credentials so as not to set off alarm bells. And if they detect any surveillance by the Americans, they simply stop moving. They can sit there and take as long as it takes, therefore avoiding detection.
And how has China responded to all of this?
In a statement, Chinese embassy spokesman Liu Pengyu told me that the U.S. claims were, quote, disinformation. And he continued, quote, China firmly opposes and combats all kinds of cyber attacks. The U.S. needs to stop its own cyber attacks against other countries and refrain from using cybersecurity to smear and slander China. U.S., Jeff, is believed to conduct the same surveillance around.
Yeah, no, but that's fine. China's also allowed to say, hey, you hacked our shit. You need to fuck off. That's how it works.
Yeah.
We go,
Like
hey, you did a bad thing here. That doesn't mean you're allowed to say this is bad while you're also doing it. I don't know if this is a crazy concept for people.
Like
it's kind of how wars are fought, you know?
You do know.
Hey, you killed my guy.
Like Russia and America and China and Iran are all in each other's shit. I'm pretty sure the Pegasus virus
I'm
is
leaving.
inside
Okay,
Iran.
that was always allowed.
I'm pretty sure is it the Pegasus virus is inside Iran? I'm pretty like what the fuck are we talking about? Everybody knows this is an open secret. Espionage is an open secret. Specifically digital espionage. They're all in each other's shit. They just got caught this
I just
time.
think, like if we're gonna do propaganda on accomplishments, why isn't China running with the ball saying "suck my dick"? You know?
Exactly.
Like North Korea still has it for taking out the interview for Sony. You know, like if people know about like the most significant hacking, that's probably gonna be the one, right?
The Sony one, yeah.
Yeah.
But North Korea is also prominent hackers as well. Like they've hacked banks and shit to steal money. It's crazy. Like, cyber warfare is not a new thing. And even North Korea, the country that has no internet, only an intranet, and select computers that probably only contact China, and have specific connections to probably Kim Jong-un's palace so he can watch anime. I don't fucking know. I'm sure that there's a select, like, internet line into the country. But, like, North Korea is notorious for hacking. You think China doesn't? You think America doesn't? South Korea, I'm pretty sure, hacks America. American allies hack America. What are you talking about? There was a thing recently about an ally hacking the United States, I'm pretty sure. Like, what are you talking about? Come on.
Around the world, and I do use that term surveillance. U.S. officials use that term because this is not designed, as far as they can tell, to destroy any critical infrastructure. It is instead designed to conduct espionage, to collect information. No signs that any of this is being leaked online. As for solutions,
it doesn't seem to have signs that they're trying to cause damage. They're just trying to conduct espionage. So they're just trying to collect information. And, obviously, every organization on the planet that works for governments that is interested in intelligence gathering is interested in knowing what everyone else knows, because that's intelligence. That's valuable. You could learn a lot of stuff about yourself or what your adversaries or what your rivals or what your competitors could know. And I'm sure every country does that. I'm sure.
Neuberger said today the only solution was to require companies to meet minimum cybersecurity guidelines. Right now, those guidelines are optional for these companies to meet.
Well, so if you go on the Beyond Trust website,
Pegasus might be something else.
Pegasus is not a surveillance. It's overload.
Israeli spyware.
It's overload.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a sleeper overload agent. So it fries the servers.
So it's not.
It's
American,
a virus.
Pegasus is in Iran. It's just Israeli. Yes. Okay. So I was half right. Yes. Stuxnet is also there. Yes. I knew Pegasus was somewhere something. Remotely installed spyware on iOS version 6.0.0.
I believe Peter Thiel helped develop it.
Interesting. Cyber Watchdog. Failed attempt to spy. Amnesty.
But it can basically overwhelm the system.
The sale of Pegasus licenses to foreign governments must be approved by the Israeli Ministry of Defense. NSO Group markets Pegasus as a product for fighting crime and terrorism. Governments around the world have routinely used the spyware to surveil journalists, lawyers, political dissidents, and human rights activists. Very cool.
Yep.
Thanks once again, Israel, you cunts.
Greatest country.
you can
in the
go
world.
and look at the Beyond Trust remote support SAS service security investigation because they're talking about the investigations on there.
Sassy
and they've got a
justice.
few different updates. One was from 12/12/24, and they said, while the security incident forensics investigation remains ongoing, there are no material updates to provide at this time. We continue to pursue all possible paths as part of the forensic analysis with the assistance of external forensic parties to ensure we conduct as thorough an investigation as possible. We continue to communicate and work closely with all known affected customers. We will continue to provide updates here until our investigation is concluded. And then on the 16th of December, they said, we have proactively completed an update for our secure remote access
They're
cloud
watching
customers.
every
Fortifying the
device at all times. That's why immediately when you look at child porn, the FBI kicks down your door. It doesn't take like years. There's not like a whole network that's, never been caught and continues to circulate it and keep up an industry because they know immediately you touch that stuff and because they're watching you at all times, they kick in your door. That's why there's no child porn in the United States.
Do you remember when I put that video on about conspiracy theories?
But it's like people don't understand the levels of things.
Yes.
Scale.
Yes.
Data being sold to advertisers is not surveillance.
Yeah.
But my position is still that people should be able to make money from their own data. And I think that it's technically a digital slavery.
Yeah.
Because I'm not buying the products you advertise to me. I can't afford them.
No click third party hack is fucking crazy. Wait, what's sus?
Huh?
Security of their solution overall. We are pursuing all possible paths as part of the forensic analysis, including our work with external forensic parties, to ensure we conduct as thorough an investigation as possible. We continue to communicate and work closely with all known affected customers, and we will provide updates here until our investigation is concluded. In addition, we're providing recommended resources. And then we go up. They said the next piece was also on the same day, the 16th. As part of our ongoing forensics investigation into the remote support SAS incident, we identified a critical vulnerability within our remote support and privileged remote access products. As communicated in the 12.16 update, all cloud instances have been patched for this vulnerability. We have also released...
In a situation like this, I wouldn't do voiceover. I would do a half-half. I would have the text scrolling as I read while I'm reading on one side.
Yeah, sure.
Personally.
There's also like the whole like highlighting thing that helps a lot.
Yes.
With a lot of these types of videos,
Yes,
but it's also the turnaround time. These got a generic hack look background, and
Mm-hmm.
then it's just like you put in the background filler to black, round the edges, put the text in. You know, he's gotta get the fucking product out. You know, it's more of a business. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
It's very business
They patch
minded.
Yeah.
for self-hosted versions. This update for all self-hosted versions is a non-disruptive patch pushed through the standard update feature of the product. There is no downtime associated with this patch, and it is being pushed to self-hosted support and privileged remote access customers. We are pursuing all possible paths.
Yeah, that is sus. You're right.
Wait. I think you misunderstood what I was saying.
No, he's not talking about you. He's talking about the comment itself.
What? I can't see half of them.
On YouTube. It's
yeah,
on YouTube.
they don't show up for me on the YouTube site.
AKA pussy telephone.
What comment are we talking about?
AKA pussy telephone. The one about spying on all devices at all times.
Oh yeah, but my
This one.
joke after that was about the child porn.
No, I know.
So they're saying sus to me because I'm saying the shit about child porn. Because people aren't instantly arrested in the United States because there's no surveillance access. My point is that child porn exists because the surveillance isn't fucking strong enough to stop it. So to think that the government is monitoring every device, that shit wouldn't exist.
That's not what he's saying.
No, I think they misunderstand my point.
Possibly.
As part of the forensic analysis, including our work with external forensic parties to ensure we conduct as thorough an investigation as possible.
Think that
we continue to communicate and work closely with all
being
notified.
sarcastic and saying that does happen, and there is none here, and I'm mad about it.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's always that, isn't it? That's why you make AI. Or just go to China and get some AI 5G. You'll be right.
Customers, we will provide updates here until our investigation is concluded. The last update, on the 18th of December, they said, as a result of our ongoing investigation, we identified a medium severity vulnerability. Well, before they called it a critical vulnerability, and now they're calling it a medium severity vulnerability. So I wonder what changed. Within our remote support and privileged remote access products, both self-hosted and cloud, as communicated in the 12:16 a.m. update, all cloud instances have been patched for this vulnerability. We've also released a patch for self-hosted versions. We continue to, and then they say the same thing. So hopefully they fixed it. The last time it was updated was at 3:33 p.m. on the 18th of December, first published on the 8th when the incident occurred. So I'm glad that there's specialists out there that do this kind of stuff because I wouldn't know where to begin. Wouldn't have a clue. So, but there's people that are trained for this that have been training for years and years, and I'm glad that we have them because those people are very valuable. If you ever want to go into cybersecurity, just know that you will always have job security.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudaha.
Oh, God.
Bye, Mudaha. Do we care about honey?
No.
Let's do this one.
Oh, yeah. Isn't this crazy?
1,100 pounds.
Thank God it
What the
fell where nobody was, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the plate ring, I will call it the plate ring that has fallen here, is just 1 in a million. Because rarely will you see these coming down, because oftenly they will burn before coming down to the
Wait,
surface.
are you telling me that guy was an aerospace engineer in Africa? Crazy. You mean to tell me they have fucking space
Wow.
programs there? Crazy.
Whoa. Crazy.
Oh, it's Kenya too.
You
Yeah,
should,
Kenya has a space program.
Uninstall it. Uninstall it.
Maybe we should do the honey video then. Maybe he means the. Maybe he thinks about the. I almost said the fruit. The animal byproduct. I was so close to saying, like the fruit.
Yeah, if not talking about the food thing. Talking about
the app that saves you money by stealing money from people. All it is an affiliate marketing thing. They have a shitload of affiliate marketing codes, and then they are able to get profit off of all those affiliate codes because you get a percentage. Like our ground news link, which is better because it allows you to have discounts on any plan you select. Anyone who's sponsored by Ground News, it's only the premium plan, but that's an affiliate link there. So like they're not paying for our advertising. We get paid if somebody goes through and
Based
does
on
the
how
discount
many.
there. We get a small percentage from using that link. And what Honey did is it was overriding these links. So you would go to somebody would be sponsored, right? And then you would go to buy the product with their discount code. And you have Honey installed on your browser, and Honey will say, hey, I found savings. You would click it. It would say, hey, there actually isn't any savings. But the click to search for the savings took you off of that person's sponsored link that would be making them money from their ad revenue, and instead filtered it through Honey's affiliate link and gave you no discount. It just took money away from somebody who you're trying to support.
They literally just stole money from creators. Literally stole money from people.
Well, and that's the thing too, is like Legal Eagle suing them.
And he should.
I don't care though, because the money's not coming back. The company is separate from the people who work there. That's why corporations are dog shit, right? Honey might pay, but the people already fucking cashed the checks for it. That money's not coming back. The people who cashed the checks and got paid, they're not going to be hurt by the lawsuit. The company might shut down.
True.
They still got their fucking bank accounts. Fuck that. I fucking hate that shit. Like, corporations have committed genocide.
Yes, they have. And there's no repercussions for the people in charge at the time.
No, it's just the corporation might be held liable, not the people who did it.
That's insane.
That's what a corporation is. A corporation is an identity.
And okay, so this just comes back to the corporation as a person
Yes,
argument.
there's no liability on anyone who works for a corporation.
Removed. Wow.
That's the point of doing them.
Yeah, that should be immediately removed.
Yeah, well, that's why I say I'm mostly anti-corporation. I'm not like socialist or anything like that. I just don't like corporations. I don't think it's a good system, especially when LLCs exist.
Yeah.
Which still give you, like, that still does allow you to push onto the company so you don't take financial risk, but you still have some with the limited liability.
Yeah.
Please show me the first leaf that does not look healthy.
The creators of this smartphone
If you work at a
say it
company
uses
that
artificial
yes,
intelligence to provide
the
an instant
employees can be held
diagnosis for crop
responsible. But this is another reason why the biggest thing, the biggest international policy I push for is a supply chain act, because we should not be lowering our standards of safety with overseas workers. Like, it's not even about wages; it's just about safety at that point. Like, you can still pay them shit if you want to fucking put your company in that country. But buildings can't collapse on people because you overload them with these fucking machines and shit. Like, the company needs to be held liable just like it would be here if a company fucking kills somebody because of a health code violation or OSHA violation. That needs to be international. If it's an American company, they need to fall under American laws and standards.
diseases and pests. It was developed by non-profit organisation Plant Village to offer real-time solutions to crop health issues. It's a boon for Kenyan smallholders like Rosalina Kochi, who has long struggled to identify the problems with her plants.
This phone app has made my work so easy. I don't have to go far, or look for someone for advice, or use any transport money. It's just me and the farm and my phone.
Akochi has been using the app since 2018 and says the difference in her yields has been vast.
You cannot compare the difference. Before, an acre would produce only 5 bags of cassava. Most were wilted or diseased, but using the modern technology that I have been using, 1 acre can now produce 200 or 250 bags.
Smallholder farmers like Akochi typically work on less than 2-acre farms and produce 80% of food consumed in Africa. The technology also provides resources on sourcing quality seeds, land preparation methods, and access to agricultural specialists. Lawrence Omboyo works for Plant Village, training farmers and testing the AI application in Busia, an area identified as food insecure.
49% of the AI is being deployed in Africa are based on agriculture. And the reason why we are focusing on agriculture is because of the increased population and also the challenges that are being brought by climate change.
Experts say Africa requires an annual investment of $77 billion to enhance farming practices, boost yields, and improve agricultural supply chains to address food insecurity. Researchers across Africa are exploring various solutions, including introducing resilient crops in climate-affected areas and leveraging technology. But many believe AI has great potential due to its accessibility, customization, and affordability. However, barriers to technology adoption, such as lack of smartphone access, persist.
This is why a big thing for us is also like just simply supplying smartphones to people.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're so cheap for us. But also,
Yeah.
the infrastructure needs to be there to support the networks too.
Yeah. Which we would have to probably pitch it.
I mean, it's just one of those things it's like not even like something that would be a main aspect, because the gear, vests, helmets, that type of stuff is going to be more essential to be supply people with. But to make the white people feel good about themselves who invest, when we say that we're going to give cell phones to poor people, they love that shit.
Yes.
They don't want to hear about ballistic vests and stuff, because then they're associating it with violence. So it's oh, we're going to give them smartphones that are encrypted so they can have free speech and stuff. That's fucking, that's charity speak. There isn't essential marketing terms that we have to use to get investors.
Yeah. Although actually setting up some kind of encrypted thing would be
I mean,
neat.
that's why I've talked to Alan about it.
Using
he's
Linux
got
or something.
IT and journalism background. If we get to that point,
okay,
it would be easier for him to just even if it's not him building it, he would know people who have the resources to do so more than I would. I don't fucking know people in IT besides him.
True.
Evelyn Wamboi and other scientists are busy working at this lab at the International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology, or ICIPE, in Nairobi. She says they are studying a type of mealworm that can eat and break down plastics.
This story's so fucking cool,
going to be of help because we've identified, first, it can consume the plastic, especially the styrofoam, and 2, it has a group of bacteria that is helping in the plastic degradation process.
Wamboi and fellow scientist Sanders Mbi Tanga are among 4 ICIPE experts who co-authored a September report in the journal Nature.
The advantage with this insect is that it is native to Kenya and in Africa in general, compared to the other mealworm that have been described in other parts of the world, like the yellow mealworm. And so this makes us to have a home-based solution, and an insect that has adapted to our climatic environment, has been able to survive and thrive within the environment.
The UN Environment Programme says plastic pollution is one of the biggest environmental challenges facing the world. There are more than 400 million tons of plastic produced annually, but less than 10% get recycled. The scientists at ICIPE are studying...
The guy who made the ocean cleanup thing made a river application that cleans up African rivers before they even get dumped into the ocean.
I've been seeing them doing that for a while.
Which is fucking amazing. And this guy gets 0 fucking mention anywhere. Isn't that funny? The guy actually trying to change something gets 0 credit for it. and it's a non-profit.
Well, that's the thing, is that the activists have their role to get pressure on governments. Like, the governments are the ones who are going to give the grants to these people. It doesn't fucking matter if people know who they are.
No, I know. I just feel like if anybody should be public, people should know this guy. It's crazy. He should be funded by everybody. Imagine if everybody gave him $1.
Ways to collect the bacteria living in the worm's guts and find out whether they can be used to manage plastic waste.
Those bacteria can be harnessed from
Hollow Earther? Did we get a Hollow Earther? Please.
the insect, and then we do a scale up of, produce millions and millions of these bacteria that can be used to degrade the polystyrene waste.
But some environmental activists aren't convinced the findings will solve the plastic waste problem.
We've only found insects that only degrade a certain type of plastics, polystyrene, PET, and we have a lot of forms of plastics. So what are the other forms of plastics? And also, once these insects...
I fucking hate Greenpeace. I actually fucking loathe these organizations. It's this, give me it all or give me nothing. You're helping nobody. Shut the fuck up. They're figuring out this. Do this. Get this done. Figure the next one out when you're done with this. Why are you so fucking intent at making sure that all you have to do is complain? Why do you never actually do anything? Greenpeace, PETA, fucking all of these dog shit organizations always do the same. They always speak a big game, but when it comes down to it, all they fucking do is kill animals. Fuck these people.
Insects have eaten these plastics. What is the byproduct?
We are not saying that it's a silver bullet, but what we are saying is that it could be an integrated...
You don't want solutions, you just want to complain. You are the tanky of environmentalism. Cease.
Approach in plastic management, if you can bring down plastic degradation by 30 to 50%, that would be a very huge impact in terms of waste management in the continent.
Utwal says the best way to address the plastic problem is to produce less of it.
We have a lot of problematic and unnecessary plastics, like the sachets, the PET bottles, which we really do not need, which is like straws and the rest. We need to cut production of those ones.
Utwal says Kenya is one of the 34 countries that have banned single-use plastic bags in Africa as the continent continues to grapple.
In general, but I've heard the paper ones have come a long way now, and basically, they're basically plastic, but they aren't plastic. Like, they have the same durability and, texture as plastic now?
No. Maybe in America, but no,
I don't
not
know.
here.
I don't use straws.
They literally
straws.
dissolve and become floppy.
I stopped using straws a long time ago. I solved the problem myself. I have a fucking mouth. I will use straws on, lidded drinks. But I don't drink, lidded drinks. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just fucking pour it in, bro. I don't understand why we need straws. I understand if you're at a restaurant because it's oh, other lips have touched this glass. It's kind of weird there, too. But, a straw isn't cutting down the cross-contamination. The sanitization process is what matters in the restaurant. The straw doesn't make the glass less unclean.
It's true. It is just a wasteful product.
Yeah, there's no point. And I've said this. I said this when the paper straw thing first came out, and people were so pissed. Be like, I have a metal straw, and I'm like, I don't fucking care. You don't need a straw. You don't need to buy a product to replace your straw. You have a mouth.
I have rubber ones.
That's imagine Imagine if silverware was completely, disposable the way straws were. Right?
It'd be interesting.
But the thing is, you could still use your hands to eat most things.
Yeah.
But,
honestly, I use a lot of wood.
I have like metal chopsticks, but like I'll use just like those, you know, those bamboo skewers that you'll have at barbecue pits. Like I will like mostly use those like when I'm cooking and stuff. So like if I'm like working in eggs and stuff, I literally will use wood that I can just throw away right after. And it's bamboo. Bamboo is like completely sustainable.
Yeah,
because
true.
it grows so fast.
That's true. I fucking loathe the wooden cutlery. It's awful.
These are just like skewers.
No, I understand. I'm talking about
I use them like a
cutlery.
whisk, you know,
I
to like
understand.
whisk the eggs.
I understand. I'm talking about the cutlery. They're fucking god awful.
Yeah,
You ever
there's
tried
also
to
like
pick
the
anything
recycled
up
plastic
with a fucking
silverware, and you try to do anything, and it just
wooden
snaps.
fork? Yes, yes.
The plastics, the fake
ever
plastic
tried
recycled stuff.
Ever tried to pick anything up with a wooden fork? Doesn't work.
No, I've never used a wooden fork.
Jesus, like, stop making them. Awful.
I
Dog
don't know if we have those.
Like, why is it so hard to comprehend that hemp will fix all the problems? You can make plastics out of hemp that are fucking degradable. You can make woods out of hemp that are degradable. You can just use the hemp. Like, I don't understand. The solution is there. It's just as sustainable as bamboo, and you get weed from it. Very cool. Very, very cool. We love this. This is great. And then, look, double use, medicinal purposes. Bam! You've got an infinitely usable plant. You can use every single part of it. I don't know why we don't do this.
With the problem of plastic pollution. Joma Ajanga, VOA News.
An investigation is underway following a plane crash in Kazakhstan.
I sent you the playlist. Can you take over from this story or put whatever you want on? I'm hungry.
Yeah, give me a second.
There are plenty of stories. There's a bunch
Yeah, you
of...
need to give me like...
That's
just
fine.
play this story. You need to give me a minute to transfer all my shit. To get everything up.
Kazakhstan that killed at least 38 people. The passenger jet was traveling from Azerbaijan to Russia when it went down. And again, remarkably, more than 24 people survived the crash.
Moments before an Azerbaijan Airlines flight crashed. The video, verified by Reuters, shows people on the scene escaping the wreckage in a field near Aktau, Kazakhstan. Emergency services confirmed the fire has been put out, and survivors are being treated at a nearby hospital, but many others are feared dead.
29 people have been hospitalized, including 2 children.
The plane was originally flying from Azerbaijan's capital Baku to the Russian city of Grozny, but flight tracker data later showed it diverted to Aktau. In Grozny, friends and family members of the passengers gathered waiting for updates. For one relative, there was some good news.
I just got a photo and video that my nephew is alive and well, walking on his own. Everything is fine. I don't know where to go. To Kazakhstan or where? Whom to ask? How to meet him? I don't know, and nobody's telling me.
Are you happy?
No, I am not vegan. I will never be vegan. I like the taste of animal flesh too much. Lamb is fucking delicious and everybody should eat it. I highly recommend lamb. Lamb is fucking brilliant.
Happy?
Of course, I'm happy. Who wouldn't be?
The cause of the crash is not yet clear, but some reports suggest the plane may have hit a flock of birds. Emergency crews are working at the crash site while Russia has sent a medical plane to transport survivors. Azerbaijan state media has said that an official delegation, including the Emergency Situations Minister and Vice President of the airline, has been sent to conduct an investigation.
We are now joined by Bak Tatayeva. She is a special correspondent with 24K7, a news channel in Kazakhstan. She joins us now from the capital, Astana. But walk us through what authorities and emergency responders have shared about the crash so far.
Good evening, Michael. Yes, the rescue operation is over now. The black box has been found. That was just announced at a briefing by the chief.
She came in and her mic was so blown out, and they lowered it pretty quick. Maybe it was an auto-adjusted
Analyzing
mic,
the
though.
chronology, we can picture the next situation. Energy specialists who happened to be in the area were the first to arrive at the scene. Within an hour, an ambulance rescue team and firefighters arrived. 60 rescuers
I
and
just sent you another video that just popped up, though, on my recommends, but I don't really, I just sent it because it popped up.
Hell yeah.
I don't think we watched this, right?
Invaded Iraq. They deposed Saddam Hussein within a matter of weeks, but the country was about to descend into chaos. What started as an insurgency would soon turn into an all-out
What's funny about his statue falling with his hand up, it looks like he's like waving bye as he goes down.
sectarian civil war, one that would take the lives of hundreds of Iraqis every day. But it didn't have to be this way. The violence in Iraq was not inevitable. It was caused by a myriad of mistakes. So why did the Iraqi people turn against the coalition? What caused the civil war? And where did coalition forces actually succeed? We're using objects, film and photography from the IWM collection. We'll take an in-depth look at the coalition occupation from 2003 to 2011 in an effort to understand what went wrong in Iraq.
Step 1.
Iraqi society, at its most basic level, was made up of two main religious groups. The largest were Shia Arabs, largely concentrated in the south of the country. The other were Sunni Arabs, who lived primarily in the east of the country.
If they just said Sunni and didn't say Arabs, because like the Sunni Kurds were also in these Sunni factions, and not all, but there was still, like, Ansar al-Islam is a fundamental pillar of ISIS.
While the major urban centres around Baghdad were a mix of both. Saddam's regime was nominally secular, but in reality was dominated by the Sunni minority. His Ba'ath Party controlled almost every aspect of public life and had been suppressing ethnic and religious extremism for decades. When it fell, a seismic void was left in its wake. Soon, public order fell apart with the widespread looting of public buildings. The Coalition Provisional Authority, which assumed control in Iraq after the invasion, was totally unprepared.
Yeah, they were like, it fell so fast that they didn't have people in place to stop the looting.
In May 2003, the Coalition Provisional Authority made two immediate decrees that had huge consequences for the coalition forces and the Iraqi people. The first order was to remove the top 4 tiers of the Ba'ath Party from public positions and ban them from...
This is like the number one thing people will blame is the de-Baathification of Iraq. If you're going to learn one take about why the war in Iraq went wrong, it's de-Baathification.
...future employment within the public sector. While this may have removed key members loyal to Saddam Hussein, many only held Ba'ath Party memberships to keep their jobs. In removing tens of thousands of people from public positions in key areas such as healthcare, energy, transport, security, education and sanitation...
This is exactly why I say with Iran, right? Like, I say that the system underlies that can be reformed. You just strip the supreme leader away, right? There's still a president and parliament and all that stuff, and that election should be held instead of like a de-Baathification process. Like, if the regime fell in Iran, there's enough government structure there where you could hold elections, and you would need people who are IRGC to stay in the government, or else you are going to have issues where they choose to pick up guns because they can't move shit with votes and things like that. There still will be violence regardless, but...
It made stabilization and reconstruction plans immediately more difficult. The second order was to disband the Iraqi security infrastructure created under the old regime. Approximately 500,000 people within the Iraqi armed forces, security forces, and intelligence services were dismissed from their jobs. Effectively, this created potentially hundreds of thousands of individuals who felt let down, humiliated, and hostile to the coalition, many with military training. It also meant that the security infrastructure in Iraq would have to be completely rebuilt from the ground up. Both orders prohibited any immediate progress in maintaining...
I think another important thing that's going on here is that there's constant back and forth persecution. Shias get power to persecute Sunnis. Sunnis get power to persecute Shia. And this has been ingrained on how society shifts in Iraq for a long time. And when these people get casted out, who are mostly Sunni, and then also elections are held, and all these guys who you know as an Iraqi are fucking Iranian backed and not like legitimate from your country, obviously you're gonna have problems with that. Like the fucking, like the stooge America put in. Like, of course the Sunnis are also gonna have problems with that. Like, if the Americans really thought, because there was like mortar attacks on trying to like stop people from going to the polls and stuff, America really thought it was because these people were loyal to Saddam and hated democracy. They really were that ignorant to think that was the reason why these attacks to prevent voting were happening.
Essential services and law and order in Iraq. They were also a key factor as to the growing frustration and anger within the country towards the coalition.
The fallout from these orders was compounded by the creation of a new Iraqi governing council, which had a Shia majority. Sunnis became increasingly worried that they would have no power.
There's the bad guy right there. That's the one.
In a future Iraq, and that Shias may seek revenge for the repression they had suffered under Saddam. Sunni insurgency groups quickly emerged, some former Baathists, some tribal, and others Islamist.
Okay, so this group is a little too far south on this map. They're more in this region up here. They are also mixed Kurdish. They have like minority representation in their group. And outside of Kurdistan proper, this is the only legitimate Iraqi force that is Al-Qaeda backed. Obviously, Zarqawi becomes Al-Qaeda in Iraq, but Al-Qaeda fucking hated him. These guys are also responsible for one of the deadliest, maybe the deadliest attack on American forces in Iraq. They did a bombing on like the cantina, like the mess hall, and killed a lot of fucking people in that attack. And they're basically the sisterhood or the brotherhood to Ansar al-Islam. So these guys are also a component of ISIS. So even though Zarqawi might not be the Iraqi Al-Qaeda in the beginning, all three of these factions in the north do become fundamental pillars in ISIS, and it's mainly in his philosophy.
Extremist.
And of course, Islamic Army in Iraq. These are the fucking. If there's one militant rebel force in Iraq that you should like be like, hey, these guys are like the good guys, it's these guys. These are the most like the current forces in Syria, and even then, those Syrians are like actual Islamists. This wasn't necessarily the case for them being Islamists here, but the reason why I'm comparing those two is that these guys did some, bad shit as well. They weren't like saints. Nobody in a war is really going to be saints. But these guys were very effective at killing coalition forces. More effective than probably other Sunni groups. And they're also the first ones that will end up working with the Americans to fight ISIS in their country, similar to a lot of Syrian factions end up doing. And this is like early ISIS that's not in name.
All of which received a steady stream of money, arms and volunteers from across the Syrian border. The coalition fought them successfully from the start of the invasion in 2003. In July, Saddam's sons, Uday and Qusay, were killed in a firefight in Mosul, while in December, coalition forces finally captured Saddam himself near his hometown of Tikrit.
Oh, Turbo.
This was a moment of euphoria for the coalition, who believed they were finally turning a corner in Iraq. But the war was about to turn against them.
In April 2004, reports emerged of abuses and human rights violations committed by members of the US military.
Okay, I just looked at YouTube chat. I have seen the wooden utensils that are on the ice cream cups. And I would say those are slightly better than when you fold the lid to make a spoon.
Against Iraqi detainees at Abu Ghraib prison. Photographs showing some of the abuses were made public, causing widespread...
Just to point, I just want
Abu
to
Ghraib
specifically
prison.
point this out. This guy right here, innocent. Never did anything wrong. Okay? I'm not even sure out of the people who were tortured by the specific group inside the prison, I'm not sure which one of them were even like linked, but I know the most famous one at the very least, who has fucking electrodes under his fingernails.
Photographs showing some of the abuses were made public, causing widespread outrage. It led to the conviction of 11 US soldiers. The news from Abu Ghraib was dominant throughout Iraq and neighboring countries, and it caused many to mistrust.
Still is. This little group of soldiers who were never trained in taking care of prisoners, who were like, you know, like they shouldn't have been in that role. It could have been totally prevented if the Americans actually gave a shit and were hands-on and didn't fucking like just go at it like a clusterfuck and like throw people around wherever. Who cares? Like this shit mattered. This was like Abu Ghraib and Gitmo. Gitmo was also fucking bad, but those two events are like the main principal factor for all of the global war on terror propaganda against the United States. Like, it all comes back to that. It's fundamental in that. Like, the whole point, Jihadi John, when he fucking kills the journalists and stuff, the reason why they're in orange jumpsuits is because of Guantanamo. Like, that is a reference to Guantanamo. Dan Pearl is beheaded by KSM. He says it's because of Guantanamo, and now KSM is there.
Or reject the coalition, and even gave some the justification to take up arms against them. This negative perception was further compounded by coalition forces not being able to find any weapons of mass destruction. These nuclear, biological and chemical protective gloves were issued to a member of the Iraq Survey Group, whose role was to search for weapons of mass destruction post-invasion in 2004. No such weapons were found, and they remain unused and still in their original packaging.
This political element was vital. The coalition had invaded Iraq with a tiny force, numbering around 170,000 troops. While this was enough to defeat the Iraqi military, it was nowhere near enough to occupy the country. According to the US Army,
you gotta let the ice cream sit for a while so it softens, then the spoons won't break.
20 counterinsurgents per 1,000 residents is often considered the minimum troop density required for effective counterinsurgency operations. But in 2003, Iraq...
How many do we think the Americans had?
Iraq's population was around 25 million, meaning that at least 500,000 troops would have been required to secure the country, a number that was politically impossible.
Hey, guess where you could make up, 300,000 people from the Iraqi population by being like cool and not like awful and fucking everything up. Like, I really want to see how Syria develops politically so we can further point to why America is so stupid in this war by fucking micromanaging someone else's government like this. Like, if they just fucking depose Saddam and then just, like, let Iraqis build their own country and just provided security and, like, just checkpoints and shit, there would have been no insurgency if they incorporated all these people from the start. Like, when Petraeus comes in, the first thing he does is go to all the tribal elders.
Possible to provide. As a result, insurgents and militia began to grow in the gaps between sparse coalition.
There was no reason Zarqawi should have even gotten support in Iraq. it's American incompetence that made the power vacuum that he was able to exploit. The Islamic Army of Iraq continually showed, after Petraeus came in, that they are more than happy to fight people who are outsiders if it gets the Americans out sooner too. Like, they will take the weapons, they will take the F-16 support to destroy people who are their enemies and occupiers. And when those occupiers cease to exist, they're very open about how they will then go after the Americans about it. It was a very uneasy relationship, but because that relationship existed, the war ended and Iraq started to go on a path towards stabilization. Not stable yet, though.
Forces. Economic problems developed too. Though GDP had recovered from the invasion in 2003, power cuts were frequent and inflation hit 32% in 2004. Iraqi civilians, including the Shia majority, were growing more and more discontented.
While there was a generally positive response across the Shia population of Iraq to the removal...
This is going to set up solder because the Sadirists are like some of the poorest in Iraq. So the economy going to shit really became a contributing factor for his political power. And he legitimately did do uplifting of the lowest classes. He's like a leader who did give back to his people. Hopefully they won't shy away from his crimes, though.
Removal of Saddam Hussein from power, that didn't mean that they were happy with coalition forces remaining in the country. Throughout 2003, there was a growing discontent with the coalition forces and lack of progress with regards to reinstating...
And this is why in our interview where I interview the guy who is an Iraq soldier, what is this fucking Project Leaflet, right? I also ask the British guy, the contractor. I asked them both about 2000. Well, the contractor specifically, I said, what did you feel an attitude shift in 2004? And he's like, when we got there in 2003, nobody wanted to fight us. And consistently, you'll talk to anyone who was there in 2003, they'll tell you the same thing.
Basic services, improving the country, and providing a clear and quick pathway to elections. Shia militias were starting to form and expand, one of them being the Jaish al-Mahdi, who would come to be known as the Mahdi Army. Coalition forces now had the challenge of facing not only violence from Sunni groups, but also Shia ones as well.
In 2004, Iraq exploded into violence. Sunni and Shia guerrilla forces began simultaneous uprisings, taking control of several major cities. Suddenly engaged on two fronts, only the last-minute redeployment of the US 1st Armoured Division, which had been scheduled to leave the country, saved the coalition from a major defeat. The uprisings confirmed the coalition's belief that it was their presence causing the violence. They wanted out as soon as possible. The CPA handed over to a new Iraqi interim government, with the first elections scheduled for January 2005. However, before voting could take place, coalition forces would have to eliminate insurgent sanctuaries in key cities. Some of the heaviest fighting of the war was about to take place.
On the 7th of November, US forces led a 6-week offensive in Fallujah, a city with a population of approximately 300,000 people.
They totally skipped over the first battle of Fallujah. They only went to the second. See, that's the thing is that's why I really focus on what leads up, because they talked about Abu Ghraib. This is a big thing that people sleep on, is how it actually got to this position. They were just to simplify and say it's coalition forces that are causing the uprisings is fine, though. That's accurate enough. But I really think it's better to really dive in, talk about Blackwater Bridge and all these things that took place.
Fighting was intense and dangerous, not just for the combatants, but also civilians who had not been able
to have the entire society shift to being oh, we're free from Saddam. That's cool. To we need to kill the Americans in 1 year. That's crazy. You have to really fuck up to do something like that.
To evacuate the city in advance. Approximately 4,500 well-entrenched insurgents fought 18,000 US troops within the city. By the end of the offensive, US forces had swept the city, and leaders were generally confident that the elections in the new year could take place. Yet the insurgency was not defeated. The town of Fallujah was devastated. Houses, infrastructure, public and religious buildings were extensively damaged. The residents who survived the battle now lived amongst the rubble and destruction. 4 months after the operation, only 30% of the city's population had returned.
The elections took place successfully, but they were not the unifying event that the coalition had hoped for. Sunnis largely boycotted the vote. In Anbar, a majority Sunni province in the east of Iraq, turnout was just 2% compared to 58% overall. As a result, the new Iraqi constitution, ratified in October, would have little Sunni input. Over this period, Iraq's insurgent and militia groups began to change. Realising they could not go toe-to-toe with the coalition, the Mahdi army allied itself with the Iran-backed Badr Corps. The Iranians provided training, weapons and expertise, particularly in the field of
This is Sadr, by the way, the Mahdi army.
IEDs, or improvised explosive devices. Meanwhile, Sunni insurgents were transforming too. They had taken heavy losses in 2004, and as a result, former Ba'athist groups began to fade into the background in favour of Islamist extremist groups, like Musab al-Zarqawi's newly renamed
Oh, so you mean that whole part where you were eliminating the insurgent strongholds was actually a mistake and you shouldn't have done that either? Crazy. Now fucking Al-Qaeda and IRGC are fucking the main factions in the country instead of actual native forces?
Qaeda in Iraq. Zarqawi soon became
ISIS.
Iraq's most notorious insurgent.
Don't be fooled by the name Al-Qaeda in Iraq. This is ISIS.
He led a brutal bombing campaign against Shias in the hopes of igniting a civil war. Soon, he would get his wish.
And if you want to learn more about the specific bombings that Zarqawi does, on our Patreon, we have 3 walkthroughs of 3 different Iraq War documentaries. One of them is actually by the insurgents themselves, but we have one that's specifically about Zarqawi. It's the 3rd one, and I go into detail about these bombings and why they were so significant.
In December 2005, new elections were held. This time, Sunnis came out to vote and turnout reached 75%. However, the voting largely mirrored the demography of Iraq, as people voted along ethnic or sectarian lines.
Maybe this system wasn't a good idea. This is like Lebanon-ass shit. Like, the reason Lebanon's government is such dog shit today is because of France. And the Ottomans, but mostly France.
Demography of Iraq, as people voted along ethnic or sectarian lines. The coalition had been relying on the elections to unify the country. Instead, they raised the stakes of the conflict and brought sectarian tensions to the fore. In combination with Iraq's...
They're so idealist and stupid. Like, oh, democracy, that will save it. If it's a fair and free vote, except for the insurgents, we'll kill you. You don't have a say.
Government, economic issues, and lack of security, the elections set the stage for the next phase of the conflict.
On the 22nd of February 2006, the Al-Askari shrine was bombed in Samarra, one of the holiest sites for Shia Muslims in Iraq. The response was immediate, and reprisal attacks were carried out against Sunni communities and religious sites.
This is the 3rd big important bombing to take place. I mean, you could say it's the 2nd because the Jordan embassy and the UN bombing are kind of back to back. They're like the same group of attacks, but like this mosque being bombed by Zarqawi, big deal. Country was never the same.
By the end of the day of the bombing, US reports indicated that 27 mosques had been attacked in Baghdad alone, and several Sunni clerics murdered. Further reprisals and revenge attacks exponentially increased over the year, and civilian casualties peaked, reaching just under 30,000 in 2006. This car was damaged in a car bomb attack on the crowded book market at Al Mutanabbi Street in central. Car was damaged in a car just under 30,000.
Look at so Iraq body count, great resource by the way. They actually, if there's identification, they will like actually put identification for like the bodies and stuff. There's a lot of information on the victims of this war and how many people died overall. But when people talk about the Iraq War and they talk about the death counts, there's like this idea that it like is from American bombs. And just because the Americans aren't like directly killing these people doesn't mean they're not responsible. But I really think that you need to separate this idea that America is like this brutal tyrant. They're just fucking ignorant and stupid. The reason why it goes this way is because of ignorance, overconfidence, stupidity. But look, the early days, right? Turn off these subtitles. Like this, the Civil War starts in 2006, really, right? But like the heaviest fighting by the Americans, they just said, was in 2004, right? You got shock and awe, and then like, you know, like compared to where it goes just 2 years from there. And I think 2006, that's the guy. What I think Project Leaflet, he's there. I think that's the period we interview him about. I'm not sure.
In 2006. This car was damaged in a car bomb attack on the crowded book market at Al Mutanabbi Street in
What does that mean?
central Baghdad on the 5th of March 2007. 38 people were killed.
Whoa, what a great advertisement for Cybertruck. You mean the vehicle stayed together?
Street in central Baghdad on the 5th of March 2007. 38 people were killed in the explosion and hundreds injured. No group ever claimed responsibility for the attack.
It was Al-Qaeda.
Bombings like this were becoming more and more common throughout the country, making life in Iraq for many ordinary civilians incredibly dangerous and difficult.
Now, Baghdad became the site of widespread ethnic cleansing, as Sunni and Shia alike sought to purge their neighbourhood of the other. The bodies of thousands, tortured and mutilated, were left in the street or dumped in the Tigris River. In the midst of this indiscriminate terror, many Iraqi civilians came to realise that neither the coalition nor the Iraqi government could protect them. Subsequently, more and more people began to side with the militias and insurgents, who were starting to provide the basic function of the state themselves. Increasingly, Iraq's insurgents and militia became less
This is also why I was comparing it to Idlib. My friend was in Fallujah. The aftermath said it was fucked up. Like, he fought in Fallujah. Because, you know, that's certainly not a fight I would want to be in, especially knowing how preventable it was.
concerned with fighting the coalition and more concerned with fighting each other. Large parts of Iraq now fell under the control of groups like the Mahdi Army and the newly formed Islamic State of Iraq.
ISIS.
Meanwhile, the coalition were still committed to a speedy transition. By mid-2006, Iraq had a new...
This was a mistake. Putting this guy in? Mistake.
Prime Minister, Nouri al-Maliki. He supposedly led a government of national unity, but his reign was dogged by claims of corruption and bias towards Shias, a perception reinforced by both the handling of Saddam's execution in December 2006 and by the conduct of the Iraqi security forces, which he controlled.
The creation and training of new Iraqi security forces was vital for the coalition. To reduce their own troop levels, they needed to ensure that there was an effective and trained force to take over. However, within Basra especially, there were concerns that certain Iraqi police and security forces were compromised or infiltrated by the very militia they were supposed to be fighting against. This problem was not only felt in the southeast. There were further issues of corruption, lack of training and experience, and the ISF at this stage were deemed to be not effective enough to operate without coalition support.
Unable to trust Maliki or the Iraqi security forces, the coalition's transition strategy came crumbling down.
They had a clip
Meanwhile,
art on their car. It was an Iraqi flag clip art on their car. Go back Oh my god.
Coalition's transition strategy came crumbling down.
no.
Meanwhile,
against. This problem was not only felt in the southeast. There were further issues of corruption, lack of training and experience, and the ISF at this stage were deemed to be not effective enough to operate without coalition support.
unable to trust Maliki or the Iraqi
Yeah, this is classic. Classic.
Look at that clip art!
No, there's so much of this shit, bro. Like, go look at some of the insurgent groups' logos. Hang on.
That's fucking awesome. Oh, that's awesome. That's so good. That's the best part. Authentic clip art.
Hang on, I'll show you some fucking. None of the Islamists, they have cool flags. This is a fucking shit ass group right here. This is one of the worst groups. Check that out.
That's awesome. Wow.
Sunni. Where is it?
How do you even get into a group like this? How does that happen?
Well, these guys, so they're one of the biggest Ba'athist groups.
Oh,
but
Ba'athist.
it was named after a Nashabi Sufi order. Their ideology has been described as a mix of Islamist and Pan-Arabism ideas, right? So, look at this guy. He's clearly Irish. Come on, Iraqi, get out of here. That is an Irishman if I've ever seen him. Right? So like these guys were like in the Sufi order.
Yeah.
But I'm looking for these guys. They're like the 1920 Brigade or something like that. Oh, here it is. 19 yes, this one. Isn't that great?
Oh my god.
Isn't that
Yes,
awesome?
that is incredible.
You know.
Nothing's wrong, friend. I just don't know Russian.
These guys are
That's
based though.
Awesome.
That's the
What does
Islamic
that say?
Army.
I feel like I've seen that bottom script before.
I mean,
with all the scribbles in it and shit.
that's kind of, it's just how they be doing stuff. There's one that's like even funnier with their logo, but I'm not sure. So here's a good one. This is the Al Qaeda guys, Suna.
Graphic
Like, that
design
one's
is
not
my
bad.
passion. Graphic design is my passion.
I like that one though.
You give me passion.
More energy.
What is that song called?
More footwork. More
Because
passion.
I've been trying
More
to
energy.
figure out what that song is for a while.
Bro, this one's so funny.
More passion, more energy.
Isn't that one great? You like it?
What the fuck?
Okay, this is the one I was looking for. This one's also good. Great clip art. I love the font at the bottom. This green font, they loved this shit. There's so many like DVDs they burned that had that font because it was whatever fucking like tool they had.
Yeah.
Software they had. That was like
It's
the cool
what they were using. Yes.
template
that's
color.
So funny.
security forces, the coalition's transition strategy came crumbling down. Meanwhile, 100 Iraqis were dying every day. Something would have to change, and fast. In January 2007, US President George Bush announced the deployment of an additional 20,000 American troops to Iraq. This became known as the Surge.
Ironically, this was a good decision. It may have happened because they're tripling down on violence, but this time it was a good decision. Somehow it worked. I wonder what changed. I wonder if there's a certain guy that came along with the surge that actually made it possible to be successful. And they just needed good management.
Troops would be accompanied by the arrival of a new commander, General David Petraeus, who brought with him a new plan. Coalition forces were now ordered out into their communities, which they were made responsible for. The focus was on security rather than transition.
Oh,
the number of US troops
you mean that they went in because people were turning to the insurgent groups who were providing the state, so they went in and gave people security instead of shooting them? And then suddenly it's flipped? I can't believe it. How could this have happened? I thought these people were just naturally violent because when bomb happened, you immediately become terrorist.
Controlling Baghdad doubled, giving them the manpower to hold on to the areas they had cleared. In addition, they also began to tackle insurgent and militia supply lines in the so-called Baghdad Belt, effectively cordoning off the city. But the biggest changes came far from Baghdad. First, Sunni tribal leaders in Anbar province began to grow tired of ISI and their brutal tactics. In late 2006, they began to
They weren't Iraqis. That's the biggest thing.
Operate with the coalition forces that they had long opposed. This realignment became known as the Awakening. With the help of these Sunni tribesmen, Anbar province was turned from an ISI stronghold into one of the safest regions of Iraq, a trend which soon spread to Baghdad. Secondly, the Shia militia movement...
This is what really aggravates me about the Iraq War, is like how Petraeus came in and instantly just fixed shit because he gave a fuck. And like, was rational about the approach. Like, it was so easy to turn around. And so many people died. And they fucking continued to double and triple down on these fucking bad ideas.
Began to fracture. The Mahdi army soon found themselves increasingly in conflict, not just with the Iraqi government, but with their fellow Shia militias. The Mahdi army had been formed to protect Shia Iraqis, but was increasingly seen as a band of violent thugs. By September, Muqtada al-Sadr was...
It's crazy seeing this guy sit next to people who are now like his mortal enemies. What's Ethan doing here with this guy? It looks like Grandpa fell asleep over here.
Forced to freeze Mahdi army operations in an effort to save face. Together, the Surge, Awakening, and Freeze transformed the war in Iraq. Ethno-sectarian violence was calmed, and the number of violent attacks fell by 40%. It was a huge success, but new problems soon sprouted elsewhere.
The British at the same time were not able nor willing to increase their numbers within Basra and their zone of control. Their plan was to reduce their numbers as they were under pressure domestically, and their focus was now on operations in Helmand province in Afghanistan. The British forces had always struggled to effectively secure a large part of Iraq with a limited number of service personnel. Their zone of responsibility spanned 4 regions and a major city in Basra, an area roughly the size of England. By the end of 2005, it was judged that only 5% of UK military effort in the area could be devoted to counterinsurgency operations due to lack of sufficient numbers. This led to a certain amount of friction between the US and the UK, as those within the US military felt that the British were motivated more by the short-term political gain of an early withdrawal rather than the long-term objective of a secure handover to the Iraqi government in the southeast.
In September 2007, the British handed their base in Basra to the Iraqi army. But in their absence, the city soon fell under strict Mahdi army rule. In response, Maliki was forced to launch an all-out attack in March 2008, both in Basra and Sadr city in the north of Baghdad. Once again, Iraqi security forces were found wanting, and it was the coalition who did much of the damage. But either way, the Mahdi army was routed. By the end of 2008, Iraq's trajectory had entirely changed. Sunni insurgents had either switched sides or fled north, and Shia militias had been defeated. Inflation was at just 2%, and for the first time, the Iraqi government was in control of almost the entire country. But despite their success over the past 2 years, the coalition presence in Iraq was now being called into question.
By 2007, public opinion in both...
Wow, it looks like they turned it around. I hope they don't fuck it up again after stabilizing everything and getting their shit together. And it's crazy how fast it moves too. Like, just a year to, like, fall apart. And then, like, it's like 2 years where the Civil War is, like, really bad. But then, like, immediately the next year, the Civil War is over, and the death toll drops significantly.
The UK and US had completely turned against the Iraq War.
Polar
The
shifts
constant
are
scenes
just
of violence and chaos within the country, combined with the increase in coalition casualties, meant that many people wanted coalition forces out of Iraq. This is a snatched Land Rover that was used in Iraq by British forces as a patrol vehicle. The lightly armoured vehicle, originally designed for operations in Northern Ireland, was vulnerable to improvised explosive devices, a weapon widely used by insurgents and militia. 27 British service personnel were killed in snatched Land Rovers while serving in Iraq. In 2017, the UK Ministry of Defence apologised to families of service personnel killed in snatched Land Rovers after a long legal process and stark criticisms as part of the findings published in the Iraq inquiry of 2016.
In one of his last acts as president, George Bush agreed a deadline for the American withdrawal from Iraq. Set for the 31st of December 2011, the date would loom over the rest of the conflict. In 2009, US troops largely withdrew from Iraqi cities, leaving Iraqi security forces in charge. And by the middle of the year, Americans were the only foreign combat troops left in Iraq, with their numbers falling precipitously. The Maliki government continued to survive, but only just. The global recession and a collapse in oil prices caused major problems at the 2010 elections. Maliki remained in power, but his reign would become increasingly corrupt and authoritarian, creating new discontent within Iraq. When the next crisis came, the coalition would not be there to support him.
By the US withdrawal in 2011, Iraq had, on the face of it, a working government, security forces, and civil service. However, this stability was an illusion. Society was still fractured in many ways. Resentments and suspicions still existed, and there would be further devastating consequences to come a few years later with the emergence of ISIS. For the coalition, the spectre of the war and its aftermath would loom over foreign policy decisions for many years. Iraqi civilians were the most affected by the invasion. Millions of people were displaced. It is hard to identify a clear number of how many civilians died after the invasion and the instability and crises that followed. Documented civilian deaths from violence number up to approximately 210,000, but many argue it is considerably more than this. The impact of the invasion of Iraq in 2003 and the violence and chaos that followed is still being felt today.
He's not ready. He's never ready to come back. I can't believe it. He had all this time.
I'm ready.
Mm-hmm.
I am.
You're not paying attention.
My microphone is just.
Huh? Shut up, homo.
My microphone is just off the thing. Now I have a free-moving microphone.
Sounds like excuses.
Huh?
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 Sounds like excuses. Why'd you break it?
I didn't break it. I was fixing it. I
By
don't know.
breaking it.
Does this work? Are you getting feedback? Is this funny?
It's great because it's actually in front of your face for once.
In front of my face? Maybe I should get a hand mic, a hand thing for it, and I can actually have it in front of my face. I don't know, it probably sounds way better. This one.
5 pieces of equipment were mobilized at the site.
Yeah, guys, we have the evidence that Russians definitely shut down this airplane. We're speaking about this Azerbaijan Airlines Embraer 190, which was on its flight from Baku, Azerbaijan to Grozny, Chechnya, Russia. Here we have the information about this aircraft, so it's 6:28 UTC. Today, this aircraft crashed in Aktau, Kazakhstan. Later, I'm going to tell you why it happened in Kazakhstan, because the flight was conducted between Azerbaijan and Russia. The airplane was 11 years old, there were 67 of the occupants, and some of them survived, actually. The Ministry of Emergency said that there were 29 of the survivors, but I heard different numbers, like 32 already, so luckily someone survived. The flight took off from Baku International Airport,
like
by the
the
way.
South Korea crash, which was like still at an airport on a runway and was just no landing gear.
Yep. Insane. Actually crazy that people survived.
Yeah, people survived the Korean one too. I think 2.
Yeah, 2, I think. Yeah. It's on the list.
Have flown there many times and was heading to Grozny. Russian initial information suggests that the flight was unable to land at Grozny due to low visibility at 0502. It's 3,500 meters, but this visibility is actually good, and the cloud base is also great for any sort of the approach. Reportedly, flight diverted to Makhachkala, but the visibility there was also, I would say, good for even non-precision approach. Later on, ADSB data, so the data connected to the GPS service at 0607 UTC, showed the flight over the Caspian Sea with a squawk 7700. So something happened before with the airplane. It declared an emergency. And the aircraft was heading towards the Aktau airport, which is located at the shore of the Caspian Sea, Kazakhstan. Well, we might have more data from the Aviation Herald website. They confirm most of the information, and they say that 32 of the people were rescued alive. 28 of those were taken to the hospitals and 7 to intensive care. Here we have the weather information of Grozny airport. Definitely 3,500 kilometers of visibility, which is not the fog, it is broom. And the cloud base, I would say, okay, 1,200 meters. If we check the minimums for Grozny airport, and I guess that Embraer is category Charlie of the aircraft, but even if you take Delta, you see that the GLS approach, or NAV approach, NDB approach, all of that within the minimum, especially for runway 26 equipped with ILS, which is Cat 1 category, so array altitude 200 feet, the barrow altitude 739 feet. The runway visual range is 550, but even without the flight directory system or head-up display, they might take this range. And the minimum here is 2 times lower than actually was by the time of the approach. So the weather minimum for diversion from Grozny airport wasn't the factor. And by the way, the wind was also calm by the time of the approach. Yes, as you can see in Aktau, the weather was a little better. And here we are live on the flight radar 24. Here you can see Baku, the capital city of Azerbaijan, and Grozny, the capital city of Chechen Republic of Russia, is not that far away. And here we have the data published by the flight radar 24 on Twitter. The plane flown from Baku, and near Makhachkala, the GPS signal was lost, and again it occurred over the Caspian Sea, not far away from the Kazakh territory. So why don't we have the data over the Russian airspace? Well, because Russia jammed GPS. And the reason for that is the Russian war against Ukraine. Basically, they used the Caspian Sea as the launching spot for their Tupolev 95 strategic bombers. So this morning, by the time of the flight, Russia again launched their attack on Ukrainian territory, hitting Ukrainian infrastructure. And those are the cruise missiles which...
Or like the guy who is helping clear the city and the aftermath, there is like just heads, bodies, and limbs. They have no idea where they went, like who they belong to and stuff. Some of them were like white women too.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they just like found like corpses who had their fucking limbs cut off and shit.
Wait, where?
There was like torture houses and shit in Fallujah.
Ah.
After the battle, there was like whole Al Qaeda torture sites.
What the fuck?
And just like body parts on some of these people. And then not only that, just like people, like, you know, a war also happened there, so then you also have like people blown to pieces from that type of shit too. It would not be very fun to clean up, let me tell you.
No, it would not.
See, now I can't hear you.
which flow to Ukraine from the Caspian Sea. Russia usually uses their Tupolev 95 strategic bombers for those terror missions. So they basically jam the GPS signal over the northern part of the Caspian Sea. Plus, one more reason for Russia to jam the signal was the Ukrainian attack on Chechen Republic and Grozny. Again, Russia having closed their airspace over Grozny, they allowed the commercial traffic to operate by the time of the strike. This video was filmed today in Chechnya. This is the Ukrainian drone Airprac-22 Foxbat. Originally, it is the ultralight aircraft which was converted for the drone purposes. It is basically a kamikaze drone now with a range up to 1,100 kilometers, so pilots were removed and additional fuel tanks were put to hit the Russian infrastructure. And you know, guys, Ukraine has absolute right to do so, I mean to hit the Russian military infrastructure. It is not the first time those drones are spotted in Grozny. Before, like 1 week ago, one of the drones hit the barracks of the Akhmat battalion, which fights in Ukraine against Ukrainians. And you know, Russia started its war and they attack Ukraine using strategic bombers, so Ukraine has at least something to respond with. And this photo was also taken today in Grozny. This is the acceleration module of the air defense missile which Russia uses on their Panzer S systems. This is short up to middle range system, and they have those kind of the missiles to hit helicopters, and it is quite useful against the drones. Also, this module has 2 of the cannons. And here we have the images from the crash site. Embraer airplane itself with numerous of the holes, basically shrapnel in the aft part of the airplane, vertical stabilizer, horizontal stabilizer, all of that is shrapnel. And you may see that it's not the explosion holes, it's implosion. So you may see here, the part of the skin of those holes just curved inside. So 100% it was the external factor, so the missile which caused that damage. And this is one more video filmed from the different distance perspective. You may see numerous holes with the shrapnel everywhere. And it's not the first time Russia shuts down the airplanes. There was the evidence provided that definitely Russia shut down a MH17 Boeing 777 over Ukraine back in 2014.
Russian soldiers
At that time,
were
Russia
posing with the plane. Like, yeah, Russia shot that shit
That's
down.
so cool.
Like,
Zapata's doing a little run. He's running so much tonight. Obviously, climbing on top of the cage
used more heavier
didn't get him enough exercise in his leggies.
I guess not.
system book with a larger missile. That's why the missile was enough to shut down the airplane. So as you can see, missile just releases the shrapnel very close to the aircraft, causing the damage. That's how the air defense missiles usually work. They don't need to hit the target itself, they need to explode nearby. But because the missile, the Panzer S, is much smaller, it caused just this limited damage. So the airplane got damages, pilots declared an emergency and started to divert. But why did they divert to Aktau and not coming back to Baku? Well, first of all, the route to Aktau is closer, and to go back to Baku, they need to curve away from the mountains. And judging on the flight radar 24 data and bar information which came from the altimeters, it was really difficult to control the airplane.
Yeah, because
there were numerous fluctuations of the vertical speed with minus 8,300 to plus 8,300 feet per minute. It happened more than 100 times, so you can see up and down, so the airplane basically lost the control. Why do we have this precise value? Well, basically there is no data coming if the vertical speed is above or below this value, I guess, from the system itself. So the real figure could be even bigger, I guess. So why did this airplane lose the control? Embraer 190 has 3 of the hydraulic systems. The logic is that hydraulic pistons actuate airfoils, depends on the signals coming from the flight computer, so it's the standard scheme for the fly-by-wire airplane. The weak spot of it that in case you lose all of the hydraulic fluid, you have nothing to control your airfoil with, as well as if you lose the signal which is coming from the flight control system. On Boeing 737, which I've flown before, the scheme is different. There, if you lose all of the hydraulics, you can still control the airplane with manual reversion. Yes, it's much harder to manipulate the airplane, but still it is possible and you can control it. But in this case, unfortunately, it's not possible at all if you have the leak in hydraulic system, in all of the systems basically. And the damage to the flight control system here was caused by external factor, by missile. So either it caused leak or cut the signal from flight control computer. Here I was able to find this video on TikTok. It shows the final moments of the airplane from the close perspective. Well, what we may see here that it seems like the flaps are not extended, but landing gear was. So pilots tried to land this airplane in Aktau. But actually you can extend the landing gear on Embraer without any hydraulic system required. There is the manual extension handle which pilots used in this case. Let's watch how it's done.
To extend the LDG with the manual system, the LDG selector must be...
manual system in Korea, the people probably would be alive.
In Korea, yes.
selected to down.
Pull the manual lever up to an angle of 62 degrees. This will rotate the forward quadrant and via the closed loop cable, the main landing gear quadrant as well. The free fall selector valve is moved by the rod from the main landing gear quadrant and connects all hydraulic lines to return. The uplock hooks in all uplock boxes are mechanically forced to open by the cables. The landing gears are released from their uplock and extend by gravity and aerodynamic forces.
So yeah, as you saw, you have the direct linkage between the locks and this manual lever, manual handle, which helps to extend the landing gear even with no hydraulic system. Landing gear just goes down with its own weight and aerodynamic forces, as they say, like nose gear extends over here, being pushed by the airflow. So here we have this exact configuration: flaps are up, landing gear is down. Really shows that something is wrong with hydraulic system or flight control system of the airplane. Here in the screenshot we can see how airplane just plunged into the ground, hitting mostly the forward part of it. So the passengers who were sitting in the back survived. All of the pilots lost their lives. Luckily they saved some of the passengers. So I think they did what they could in this situation. The only way to control this airplane was with manipulating of the engine power. The story reminds of United Flight 242, then because of the internal explosion the damage was caused to a hydraulic system, so crew had to manipulate with 2 of the remaining engines to land the airplane. Unfortunately they crashed, but many of the passengers were saved. 112 passengers lost their lives and 184 survived. You know guys, in my aviation career on a flight simulator, I tried to land Boeing 737, manipulating just with the thrust difference. It is damn hard to do. So the outcome that some of the passengers stayed alive is actually good. And you see here that the off part of the fuselage definitely survived the crash, and that's why some of the people were saved. The fire and rescue team also was in place on time because they received the emergency signal from the airplane, but at least they saw the emergency squawk 7700, which we also saw on flight radar 24. So they deployed Mi-8 rescue helicopter and many of the vehicles. It happened really not far away from Aktau airport, like 5 kilometers away, and that saved many lives of the passengers.
It's Azerbaijan.
But the front part of the airplane and the wing is completely gone. So that's approximate position of the crash. Here you can see that the runway is not that far away, but probably pilots decided to land in an open area field with a relatively flat ground, as you can see, to have more options, because it was definitely hard to aim the airplane just with the engine thrust. And I'm here on a flight radar 24 myself. I found this flight. You can see that there is definitely the altitude change throughout this final stage of the flight. It was difficult to control the airplane with heading as well. So finally they tried to aim towards the runway. Finally they made the go around here because they were not in the line with runway, so at least they had one attempt. Here they tried to turn left and right, barely controlling the airplane at the very low altitude, and unfortunately here probably it was too much thrust on one of the engines, because we don't usually go through those kind of simulations on our full flight simulators. This type of the emergency known very rare to occur, almost impossible, but I already mentioned you the case which happened before, so I think it should be trained on the flight simulators after all. Here unfortunately they didn't have enough altitude to recover and they hit the ground. Luckily those were not the mountains in this area, the ground was definitely flat, and that also saved the lives of the people. So after all, I think the pilots did a proper choice to go to
put mountains around an airport, yeah, because the mountains come after. Oh my goodness.
Aktau, Kazakhstan, because this area is not
all mountains, isn't it?
Well,
Colorado
it's
is
flat.
all mountains,
it's
no?
It's high elevation.
Ah, okay. Right, because everything east of it is low and flat, because that's where the lowland sea was. The glacier thing. It flattened all that area. That's right.
That populated as Baku. If they had returned back to their origin, you may see that it is huge residential area, so they 100% would hit something in attempt to land. So pilots did actually great job. Yes, they lost their lives, but they tried their best to save people inside of their airplane as well as on the ground. And I'm sure all of this data will be confirmed by the flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder, which by the way survived. By the way guys, I also have my mate flying the exact same aircraft in exact same airline, but honestly I will not ask him for any side of the insights because it's their own policy, the policy of the airline. So what we need to do is just to wait for official information, which I think will confirm the impact of missile. And there is one more video released, so there was also the damage to the flap hydraulic actuator fairing. So maybe shrapnel hit not just the aft part of the airplane but also the wing, and there could be many more spots of the possible hydraulic leak. And on this particular video I already see many more of the oxygen masks, so for sure there was the depressurization. Depressurization might be caused by two of the factors. First of all, you lost the engine bleed, so the air is not coming to the compartment of the airplane, cabin and cockpit to pressurize your airplane, and in this case the pressure inside would be lost gradually. It's not the fast process, so pilots would have enough time to descend to the safe altitude. But if you have the outside damage, it might cause even explosives. The pressure inside the cabin would be equal to the outside pressure. Well, it really depends on the hole itself, whether it's big or small. In this case, I don't know, but definitely it was caused by external factor, as we see from the shrapnel. There are some videos filmed by the passengers, so passengers were sitting wearing the oxygen masks. And those who survived this accident, who were sitting in the back, they said in the report about the loud bang, and after it, yes, this happened. Here we have the very close perspective of the shrapnel. I check it on Astra channel. It's the Russian opposition source, by the way. And for sure, 100% those holes were done only by the air defense missile. It's explosion. It's not the internal kaboom as it was reported by the first time. And it's not the bird strike. 100% this air crash was caused by the Russian air defense. I hope that they will admit it very soon. And it's actually very terrible that those things happen. And luckily this airplane landed in Kazakhstan, not in Russia, so there will be international investigation conducted of this really terror act done by Russia. Why didn't they close the airfield if they had a drone attack? So yes, you can see that the shrapnel went from one side, and this is the exit hole.
I had it,
everywhere here. It's not like some sort of the air tank, as it was reported, exploded there. No, there is nothing like that in the aft part of the airplane, which might cause that significant damage. No, I'm 100% sure that this aircraft was shot down by the Russian military, and the original reason for this is because Russia started the war again.
Badass. Huh? You know what's exciting though? With the A-10 gunning down Turkish mercenaries in Rojava. We could get POV footage of the business end of an A-10, which could be pretty cool.
I mean, we have kind of seen that.
I mean, you know, do I want to see someone ripped in half?
I mean,
with a 30mm cannon?
I'm pretty sure there was like video of a friendly fire incident by one of them.
Interesting. Not really. Will I watch it? Absolutely.
Did you see the video I sent you where I said it like, oh, did you see this yet? It's brutal.
What?
Did you watch that video?
No.
Oh.
I don't think so.
I'll highlight it. I'll say this one.
Nah, fuck you. The A-10's sick.
No. It's sick at killing your team.
I'm sure it is. I don't live in delusion. I don't say it's a good plane. I said it's sick.
Ukraine. It is their full responsibility. Now they may blame Ukraine for launching the drone strike on Grozny, but Russia is responsible to provide safety.
It's long as fuck.
Great.
It's fucking brutal.
Alright, let's fucking go. Send.
Of the air operations on its own territory. Like, by the way, I also think that Ukraine should have provided its own safety
in
its own airspace.
That's cool. They're a cool fucking plane.
Who's like a civil rights person? Who's like
see?
Harriet
Tubman? Now you get it. Huh?
I was like a civil rights person who's like sneaky. Something, a revolutionary who's a assassin. And I decided it's Harriet Tubman.
Sure. Where's my video?
Over Donbass by the time Russia May 17, so I think it was also a mistake by Ukraine not to close the airspace over Donbass. But again, it was the Russian missile Buk which hit Malaysian Boeing. And you know, guys, that the similar stuff happened with my airline Boeing 737, which was shut down by Iranian militants, so even me could be on board of this airplane. And we say that those cases with military shutting down civilian airplanes by mistake or not appear again and again, so something should be done with it. But you know, after all, it's hard to influence those dictator regimes in Russia or Iran. The only thing I would recommend is not to visit those countries because it's kind of dangerous even if you fly over them. So guys, I'm gonna keep you updated on the story. I'm waiting for the initial report about this case, but I'm sure that everything that I've said to you in this video is true. So yes, obviously before the official investigation report, it's the speculation from my side, but I'm 100% sure in my outcome, my conclusions. I wish you all a peaceful sky wherever you are and have a great time.
Investigators have finished extracting data from one of 2 black boxes from the Jeju airplane that crashed in South Korea. The data from the cockpit voice recorder will now be converted into an audio file for analysis. The flight data recorder lost a crucial connector and will be sent to the U.S. for further investigation. 179 people died after the plane crash landed without its wheels deployed on Sunday. 2 flight attendants survived. It's hoped data from the black boxes will provide crucial information about the moments leading up to the tragedy.
해당 기종에 대한 국민들의 우려가 큰 만큼 국토부 등 관계기관에서는 운항, 정비, 교육훈련 등에 대해 철저하게 끝까지 점검해 주시기 바랍니다.
한미 합동조사팀이 공항 내 임시본부를 마련하고 현장 조사를 지속 진행 중입니다. 사조인은 음성기록 장치에서 추출한 자료를 음성 파일 형태로 전환하는 작업을 진행 중이며 사조인은 완료 시까지 이틀 정도 소요될 것으로 예상하고 있습니다. 파손된 비행기록 장치는 국내에서 자료 추출이 불가한 것으로 판단됨에 따라 미 교통안전위원회와 협조를 통해 미국으로 이동하여 분석하는 방안을 오늘 합의하였고.
Good evening. 2 people are believed to be the only survivors of a devastating plane crash in South Korea. The 737 was travelling from Thailand to an airport in the country's south with 181 people on board when it skidded off the runway and exploded. And a warning, the vision in this story is confronting.
No landing gear, sliding on its belly. This Jeju Air jet was simply...
What the fuck does that supposed to mean?
This fucking video is insane.
The video
The
I
one you
you?
sent me on Instagram?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It's long as fuck, too.
running out of runway before it slammed into a concrete fence and erupted into a fireball. This was just after 9 a.m. local time. Amateur footage captured the 737-800 moments before and appeared to show a flash of flame and smoke blasting from one of its engines. On the ground, dozens of emergency crews confronted wreckage strewn across the airport. A thick black plume of smoke could be seen kilometres away, while on the tarmac, firefighters raced to the scene. Crews used power tools to cut into the fuselage, attempting to rescue any survivors in the tail section of the jet. On board were 173 South Koreans, 2 from Thailand and 6 crew. The injured who were able to be rescued were taken to local emergency departments. South Korea's acting president, Choi Sang-mok, immediately instructed responders to mobilise all available equipment and personnel to the plane crash at Muan International Airport, around 300 kilometres south of capital Seoul. Investigators from South Korea's Incident Investigation Committee were on the scene quickly, investigating one of South Korea's worst aviation disasters. Eddie Meyer, 9 News.
I like turtles.
South Korean police say the chief executive of Jeju Air has been banned from leaving the country as they continue their investigation into Sunday's deadly plane crash. This follows a police raid of Muan Airport and the airline's offices in the capital Seoul. Local media say a warrant was issued on charges of professional negligence resulting in death. 179 people were killed when the passenger jet crash-landed and slid into a wall, bursting into flames. Many questions remain unanswered, and investigators are looking at whether a bird strike or weather conditions were responsible. Well, investigators have started the process of extracting data from the plane's black boxes. Aviation expert Jeffrey Thomas explained why these flight and voice recorders are so important.
Well, the 2 black boxes are absolutely critical to most
they tried to lower
investigations,
the
and
landing
particularly
gear and
this
it went,
investigation.
and
There
they
are 2
went,
black
that can't
boxes,
be
which
good.
for the viewers are actually orange or red. One is the cockpit voice recorder, which records the last 2 hours of cockpit conversation. And the digital flight data recorder, that's the heartbeat of the aeroplane and monitors basically every major system.
They didn't kill each other.
No, the one guy's dead. The
Oh, he
guy
was?
who's the guy whose body cam it is, he's dead at the end.
Oh, okay.
That's what you can see. He's just holding onto the guy's vest.
Yeah.
It's fucking. He's dead, holding onto him.
It's
The
kind
other
of
guy
hard
is
to
like
see.
mutilated though. Like
Yeah,
he's
it's
probably not walking out of there either.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. It's not the clearest.
He's just getting stabbing the fuck out of him, man.
Yeah.
Not a
Fucking
pleasant
crazy.
way to go.
No.
But like he was ambushed on two sides. The fact that he took one of the guys out is amazing.
Oh, the body cam was Russian? Ukrainian?
No, I'm pretty. No, the body cam is Ukrainian. It's the Russians who killed him, I believe.
Okay.
But he killed the one guy, the first guy who's in front of him who engages him. There's because he gets hit from two sides.
Yeah, because
He kills the one guy.
he was getting shot at. I assumed that was the same
and
guy.
then
I didn't
there's a
realize
guy
it
who
was
came
two.
behind him, and he threw a grenade in there, and then they tumbled, and that guy had his knife out and was just cutting the fuck out of him. But they were wrestling with the knife. They were both stabbing each other.
Yeah, I saw them wrestling. I wasn't sure what happened afterwards. I was kind of skipping through it.
Yeah, you can see like the blood start pouring all over the place.
Yeah, fair.
They're like the other guy may not have walked out of there alive.
I'll have a proper watch once I'm done with stream.
It's very unstable too because it's like the
Yeah,
nature
yeah,
of the
yeah.
type of footage it is.
Yeah, of course. It's so fucking crazy that we're getting footage like that. Actually insane.
On the aircraft, and that has a capacity of up to 25 hours of recording. Now, the cockpit voice recorder, as you suggest, that has been downloaded. They are now working on the transcript of that, and we expect that to be released within the next day or so. The digital flight data recorder was damaged, and that has been flown to the United States, to Washington, D.C., to the National Transportation Safety Board offices in
I don't know
Washington
why you would love that
for
video. Like,
to
the guy
be.
who survived. He's not like he's mutilated. He's probably not walking out of there. He's probably gonna bleed to death too. He's probably gonna have he probably had a more painful death.
Yeah, if not infection, and then literally
Slow,
dying of
agonizing.
infection.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like if he lived, he's lucky.
Yeah,
He's
very.
already in the Russian military. That's already a pretty big L on the luck scale.
Process there by the experts in the US, but they are critical to the investigation because, sadly, as we know, pilots and most of all the passengers perished in this crash. So what was going on in the cockpit is going to be pivotal to this investigation. We know that it was a bird strike. We don't know how badly damaged the aircraft and its engines were from that bird strike. But the very big focus now is going to be understanding what the pilots did, what pressure they were under, what systems were failing, and how they reacted to the situation, and what drove their decision making.
How carefully do these black boxes have to be handled? Because you're trying to preserve as much information as possible.
Well, they're made of very sturdy stuff. As part of the certification of the black boxes, they have to withstand a force of 3,500 Gs. That's units of gravitational force. And they also must be able to withstand temperature of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit or 1,100 degrees Celsius for a period of 1 hour. So they're basically indestructible, particularly the central memory units in the inside. I mean, the black box can look like it's been knocked around very badly and damaged, but the actual memory units are protected by 3 different layers of protection and are virtually indestructible.
Aviation expert Jeffrey Thomas.
This morning, new information and new images as the investigation into the fiery Azerbaijan Airlines crash moves forward. This video showing confused passengers, some standing in the aisle after oxygen mask dropped and something appeared to tear through the cabin, peeling away sections of the wall. This man saying he heard a loud bang and began praying. This survivor saying she felt too...
Are they mixed up? They might be. Okay, there's a lot of these. I put a lot of these on.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of
some
coverage
terrifying
of
moments.
Yeah, we got it. Hello.
Today for workers at a warehouse in Fullerton when a plane crashes through the roof of the building and then explodes in flame.
And tonight, 2 people are confirmed dead and more than a dozen are injured. KTLA's Mary Beth McDade is live in Fullerton with the very latest on the deadly crash.
Somebody sent me a video, but it was and like I don't think it was the right plane crash they sent me because I was like streaming when they sent it, and I just clicked the link, and I don't know if it was the same thing because it didn't explode in the video that I saw, nor crash through a roof. So I think it was a different video.
Maybe there's been a
And they
few
made
plane
mistake.
crashes. I think I even might have been talking to you about all of these plane crashes. I believe that was with you.
Yes, Cher and Rick, Fullerton police say that they believe that the two people that died in this crash were in the plane at the time. Now, the plane does come back registered to a Huntington Beach man. However, it's unclear if he was in the plane at the time.
Fullerton Tower, RV-75, should be immediate landing required. Oh my God.
Moments after a Mayday call, a small experimental plane crashes into a warehouse near the Fullerton airport, creating a fireball explosion, killing 2 people and injuring many others.
Very scary, especially knowing that you know a lot of people like super close from there. It's very nerve-wracking.
Angel Cortez was working in the furniture upholstery business on Vermeer near Gilbert when the plane crashed into the roof. More than 100 people were inside at the time.
We're working back here. All of a sudden you hear an explosion, a bunch of fire kicking out, and it went fast. We had to run.
Firefighters responded, evacuated the building and nearby businesses, and set up a triage area to start treating 20 people that were injured.
We did transport several people to the hospital with varying degrees of injuries.
It took firefighters more than an hour to put out the 4-alarm fire. The FAA identified the 4-seat aircraft as a single-engine Vans RV-10 based in Fullerton. Authorities say the plane took off at approximately 2 p.m.
Climbed straight ahead to about 900 feet, and a short time later the pilot called for an immediate return to the airport.
NTSB officials say the tower cleared the pilot to land on any runway.
The airplane then appeared to make a 180-degree left turn and flew the left downwind for runway 24, and ultimately crashed about 1,000 feet short of runway 24.
The NTSB is now leading the investigation.
The plan is to continue the on-scene investigation tomorrow within the facility, and then have the airplane recovered probably tomorrow evening or late afternoon. And then the investigation will continue at a remote storage facility throughout the weekend.
And the NTSB says that they plan to have a preliminary report up on their website within 14 days and that a full report will take at least a year. Now, as for this building behind me here, fire officials have red tagged it because of all the damage. For now, reporting live here in Fullerton, Mary Beth McDade. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, MB, we thank you for that.
That's why there's
Now, the
so
National
many
Transportation-
because I'm like, hey, there's lots of plane stories. Let's do plane stories. And nothing about Boeing, surprisingly. Go figure. Boeing sneaking a W here.
Safety Board is
I don't
investigating
think Boeing
yesterday's
gets a
fiery
W
plane crash in
when
Southern
one of the
California.
planes that
2
crashed
people on
was
board were
shot
killed, and
down.
another 19 people were injured when the plane slammed into a furniture warehouse. CBS News Los Angeles reporter Cara Finstrom is live in Fullerton this morning. Cara, you are at the scene right now where people had to be evacuated yesterday. What are you hearing from witnesses?
Well, first off, the NTSB did just arrive minutes ago here at the scene this morning, and they tell me they will be going inside and working also to remove the plane. It's still in the middle of this warehouse. Did not have much other information for us.
They sent people back to work, and there's just a plane in there.
No, I mean that the crashes weren't Boeing's fault this time.
At this hour, but you can see the warehouse behind us. The FAA, they did release their preliminary report this morning, and that included information about the 19 workers who were inside when the plane crashed, 11 suffering serious injuries, some were...
The Korean one may not have been. It may have been an Airbus. But the Azerbaijan in Kazakhstan definitely was a Boeing.
Burned. Here's what we heard from one of the witnesses.
All the fuel came down on him.
Just his shirt was burned, his shoes was burned, his face. I mean, it looked like something from a movie.
Just horrific. And he does say that worker fortunately appeared to be sitting up afterwards. And this video, you can just see flames engulf the warehouse after that plane punched a hole through the roof of this furniture manufacturing business. Investigators are saying the plane had climbed to about 900 feet before the pilot requested to come back immediately. He was cleared to land, and then the plane crashed about 1,000 feet short of the runway. The pilot flying a kit-built, or what's called homemade or experimental RV-10 aircraft. At the news conference, the NTSB said it was a popular model. That was a news conference that was held last night. They don't yet know what went wrong. We can tell you that registered owner of the plane, he is from Huntington Beach. We don't know if he was...
How did only 2 people die?
There's the pilot and the passenger.
Oh, it was only the two in the plane. Okay.
Mhm.
That makes sense. Cool. Cool.
You think that's cool?
Very cool. This one.
I'm calling Sam Shoemate a liar. And I'm calling Sean Ryan an enabler of disinformation. Why was the Sam Shoemate appearance on Sean Ryan regarding the Cybertruck explosion in Las Vegas?
I like saw that, this guy claimed that he got an email from the guy, and I said, okay. And then I saw Ryan posting about it. And then I saw that Jameson made a video about Ryan's video, and I said, oh my god, the Holy Trinity has combined.
They're all together.
I can't wait.
Most likely an hour of lies.
Whoa,
Ryan
Jameson, I
Macbeth.
love that Jameson. Can we go back just like 5 seconds?
Most likely
What
an
did
hour.
Jameson do to this video? Why? What is with the aspect ratio and cropping and the punch-in? What is happening, Jameson?
This is to avoid copyright. That's what he's
You
trying
think?
to do.
Like
Yeah.
Ryan is gonna copyright his shit?
100%. That's what he's trying to do.
Of lies.
Whoa, Ryan Macbeth. Can you say that about Sean Ryan? We got Ryan Macbeth here, million subs, Intel expert on YouTube.
God.
The way I understand.
Relax,
it.
bro.
He's saying Sean Ryan's a liar. The other fella, they're all liars. That's what I'm hearing. I'm just reporting the news to you. Stand by.
So my name is Ryan Macbeth, retired infantryman, current software developer. I also work on drone software and ISR software, along with contracting, where I found bad guys, and you get the idea. So I'm really good at finding people.
You get the idea.
I know a little
Thank
bit
you,
about
Ryan,
this intel
for
stuff.
not listing your
I'm
whole
actually
resume.
somewhat familiar with Sam Shoemate. I figured out who he was last year after he put out some Russian propaganda and faked some emails regarding helicopter pilots.
Here's a question. I know Ryan is, the way I understand it, very pro the war in Ukraine. If you're not pro the war in Ukraine and you talk about it, like I just don't want to give him more money, does that make me pro Putin?
Jameson, what does that
That
mean?
is the theme here on
Pro the
YouTube. If you're
war
like,
in
I'm done
Ukraine.
giving money. I'm done. I'm good. We'll go. What are you?
You're not giving
Putin?
any money. you
No,
dumb
I just
bitch.
think it's been ineffective. You got to ask. Go to his channel. Go check out Ryan. He's the expert. I'm a dumbass, but go.
Fort Novacell not getting the flight hours they needed
You
to
are a
maintain
dumbass.
proficiency because of the war in Ukraine. He initially did this under an alt account called Terminal CWO, which is how he kind of came to my attention. But in a nutshell, it seems like Sam Shoemate either didn't want to take the COVID vaccine or he's still sore about that. So he kind of left the military and turned his life into kind of like a conspiracy theory crusade to undermine my beloved army, either for clicks, clout, or revenge. Now, I'm not going to begrudge a guy for not wanting to take the COVID vaccine. I get it. But when you start making up emails undermining the readiness of my beloved army and supporting pro-Russian narratives, then I'm going to get involved.
How involved was he about the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, you think?
Oh my god.
I don't know that he was in then. Probably wasn't
Jesus Christ.
his pay grade. But he's very pro. I'm pro.
When were
Army
you
too,
in the
man,
military?
but at some point,
Jameson,
there's bullshit
Jameson,
being
he
said,
literally risked
and I don't know the
his
man.
entire
Understand-
fucking resume. Every video. He's not a WMD EOD specialist. He is a drone guy. He is a targeter. He kills people. He finds people to kill them. And does software development. That's why he knows when emails are faked and why he can do a simple propaganda trace where you say, hey, I know exactly where this narrative came from because I've heard it before because I work in the fucking industry. Fucking hate Jameson.
And he doesn't like me, which is,
bro.
I agree. I don't like myself half the time. Good job, Ryan.
Don't want me involved. This guy, Sam Shoemate, went on the Sean Ryan podcast, one of, if not the biggest, one of the biggest podcasts in America. And he claimed he got an email from this particular gentleman who blew up the Cybertruck. And as of me writing this at 7 a.m. on January 4th, 2025, This Sean Ryan video is seen about 2 million times on YouTube alone. Now, Sam Shoemake claims that Matthew Leibelsberger wrote him an email, which he then reads on screen.
Call me crazy, but does a screenshot of an email and a screenshot of a signal chat, DMs, is that good enough to be proof? No. I understand. I guess the FBI came out and said it's 100% true. But do you guys believe what the FBI put out? Most of you don't, from what I read in the comment sections. But is Sean Ryan, I'm asking a question here, wink, wink, the purveyor of what just is hard fact? Has he got that level of intel? That could be true. I know everyone's a fan of Sean Ryan. I watch Sean. And just running with the screenshot, and go check out Ryan's video. I'm not going to play the whole thing here. But running with it, does that just make it true? Because Sean said it. Ryan says it's just bullshit. It's lies. It's made up. It's fugazi.
And here's the funny part about this email. You see these squiggly lines? These are spell check indicators. This means that whatever was on screen was in draft and in edit mode. Now, Sam Shoemaker has made up emails before, so to take a screenshot of something that's in edit mode, well, let's just say in the intelligence community, this is what we call a clue. So then the Las Vegas police released this manifesto.
I will give it to Ryan. Coming out against Sean Ryan, and today, you can't do that. There's been nobody. Anti-Hero came out against Tim Kennedy, Latrell, all the big folks. They broke the seal, cracking the dam, right? Those guys. Bravo to them. But you can't, even if you just say, I saw Megyn Kelly, Sean Ryan said he had a drug network, and you say that, I'm just listening, I'm just curious. Go, shut up. Keep Sean Ryan's name out of your mouth, son.
I don't
go,
give
whoa,
a fuck.
I'm just a
Fuck
curious
Sean
guy, because why would you ever admit that? What's going through his head? People go, shut up, racist. I mean, shut up, Sean Ryan denier. Okay, but can you say this? I'm not sure.
And you can read it for free at ryanmcbeth.substack.com. This manifesto is more of a rant about greed and processed food and Ukraine. But the style of the manifesto that was released by the Las Vegas police is totally different from the email that Sam claims to have received. So what can you take away from all this? Well, I can tell you this. When you are one of America's top podcasters, it would behoove you to tell the truth. You kind of have an obligation to at least try to get the story right. I mean, it's sloppy. And it's sad that choose clicks over truth.
I disagree with
But here
Ryan
we are.
here.
Yeah.
What do you do with it? So Sean Ryan.
Make money.
Yeah, exactly. You're 100% correct.
It is a product. He is offering a product. It is not truth. It is a product. It is for entertainment purposes.
Let me play both sides of this. Sean Ryan gets his information. He does his best to vet it. He's got to break it, right? Every news agency is breaking something. Half the time, come back and, we made a mistake. Like Sean on the North Carolina plane thing. He came back, brought guys on, but the hurricane, he said, we made a mistake.
Do anything.
Could that be okay? Is it Sean Ryan's job to vet everybody to a degree? Can he vet it all? Does he break it? What does he do with it? Well, in today's media, you break anything, you come back later and apologize.
Well, it's whether he
more
made it up
malicious,
as well.
where you get into fraud and shit.
Did he make it up? I would say that he even just made it up.
If he knew the email was, or he even questioned it, you know, because like I've hosted people where I maybe, like you know what's a great example of someone that I was like, I don't believe a lot of what this guy's saying.
Yeah.
And then they got doxxed and it turned out to all be true. Is our friend in Georgia. There was just the stuff he was saying about like special forces and stuff. I was like, I don't know about this. It seems, you know, a little sensationalist. Nope, wasn't.
No, he says some shit, and every time it turns out to be true.
Another one. Scott. When a lot of the stuff he was saying.
Yeah.
It was pretty huge and kind of too good to be true, but then when I was editing the video, I was researching everything about him and all this background stuff and verified all the stuff he said is like totally legit. You know, I couldn't really do that with like somebody who was like the fucking contractor, you know?
Yes.
That's a different one. It's hard to actually vet what he's saying.
True,
And
because
also,
it's
he
almost
did
individual
fucking have
experience.
the slant drilling conspiracy about Saddam in there, you know?
Yeah.
But we weren't really. He wasn't on for like fact-based things. It was on for like what it's like
Experience,
to be a
yes.
contractor.
Yeah, exactly.
If I was
Exactly.
gonna do a fact-based thing, he's not a guy I would bring on to do facts.
No.
So
No,
if we
exactly.
can have somebody on that's maybe for more entertainment purposes, I don't see why Sean Ryan can't. But
True.
I also took out that slant drilling shit because I
You
knew
did.
it had no place in that interview
Mm-hmm.
to do Saddam denialism like that.
Mm-hmm. And for us not to address it.
I let him say it. I just moved on and didn't. I
Mm.
don't think I put it.
Yeah,
in.
because there was no purpose in us pushing back.
And if
on
I
it.
did put it in, I put in disclaimers that this is like
Yeah.
not true.
Yeah. Uh huh.
I'm not sure what I did. I don't remember.
That's alright.
By all media standards, that's what people do. All the media he looks at, the DOD can't find what? Billions of dollars. The beloved army loses money all the time.
Oh my God.
Makes mistakes. I mean, Tillman. Shall we go on with Roberts Ridge? So it's a thing, right? It's what we see as the modern military.
Look, you know, Sam Shoemate has a history of playing fast and loose with the truth, whether it's fabricating emails.
Huh?
The DOD, they can't. They just don't. They can't find out money. Is you know. Shut up. Like there's like so much more relevant shit than like
Yes.
government like moving money around and not being exactly like sure
Mhm,
where the
mhm.
paper trail goes for the money.
Yeah.
Is the world keeps turning, the economic system keeps going, shit somehow got paid for.
Every single time.
Oh, they can't pass an audit? Somehow they're still funding everything just fine.
Emails or promoting Russian narratives that we can trust and undermine American institutions. And he has a right to do it, dude. I mean, even lying is protected speech. But guess what, bub? I got free speech too.
Okay.
And with my free speech, I'm calling Sam Shoemate a liar. And I'm calling Sean Ryan an enabler of disinformation.
Okay, Ryan comes in strong.
I agree. Sean Ryan
I don't know
is
what
an
his
enabler
facts
of
are, but it looks like a draft.
I mean, this guy immediately, along with CIA Sarah, they immediately ran with this fucking migrant invasion being linked to the guy who did the LA attack. They immediately linked it to migrants. And I
Yeah,
didn't finish
yeah.
my point when we talked about this the last time, about how if these Al-Qaeda 2.0 people really fucking care about this homeland attack, linking it to migration and these Republican issues is undermining their goals. They're the ones enabling terrorism. They're not stopping it, linking it to migrants and shit when it's clearly not happening. You're really, really showing your credibility real good there.
Like message, right? There's no proof it was true. Saw it this morning now. The FBI said, the email appears to be true. When did the FBI...
What
This
are you
morning,
doing?
the
I
motive
was
and-
loving that video.
It was over. What are you talking about?
Was it?
Yeah, it was literally over.
Final days of Matthew Livelsberger coming into sharper focus.
It ultimately appears to be a tragic case of suicide involving a heavily decorated combat veteran who is struggling with PTSD and other issues.
No
Authorities
way.
laying out an extensive forensic accounting of the scene,
Ah,
explaining how they
did
found
you
his wallet
fight
and IDs
Vietnam,
charred
Oog?
but preserved
Let me
under debris.
Shed some tears for your plastic toes. He didn't hurt
Displaying
anyone, so
notes
it's
from his
okay to laugh
burned up
at him.
phone, saying the Army Master Sergeant did not have any grudge against Donald Trump, but with the state of the country.
He says, fellow service members, veterans, and all Americans, time to wake up. We are being led by weak and feckless leadership who only serve to enrich themselves.
Authorities confirming through DNA and matching tattoos the 37-year-old was the one inside the Tesla Cybertruck when it exploded, which they believe happened at the same time he shot himself. With questions mounting over the timing, the FBI stressing there is no known connection between Livelsberger, the New Orleans suspect, or any other terrorist organization. Meanwhile, a former girlfriend telling NBC News she received this video from the Green Beret inside what
the guy, they did a dive on him. No formal connection to ISIS. Self-radicalized. had no connection to ISIS, maybe
which
not
one?
have even communicated with ISIS.
New Orleans one.
Yeah, as usual
No
with American
shit.
ISIS attacks.
Interesting.
Turns out when you have actual communication with ISIS, they stop you, so it's always these loons who then claim, why do you think the flag is upside down and shit, and he didn't even make the flag properly?
True.
So
no, you literally cannot stop terrorism.
it depends on what type of terrorism. ISIS and linked to, that's why white supremacists constantly get caught with like bombs and shit, because they actually communicate on networks. Lone wolf stuff, which is what ISIS was specifically trying to inspire, that's impossible.
Yes.
But luckily, you know, the people who get radicalized that much to choose to do that, not a common thing. Killing yourself is kind of frowned upon in society.
Yeah.
You know, people generally aren't that dedicated to some cause.
It's generally true, yeah.
So like that's the thing is like suicide and mass shootings is going to be more common in countries like America, where the motive is to kill themselves, but also revenge against society because they're so depressed and shit.
Yeah.
You know, ISIS guys aren't depressed and killing themselves because they're depressed.
It's fanaticism. It's a different type of thing.
Mm-hmm. And it's hard to get to that point.
Takes years sometimes. Slow.
Maybe when
appears to be the rented Cybertruck.
What?
I said maybe when ISIS was at its height.
Maybe.
Just days before the explosion. Livelsberger texting, I rented a Tesla Cybertruck. It's the expletive. Followed minutes later by, I feel like Batman or Halo. The messaging, including the video inside the truck, continuing till New Year's Eve, when Aaron says he went quiet.
I love Halo. He's my favorite character in Master Chief game. I'm Halo.
She found out about the bombing when she says she was contacted by the FBI.
I don't know what drove him to it.
Also, this guy had extensive IED knowledge, and he chose to just throw some fucking fuel and fireworks in the back of a truck instead of like. He knew extensive IEDs that he could have done, and instead he did this. I don't understand a lot with this one, but I just know that his wife left him, and then he was like, and killed himself.
I've just been rolling it around in my head.
Because of his politics, I think it's funny because I'm a bad person.
For 2 days.
Aaron says Livelsberger was never violent towards her, but often complained of extreme pain following multiple back surgeries, among other issues.
He would have headaches. He had some memory loss and trouble concentrating.
So the difference between back surgery
did your head hurt?
He got back surgery, and then he killed himself.
He's like, I'm all concussy-wussy all the time.
He could have killed us. He could have gone out a hero.
I have
Instead, he went out sad.
Oh!
In Las Vegas, investigators say as for a potential motive, the decorated veteran ended with this.
I need to cleanse my mind of the brothers I've lost and relieve myself of the burden of the lives I took.
And we have learned some additional context into the life of Matthew Livelsberger. 2 U.S. government officials telling NBC News that he saw a doctor for depression at least 3 times between the months of August and this past December. The DOD not saying if he ever was officially diagnosed with depression.
That is not enough.
Or if he ever showed any signs.
If you have depression,
suicide.
3 times is not
Peter,
enough.
Laura.
Morgan Chesky sharing all that new reporting this morning. Morgan, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show.
Thanks for watching.
Okay, so I promise I have calmed down an awful lot since the last video I just did of the terrorist attack that happened in Las Vegas with the Cybertruck. I'll put in one of the corners. I had the giggles because the story is just so bizarre. The whole fireworks inside a tank, like nothing's going to happen on the outside. It's going to happen on the inside of the tank. And why would someone in the military, you know, they would be smarter.
You know what tanks are not made out of?
Okay, hang on.
Stainless fucking steel.
I do want to watch this video as well, but is she more heated in the other video?
I don't know. I don't know what other video.
She just said I calmed down. Go to her channel.
Find the video. You
go
go
to
find
her
it.
channel and just look real quick. Click on it right there. Okay.
No.
She said I've calmed down since my last video. Okay.
Than that, and then I thought about it, and I'm like, everyone's probably right. There's some probably MK Ultra going on.
Then they also did experimentations to using different chemicals to see if you can induce a person to commit a crime or induce him to do that or to do this. Of course, the CIA claimed that it didn't carry it through.
It couldn't be because he was a
the
green
documentation we got was actually that they did that. Then we came across the overall project called MK Ultra.
He literally
its
had
earlier
PTSD,
code name was
bitch.
Artichoke,
It's
and
not
that
MK
includes.
Ultra. It's called fucking suicide. It's called our fucking vets kill themselves.
It's called the VA isn't funded, and this is the problem.
Well, even with funding, I think that a lot of this would still happen.
Yeah. There's a chance.
Included 149 sub-projects, and those sub-projects range from what I just described to open-air testing in the United States, experimentation on prisoners, experimentation on soldiers, experimentation on college students.
What? Do you think he what?
Do you think he cried before he killed himself?
100%.
He put the gun in his mouth while he was sobbing.
He's crying. Yep, tears rushing down his face.
Would these people know?
And then he got scared by the fireworks, and that's why he pulled the trigger.
They were being experimented on and gave their approval?
No, except for the quote-unquote voluntary Army soldiers.
Oh, yeah.
And the way the voluntary Army program worked is it started...
It's some MK Ultra shit, she says, which provided 0 results. It was just fucked up shit that the CIA did. It yielded nothing. They believed in astral projection.
The files were burned, which is very strange.
Yeah, because it led to nothing. This is the same organization that gave dolphins hand jobs to try to teach them how to speak English.
That's fair.
Sorry,
that's a fair enough
dolphin.
point.
Not
A
dolphins. One
A
dolphin.
In 1959, and the guys were just told that they would be doing experimentation on new weapons.
Because there might be ties between these two guys, the guy in New Orleans and the guy in Vegas. And people are saying that there might also be ties between that one guy, Ryan something, the one that almost assassinated Trump. I don't know. I have my tinfoil hat on because things are getting bizarre for just the first day of 2025. Hi, guys. My name is Annette. If you're new here,
Annette.
please subscribe.
Her researching is going on Twitter, contacting her crystal mummy
People
friends,
have been saying
seeing
this,
what
she
they
said.
heard today, and
The
then coming
audio
to a
is much
random
better.
conclusion. Huh?
The audio on this one is much better. Yeah, what?
Yes.
The CIA is a clown show. That's why do you think I was so excited that I would potentially pull somebody who worked for the CIA in to fucking harass them?
You want to read the email?
Yep. So
Oh,
this
boy.
email
Yep.
came in on December 31st at 10:42 a.m. That is Tuesday.
Oh my God.
He said, "In case I do not make it to my decision point or on to the Mexico border, I am
Why
sending
would he
this now.
message you of
Please
all
do not
people, though?
release this until 1 January and keep my
What
identity
is your
private until
connection
then.
to him?
First off, I am not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2006 black Ford Mustang V6 for verification. What we have been seeing with drones," he puts that in quotes, he says drones, "is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by most recently China and the East Coast, but
Uh-huh.
throughout history, the U.S.
Sure, bro.
Only we in China have this capability.
Uh-huh.
I've been followed for over a week now from likely Homeland or FBI,
Uh-huh.
and they are looking to move on me and are unlikely going to let me cross into Mexico,
Uh-huh.
but won't because they know I am armed and I have a massive V-bid. Let me pause right there for a second.
A
So we said a
massive
massive
V-bid.
V-bid. When I was
There's
talking
no
to the
way this
FBI
guy would have
yesterday, they
written
didn't
that
know what
when
a V-bid
he's
was.
had
I had to
extensive
explain what that
explosive
acronym
knowledge,
meant. Literally.
and his bomb
Dead serious.
was
I said
fireworks.
Yeah.
You know why he probably put fireworks and fuel canisters in the back of that truck?
Why?
Because he knows it would be an effective bomb, and he wanted to kill himself, but make a message to indict the system about it.
Yeah.
You know, he wanted to become a national headline, but he wasn't looking to fucking actually hurt people.
Yeah,
is what I think. There's no way he would say massive vehicle-borne IED when it's fireworks and fuel.
Yeah, exactly.
And not only that, the way it's put in there, where there's only like the trunk cover is plastic on the Tesla truck. That's the thing. He is one of the best Green Berets. He was literally on a competition show where they did a competition show where it was like the special forces all did a reality show where they engaged with each other. He blew them out of the water. It wasn't even close. No other person came close to victory on that show. He crushed it. He was literally one of the best. So, I think he would know that this would be a flashy explosion with fuel for an accelerant, fireworks in there, and it would be directed upward, not outward,
and no actual damage.
Yeah, because it's like that's like, you know, it's how blow-up panels work in tanks, right? The explosion follows the path of least resistance.
Yes.
So of course it's gonna blow the plastic off the top of that Cybertruck.
True.
I don't think
it twice, and he goes, "You said that word V-bid. Can you tell me what that is?" For your audience, a V-bid, for your audience who has not been in the GWAT for the last 20 years.
Vehicle-borne IED.
There's a V-bid is a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. In layman's terms, a car bomb, what we saw at Trump Tower.
My truck hits the corner and comes barreling through people, throwing people like a movie scene, like real life, throwing people into the air, they falling under the car, all of that.
The dead Urban Street attack is our top story this morning. We know that 15 people are dead, 30 people are injured. President Biden addressed the nation about the horrific attack. Take a listen.
The words like dead and that.
Yeah.
I'm not
it's
going to
not
comment on
because
any
of
specific
that.
at all.
If you're getting age-gated and stuff, I think there's other things than saying the word dead.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Fact that every agency in the federal government as well as the state, they're all coordinating to get to the bare facts.
She put the music in.
What happened? Well, the reaction was one of anger and frustration. Thank you.
So we found out the man's name is Shamar Shadeen Jabbar, and he rented a car just like the other guy in Las Vegas from the same company, Turo. Now, there might be ties between the two men. They both went to the same military base. They both were in the military.
Exactly. That's why I was laughing when he said "gwat."
She is.
I've never heard somebody say it like that. It sounds like
she is.
Like that bird that goes "gwat." You know that bird that makes that sound?
Yes, yes, I do know that bird. I finally watched the episode, the male episode. I watched it. I've seen the episode now. It was Always Sunny, the male episode, where the pinboard comes from. You know, his conspiracy rant board.
Oh yeah, where yeah. It's I don't even. Yeah, that one doesn't stand out to me.
It was a funny fucking episode.
One of my favorite ones is where there's like a Juggalo paint kid, where they all start working at the school, and he's like, yeah, Juggalos for life, and they're beating you up because you have paint on your face and stuff, and then by the end of the episode it cuts to them, and they're sitting with a Juggalo kid, and he's in blackface, and they're like, oh, so this isn't okay then.
Oh my god.
But it's all about how they all get a job at the school. It's like, you know the movie Parasite?
Yes.
Like, imagine that, but it's Always Sunny and they're at a school.
That's hilarious.
And it's mostly about Juggalos.
So this might be connected.
was in that vehicle sort of vented out and up.
Oh my
but it
god,
didn't
look
even
at the person she sourced. Stop it. Just stop it.
damage the glass doors at the Trump. So I'm not sure what that means. I also know that there's a number of unexploded pieces of the things that he had inside of that vehicle, and so I just don't think that it was done as well as.
Like there is race fuel in there.
Mm.
And the outside of the can is just charred. It was never the fluid inside is undamaged and stuff. So that's another thing too. Is he didn't even like take the caps off the fuel.
Yeah.
Like
that's dumb.
You gotta put the you chain together the fuel tanks, so they all like ignite at once, to get them. And that gives you propellant. It doesn't give you force.
No.
So then you need nitrates or oxides to go along with that fuel, and you'll have a powerful explosion.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, it was just fuel cans that were capped and unopened, and he just threw them in the back of the truck. That's why I said, I was not convinced that it was an intentional car bomb, because it would make sense to have a shitload of fuel and fireworks in your car when it's New Year's.
Yes, we were kind of like, oh, maybe not, we'll wait, yeah.
But people immediately were saying that the Tesla truck exploded and they should be recalled. And I look at it, I'm like, those are fireworks.
Mm-hmm.
This is a firework explosion. Can you people shut up? Speaking of which, this, Elon Musk Fortnite shit, where now it's come out that it was not Elon Musk at Fortnite, which makes those clips significantly less funny. But it's just a guy who sounds a lot like him or something.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
But people are running with that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of bummed that it's not real, because it would have been funny if it was.
It would have been funny. Oh, well.
He was expecting it to be done, but go ahead.
Sofia Rodriguez with Univision Vegas. I was wondering, were you able to recover the video from the Cybertruck, or was that destructive?
So the question is, are we able to recover the video from the Cybertruck? And many of you may know that those Cybertrucks contain a tremendous number of cameras. Again, Mr. Musk has sent out a number of his folks that will be arriving here this afternoon with the intent to try to capture the part of that captured all of the video from inside of the truck. Sir?
Just quickly, you had mentioned a number of the components in the back of the truck that did not go off. Maybe this is a better question for ATF, but when it comes to the rudimentary nature of the bomb, I think we mostly think of a bomb that is connected. This seems like individual kind of incendiary and combustible components.
Just why not send an engineer? He has to show up because it's
I heard that Tesla has a division, sorry, not Tesla, SpaceX has a division that's solely dedicated to keeping the fuck away from the important shit. I think that's kind of funny.
Put together. Can you speak to how you think this is a bomb, or was it just several pieces of things that might blow up and might explode that were just lit and gone off at the same time?
Yeah, I'll tell you, it does appear that it was, I just want to be careful with my language here, but the level of sophistication is not what...
Is it a bomb or a bunch of shit that was thrown in there that exploded? The intent might have been deliberate to explode things, but is it a bomb? That's a hard question. Technically, a firework is a bomb to begin with.
Yeah.
But yeah, what a hard question that journalist asked. Both?
What we would expect from an individual with this type of military experience, that most of the materials inside that Tesla were fuel to help fuel a greater explosion.
Like a look inside her brain and
but it's too early to answer any question. Is if there was sophisticated connectivity to those components to make it ignite in the way that it did.
Well, he decided he was going to plow down. So I took my last video down because it got age restricted. So I'm probably not going to explain what happened in these two horrible incidents that happened on the first of the year.
So,
So we all know what
that's why
happened
that's why
in
her other
New Orleans.
psychotic
And
video wasn't there. It was age restricted, so she took it down. Taking it down doesn't... Just leave it up.
Yeah, what the fuck? They're so pedantic
make another
about
one.
making money.
Las
Well,
Vegas.
I don't
So
think she's making money off of YouTube.
No, but this is what I'm saying. Is like, she's so like they're all so obsessed with cashing in. The only objective is cashing in.
Well, I
I'm
don't
gonna
think
see how much I.
she understands that age gating is like not a big deal, especially if you're not monetized. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, why would you take
Keep
that
in-
down?
But now I kind of just want to change the whole meaning of this video. It just seems like, I don't know, maybe everyone is MK Ultra. Even that one little
Oh my
dorky
God.
kid that tried to take out Trump earlier in 2024. Like, maybe everyone's connected, or maybe no one's connected. Or maybe this really shows how effed up our mental health here is in America, and the
Correct.
mental
Now you're
illness we
correct.
have, and how everyone
Yep.
believes the media and the news and the government and all these celebrities. And it just shows that maybe we do have just brain rot, because all
You're
this
part of the problem.
agenda and pandering, the media needs to stop.
Would you start, please, with what you make of these
The media,
two
she says.
incidents
She loves
occurring on the
pandering,
same
though.
day, and the information Cody just gave us? Does it seem to you like there could be a connection?
Good morning, Julie. I will say this, that coincidences seldom exist in law enforcement. And I find it very interesting, not only the time frame that these two occurrences happened, right, really just within hours of each other. Also, as was mentioned, their military service, the fact that they served at the same military base, the fact that they rented from Turo, which is a very obscure rental app, if you will. I use it all the time, but it's like the Airbnb. They have a very small fleet. I found that very interesting. So certainly these issues, as well as the IEDs that were used in each event, make
God,
them
IEDs, they said.
highly coincidental. So we'll find out more, but I'm steering toward that belief.
Sure.
On New Year's, like injuring 40 people, killing 15 as we know of right now, and that makes me so sad. And I know no matter whose life was taken, it's still sad. No one's life is more important than someone else's. But when you hear the people who passed, there was a young man who just graduated from university. I think he had a football scholarship. Of course he did. Of course he was like a good kid. And there was a beautiful young lady, and I think she graduated from high school, only 18 years old, and she snuck out of the house to go party on Bourbon Street for New Year's. I'm sure there was people there visiting out of town, and it was their first time. Oh my God, here I go.
And that they were
And
French.
it doesn't matter, like someone from out of town isn't more important than someone that lives there.
No. It
I
was
know
the
people
French
in the comments.
district, but it's got a lot of tourism.
And people take everything wrong. It's the internet. Oh my goodness. What else did he do? He also had an ISIS flag on his truck that law enforcement tried to hide and cover up. Oh, just wait till I get into law enforcement.
What?
Sham Shadeen also had a bunch of IEDs, which I guess are a bunch.
What do you mean? You know what she thinks? Because the flag would have been blurred, because people think that if they post the ISIS flag, then it's gonna violate terms and conditions on certain sites. So she saw it blurred and thought that was a police cover-up. I guarantee you that's the thought process there.
A homemade explosive device. They were in the truck, and they were also placed around the street of Bourbon Street.
A battery is a bomb.
They think that he had help, that people were working with him. They did question 3 men and 1 woman that they said that they saw touching the IEDs. I don't know. I'm not sure. Everything I say is alleged.
Nope.
They
it's not
questioned
alleged.
these 4 people.
There was person of interest. There was 4 people of interest. That is not suspects. That means, hey, we're going to ask these people some questions.
Yeah.
Was there arrests
but then
made in connection to it? Not that I've heard.
Were released, so I don't know what's going on there.
What's interesting about this guy specifically is Hassan even interviewed his nephew or something.
I saw that niece.
Yeah. So that's the thing is everyone in his family are what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, they were very
devastated.
Yeah, caught off guard. None of them saw it happening, which is very strange.
Also, he has a few ex-wives, and a lot of his friends and family and ex-wives, I think, allegedly said that as of late he has become more radicalized.
I just want to say hello and let you know a little bit about me. So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston. And I've been here all my life, with the exception of traveling for the military, where I spent 10 years as a human resources specialist and IT specialist, where I learned the meaning of great service and what it means to be responsive and take everything seriously, dotting I's and crossing T's to make sure that things go off without a hitch.
Like I said, Shamsuddin was in the military. He's a citizen of Texas. He's 42 years old. He's close to the same age as the same guy in Las Vegas. I think he's 37, the Matt guy.
The connection between Las Vegas, that's still up in the air in terms of an investigation. What do we know? Is there anything that is showing us a definitive link between these two acts?
Well, as you just said, definitely still up in the air. They are still going on in the investigation. No confirmed link at this time, but there are some coincidentals. Both suspects served in the military. Both suspects rented vehicles from the app Toro. Both suspects both attacks involved explosives that are believed to be remote triggered, as if, someone that doesn't have to be right where it is. They could click a button and the explosive would go off. Both suspects are relatively close in age. The one in Vegas, 37. The one here, in New Orleans, 42. So,
correlation
again, up in the air.
Causation.
Thank you.
But definitely some coincidentals in both attacks.
Yeah. Is there any evidence, Cody, that they might have known?
He said coincidentals.
This is irresponsible. This is entirely irresponsible.
This is the media, bro. This is what they've been doing the whole time with these shit.
This is entirely fucking irresponsible.
Hey, they did have some. They both rented from the same app. Turns out it's like, what percentage of people use that app?
Yeah,
who rent cars?
And
is it the number one app? If you type in the App Store car rental, is that the one that pops up? Have we checked that?
I'm not in America. You'll have to check.
Mm-hmm. How do I even go to the store on this phone? I don't know. I'm typing in car rental app. Now I'm gonna get fucking ads about this. Toro, first thing that came up. Sponsored.
It's the first one? Amazing. That's fucking incredible.
There's literally not only is it the first thing, it's the second, third, fourth, fifth.
That's fucking awesome. So, so we've concluded that this is horse shit. These false connections that they're building, that they can
First
easily
thing recommended by the AI Toro.
Amazing. So they are trying to convince you that there's a connection between these two things, and their connection is
Toro
coincidence.
And then Enterprise finally.
Amazing. This is gross. It's actually disgusting.
Each other.
It is
the AI at the top, then another one, then another one, then another one, then another one, and then finally Enterprise. It's like Enterprise is way down there. Like it's below the did you also mean searches. Wow. Everything above this section of related searches is Toro.
Is cited by one of our affiliates that they did serve at the same military base.
Oh, wow.
So that's as much as we know right now.
When I said I had a bone to pick with law enforcement, I mean the FBI chick, Alethea Buchanan, or whatever her name is, the retarded FBI chick, she was the first one to do a video or a statement, and she said this is not a terrorist.
Mike is much better this time, though. Not hurting.
A soldier in the bunker.
Attack. So you're telling me that a guy named Shamar Shadeen Jabbar with an ISIS flag and IE
superpower, but we do not have
these in his truck is not people is not a terrorist attack? Does the American people have to teach common sense to this girl?
This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming.
How does she not understand that they can't call it a terrorist attack until it's confirmed?
Yes.
Like, I don't understand why
Like,
this
there's
is
been
so
mass
far
shootings
into
where they
people.
brought ISIS flags, and they've been unconnected. They brought them for sensationalism.
Yeah, memification.
Reliable device or not.
I'm sorry, this might be a controversial take, but I don't think anybody in the FBI should be a liberal. And unfortunately, they probably all are. It's like they're all so blinded by their ideology and like identity politics that only white people
must be a liberal in the FBI, because the FBI known for having liberals.
Mm-hmm. Definitely not a racist.
Can be criminals. They can only be bad people. No one else of any other color, because oh my god, we might be called racist. You are racist. Obviously, we don't know all the information yet. There's more coming out. This is a very sad time. We're all supposed to be celebrating, and it's just going to get more crazier in the next 18 days. But on a brighter note, Trump had a huge New Year's Eve party, and guess who showed up and
She's the auntie that everybody avoids talking to and doesn't eat her food.
She's the auntie that I'm trying to bang. With my Magnum dong.
I have that. Hold on.
My monster condom.
Oh, wrong one.
Magnum dong.
performed? Why, the Village People, of course. I can't play the song for copyright reasons, but we all know what song it is. It's his theme song. It's just so crazy to me because till this day, liberals will still say that he's so homophobic, yet his theme song has always been the Village People.
Yeah, and he's come out and said that it's not a gay song.
The Village People.
My bet is he doesn't think that they're gay. That's my bet. He's like, he's a nice cop.
He's like, everyone knows the dance, and they always do the dance.
People are, because they have no ridges or bumps, valleys or lumps. If you guys like this one, give it a big thumbs up. Subscribe if you're not already. I hope this.
Give her a thumbs up. Great video, and that really knocked it out of the park. The middle section kind of dull when it was just you cutting to other people instead of giving your own input.
Oh my god.
What?
Just the comments. I'm going to look at the comments every time we watch one of our videos from now on.
All right, Daniel, thank you. The FBI and other law enforcement agencies are expressing concern now about possible copycat attacks in the wake of the deadly New Year's Day vehicle ramming in New Orleans.
Thumbs down that.
All right, Daniel, thank you.
In a KFTM exclusive.
You know exactly why I thumbsed it down.
The brother of Shamsuddin Jabbar says these actions were completely unlike the Army veteran.
KFDM Sydney Ferguson is in studio now after speaking with his family earlier. In Sydney,
did he kill himself?
How did they find out?
Kimberly Aaron Abdur-Jabbar says one of his aunts actually called him to share the news. It was normal for the family not to spend holidays together, but his brother's actions have completely blindsided and devastated their family.
This is the ISIS guy.
I'm still shocked by the whole thing.
Yes or no? Did he kill himself?
Doesn't seem like it actually happened.
14 people dead and dozens.
No. Did he die in the shootout with the police?
I guess we'll find out.
Of others injured after a truck plows through New Year's Eve celebrations on New Orleans' Bourbon and Canal streets. 24-year-old Abdur-Jabbar assumed someone was having.
Seriously.
And they've said for years that this is a risk for a mass casualty incident because a vehicle can get on here. And they did put out the barricades.
Amazing.
Preventable.
Mental health issues or was angry. He didn't think the driver would be his own brother.
I just dropped my phone and crawled into a corner somewhere and started crying.
With an 18-year age gap, Jabbar says he and his brother, 42-year-old Shamsuddin. Jabbar weren't always close, but had grown closer since their father suffered a stroke in 2023.
He was coming around a little more often to check on him and if there's anything he needed.
Jabbar says his brother was kind, caring, and compassionate, a description completely opposite to how the world has come to know him. Since the deadly attack, the FBI has found evidence Shamsuddin talked about killing his family as well.
That's very unbelievable, honestly. I can't imagine him doing anything like that.
Jabbar says his brother only returned home to Beaumont 2 or 3 times a year. The last time the siblings saw one another was 6 months ago.
Everything was just how he had always been with me and around the rest of his family, you know, full of love, well-mannered, well-tempered, helpful.
While the family's imam says Shamsuddin seemed different, Jabbar says he showed no signs of the acts he would commit on New Year's Day.
He grew out his beard and he became more modest in his dressing. Nobody's seen anything like this coming.
Jabbar says he isn't sure when his brother may have become radicalized, but it isn't something his family condones or believes in.
This is completely out of character for him.
No
yes.
shit.
No. Yes. Think about how retarded Americans are.
I know.
You think they're not going to hunt down this family if they didn't put that in?
They're going to do it anyway.
Yes.
You know, these actions. And they're also not any type of representation of what it means to be a Muslim.
Jabbar says his brother's actions aren't the essence of who he was, but it is a legacy he leaves behind. The brother calls what happened a tragedy, and he says his family's prayers go out to those affected. Aaron, Kimberly, back to you.
I'm joined now by CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez, who is here with me. Evan, there's some significant new details you've been reporting out about the suspect. What do we know?
Well, we know now that, you know, perhaps some of the explanation of why the FBI very quickly started treating this as a terrorism investigation. One of the things they found at the scene was an ISIS flag that is believed to have been with the suspect. And so, again, that's one of the key factors here in treating this as a federal terrorism investigation. The other thing that went to this determination by the FBI was finding IEDs inside an ice chest inside the truck. Again, that's one of the reasons why we heard a couple of booms where the bomb squads was essentially detonating to make sure that the devices were rendered safe, to make the scene safe for investigators to be able to do their work. Now, again, one of the things that they're still working on is to figure out whether anyone else might have been associated with this person. They know a lot about this person. They know he's a U.S. citizen. They know that there are some links in Texas. We don't know exactly at this point whether he was still living in Texas or just perhaps moved from there. Again, part of that is, all of that is still under this investigation. We also know that the vehicle, Phil, was owned by someone else. It was rented through an app where people put their private vehicles up for rental. It's very common nowadays for people to do that. And so one of the things we did was we went to the person who owned the vehicle. And that person is still alive, clearly. So it's not the person who was behind the wheel at the time of this incident.
Right now, federal agents have taken over the scene. They say that they are looking into possible explosives that a source tells us were found in the suspect's pickup truck. And they're also looking to see whether he had any associates. Let's go to CNN's Omar Jimenez. He is live in New Orleans on this story.
We've broken the story,
lads. We are standing by
lads.
for an update from law
It's
enforcement.
over.
This
is the real story.
From
it's a viral marketing campaign.
Your time to 2 p.m. We are standing by for that. In the meantime, what more are you learning?
Stand by.
Yeah, so right now, here at the scene, we are just outside the French Quarter here in New Orleans. This is about as close as you can get. As you can obviously see, the state troopers here. We've also...
Okay, this is CNN waffling.
Let's do an intro.
We are following breaking news at 11. Interstate 85 is reopened tonight after a bomb threat.
Here's a live look at traffic on the interstate right now near mile marker 43. Not a lot of traffic, and what there is moving smoothly. Back to normal conditions as we'd expect this time of night.
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office says the incident began around 3:30 this afternoon when South Carolina State Transport Police conducted.
I agree.
You know, this guy was probably distressed.
A traffic stop.
The South Carolina Department of Public Safety says the traffic stop was initiated due to a missing license plate on the tractor trailer. Officials say the driver, a man from Illinois, indicated there was an explosive device inside the vehicle, and that prompted law enforcement to close all 6 lanes of the interstate. This is what the scene looked like this afternoon from an exclusive Sky 4 view as several law enforcement departments were investigating.
We are told no explosive devices were found on the truck. We do know the truck driver is in custody tonight.
How did
and we
I
have
know
live
there was
team
no
coverage in
explosives
Greenville County.
before it was reported?
Wow. Crazy, crazy deduction. You must be
this is not
psychic.
News. The only reason this is news is because other events took place.
Tonight, our Nate Stanley has reaction from people near the scene.
But first, we want to go to our Rashad Williams. Rashad, what do we know right now?
Yeah, bomb squads, SWAT teams, local, state, and federal agencies were all out here on 85 earlier today. It was really
great. Story over. Perfect. What's next?
Nothing.
Dr. Skull, PhD, I support you guys, but
Finish on this one, I guess.
how do we stay positive in the face of this absolutely miserable shit and news regarding Trump and now Connolly? I've been massively depressed since Trump won the election. Yeah, I don't blame you. But, I mean, the reality is things can get worse. And things have been worse in this country. And even worse for just like, your average white person. Certainly far worse for marginalized people, which is not to say that people shouldn't be upset, alarmed, depressed. And there's time for that. But then there's also time to move on and keep fighting.
Yep, this is the world.
I mean, look. This Connolly thing with AOC is extremely discouraging because it, at least from my perspective, from like just a public perspective, it looks like she's trying everything she can to first to build power outside, sort of like on the margins of the party, and now more to play ball in many respects with the party, and still can't crack it. But the problem is, if we're talking about elected politicians, I guess she could run as an independent, and I think she could win as an independent.
I don't think so.
But like Bernie Sanders did, and he was in the House for, like I say, maybe almost 2 decades. I think it was like maybe 15 years. I can't remember, 20 years, somewhere around there.
In New York?
You can be a voice in the wilderness and not have, any influence. Now, Sanders was able to go on and win as a senator and actually have a lot of influence and to run. And it's possible that could work. But until there's I think at that point, it's like she's going to pursue the way to power that she's going to pursue. And that in no way inhibits other people to build other sources of power.
Exactly.
And if you build those sources of power, whether it's like third party run for Congress or, local elections or organizing your apartment building or, organizing your workplace, once you obtain some power, once you can deliver something, then people can make the decision whether they want to throw that power behind her or work on her within conjunction of this and that. But I think that, like, there's no, should she resign from Congress now? I hope she doesn't.
But
oh, what?
No, I'm just saying, but I'm saying, like, what's the alternative here? She's trying what she can.
Yeah.
It's, other people should be doing stuff that is in no way inhibited by what she does. I mean, like, people say, well, how could you continue to support her? Because it doesn't cost me anything. Like, maybe I make a donation or, maybe, but this is there are parameters. How far she can push those parameters, I want her to be able to push those within the House. But, you have a legislature to get things done. She has an Instagram account. She has pushed people to left as much as she's going to push people to left on an Instagram account. She's pushed people to the left as much as she can on a Twitch stream.
It's more boring than doing.
The bottom line is that we need lawmakers.
Like, fuck. Ugh. It's fucking hot.
We got it all.
Oh my god, it's hot. I'm ending the stream. It's hot. I fucking get fucked. I'm about to start profusely sweating. It's 38 degrees. Fuck this. Hold on. Where's a...
Not a real temperature.
Do a thing.
Doctor, I think I might be a homosexual.
I'm doing a raid.
Do a raid. Ugh. Gross. I feel like it got really hot in the last, 2 hours.
Svetty? Svetty?
Okay. Let me know when it's done.
I'm selecting. I can't decide.
I am a stegosaurus.
We'll try this one.
Show me your bag of secrets.
It's a bunch of liberal bullshit.
Oh my holy crap, surveillance does. I hate those.
Okay. Done?
Let go now.
Alright. Cool. Alright. And we are done. See you later. Goodbye. Bye.